Hello and welcome back, everyone. And welcome to EU5. It's now live. Everyone else can play it. So, just kind of a preface for the people watching the video, or watching the, the VOD. I do have over 1,337 hours, and I will be answering questions throughout the stream if people have them regarding the game as we go on. I think tomorrow I might even, see if it's reasonable for me to, like, coach people or teach people how to play live on stream. I don't know, I'd have to get select people I trust who I assume won't play or say racial slurs on stream, something like this. Yeah, we are continuing here as Austria. Now, we've expanded quite a bit. A healthy Austria. The light green is our subjects. The blue is our allies. The light blue is our personal union, which we have two. We have one there. One there. And then I think just regular purple is our royal marriage. So, comfortably expanding. And I think we're going to beat up Hungary again. Like a Hungary hippo. We've been doing this while keeping the antagonism low by bobbing and weaving diplomatically. A lot. Although, these guys are upset. Yeah, they're not too happy. There are also a lot of those guys. That's a lot of diplomats. Which Austria kind of has some advantages towards. We should be diplomatic hegemon. We could be diplomatic hegemon. Except we're not a great power. We have to have... we only have to beat this 18. We have a diplo reputation of 27. Despite us being a bubbling buffoon. And so, be even higher if we had a positive trait. Wow. Joining the stream for the first time. Hello. You might be a favorite Paradox YouTubers such Charters and Covers. Welcome to the stream. Thank you so very much. We are going to be playing a little bit more for release. As you can also see, my pace of play is relatively slow, I think, just in general, because trying to think over a lot of decisions. In fact, let's take a pause and think economically. What can we do here? We are preparing to declare on Hungary. Once we get, like, a diplomat. We have a diplomat. But we're going to be doing this for a hot minute. So, it probably makes a lot of sense for us to spend our money first. Let's check our parliament when it's coming on up. It's coming up not super close. You often want to spend money after your parliament, because you can roll parliament stuff that gives you discounts. We have a couple things we can upgrade to city. I think in general, we're trying to upgrade to city along the vein that we can form. And this will travel along the river. For those of you who are just installing the game and this type of thing, I would recommend setting a bunch of key bindings. I do have a video on the YouTube about the key bindings, and on the Discord, which has a link as well. I think someone pinned my key bindings file, so you could just install it. I'm not sure if it's perfect. But it will have... It is this file, which has all the key bindings I'm currently playing with. I'm not sure if I've perfectly replicated what I have in the video, but that is currently what we're working with, so you can swap between stuff better. Is there a shortcut for open country panel? Really annoying to have multiple button presses. So if you right-click on the country, you get this context, this fast context menu. If you're zoomed in, you also get it for, location. So, you can see here, this is a drop-downable menu, so we can also click the location menu and see what's going on there. But for the most part, this is, right-clicking on a country and doing this is how we engage with that. That's annoying, you have to zoom out. You could right-click, and then go Open Country Panel. It's a little bit faster. Or you could also click Tab, which zooms you the fuck out. But... we have a few city upgrades available. To be fair, Graz is on a reasonable spot for an upgrade. prices are collapsed and stuff. It is 1,200. I think this is on a river. And so we would benefit from Poundlock Canal here, but don't have any buildings built here. Yeah, you get bonuses towards for production of buildings based on what's in there, and this place is not going to have too many bonuses, so we'll get that place going with some buildings. Salzburg also upgradable, but the bonuses aren't very good, so I think we'll leave Salzburg for now. I don't think Salt's... Let's double check Salt's inputs. Yeah, only really input for rural buildings. And is just directly consumed by pops. So this Salzburg province is pretty sad province with just legumes, basically. But that kind of also means we can build whatever there. So maybe let's actually build some weaponsmiths out. Because I think we have a shortage of kind of places to build those. We do have our holdings down here. With a decent amount of max control. Control's still decaying down. But these are not especially good. Modena, however, can do cloth and paper reasonably well. They already have paper, so let's do paper. Then a Spinner's Guild. Max that out. Just kind of getting a feel for just kind of settling in here to some extent. We have an Iron Province here. We have a decent amount of pops there. Now, the pops are just generally an issue for us. And it's one of the reasons we haven't urbanized so heavily is because you get more pops or more pop growth if you are rural. And so it just doesn't seem like that sensible a thing for us to do at this point. Like usually 15,000 plus is kind of the feel. And we have a few locations that are over 15,000 that we could be urbanizing, but not a lot. I guess here's kind of okay, but here doesn't have that good of building capabilities. Is that on a river? It is on a river. Let's give that a little upgrade. Okay. Fair enough. So we do have plenty of gold, I think, to upgrade this to a city. Which, incidentally, the cities give a ton more pop growth. By virtue of having much more pop capacity. So this is useful. Where do I see my succession law as a kingdom? So right here. So go to the government panel, then country, and then on your heir, just click on that button, and it opens up a context menu here. There's also a similar one that's kind of easy to overlook in Parliament. This is a clickable button, and you can change your Parliament type. Incredibly minor question, but if I'm looking at a character, is there any indication whether they're historically generated, like CK Vicky? Not as far as I can tell. Other than... Well, there is one way, but you're not gonna like it. You could read, like, a book. Thank you for your review. You're very welcome. Yeah, these are like the two most non-intuitive buttons, I think, is the Parliament and... We're gonna actually make a note for this. Parliament and the succession law buttons are just like, they don't look like they're buttons. They look like they're just like frames for UI. And so now we'll do a little bit of, I guess maybe we'll talk through how we're navigating the menus a little bit more. For the macro builder, we're going to click on cards display when we want to kind of just have a sorting by building type, and then we're just going to go through a lot of this stuff below the consumer goods and basic industry and this type of stuff, because what we've done is we've kind of combed through a little bit and looked for basic industries to expand. Here, this is filtering by market, and right now it has it filtered for the Venetian market. We're going to cancel that. And so what we could do is we could come around and look for areas where we're already building the thing, for like tools and paper and this type of thing, and then top them off. And right now we're clicking the back button, which is on the mouse by default, and we've kept it there, in order to get back to this context menu here. So we're going, hey, we're going to build a couple things, and then we're going, hey, back, and then we topped a bunch of things off. And then for weapons industry, kind of the same approach. Because you do get economies of scale, and the economies of scale gives you not a throughput bonus, but an output bonus. Building stuff in the same area is actually really important for avoiding making your input prices more expensive, which allows your areas to net be way more profitable if you do this. So, you can see we are pushing the textiles a little bit. This is base from places that were urbanized initially, but is Linz like a decent place to push the beer? We have wool and we have lumber. Those are two pretty good inputs. I don't think it's necessarily good. We are kind of considering that eventually we'll run out of building levels. And there's some weird effects where you can build profitable buildings and still have that lose you money. And if you build in areas of low control and decrease prices of market or manipulate market prices. Hey Kentos, thank you for the $20. Much appreciated. Hi Generalist, your videos have taught me to play Vicky. Hope I can learn from EU5 from you now. Yeah, the official tutorials that are coming out after the unpause one, I wrote the initial script for all of those. So, in terms of videos, I don't know exactly how much stuff they've taken out, because they've probably taken out more stuff than they've added generally, but they've also added stuff too for those videos. But the structuring of those and the information selection was per my outlines for the most part, if you wanted to check those out, like in the more immediate future. Do we have a price discount? We do have a price collapse on counting houses, and we want more of these. And this is also a thing, is when we build the counting house, it creates demand for all these things. So this is going to allow us to have more profitable tools, paper, books. We will have to pay 20% of the price of those things in the building upkeep, but it simultaneously stimulates the economy. I don't even know if net on the level, or there's a certain threshold of we're taxing our pops, where the additional tax generated by the stimulus is actually in excess of the cost of the buildings, theoretically speaking. Why in Austria? We'd be trying. I suppose I could Google everyone in your cabinet. I just figured, no, I'm being facetious when I say read a book. I'm saying that there's no good way to do it. I don't actually mean read a book. Did they remove the river route mode? No. You just can't access it from here. It's not down here. Nowhere in here. You have to specifically assign it to a hotkey. So, I think it's about 2/3 down. Or 1/3. Should trust my 2/3. A little bit more. Here. It is not bound to anything by default, and if you do not bind it, there's no way for you to access it. Hey man, just wanted to pop in and thank you for servicing us during the long wait. You're very welcome. Much appreciated, my guy. So, the counting house Important for areas of lack of control, they're going to give this huge local crown power malice. And it is counted, like, in the aggregate towards our balance here. So, we kind of care about that. And this, the counting house, gives local crown power change. So, it will overall increase our crown power. And we have a couple areas that are cities or are upgrading to cities. And so they're going to have a lot more pops that are of a promoted variety. And so we're going to make sure that the places that are cities, you can see here, we're oscillating between the two. We are, by the way, oscillating between the two using back button to get back to the building context menu and then escape. But we are doing it in these areas because it's a town now. You see it has possible burghers, possible nobles, clerics here. These are like the higher tier pops that add more political power to locations. That's for a town. For a city, these numbers are bigger. So, all things equal, which they're not, because some places have more buildings than others, it will, or more pops than others, it will be the same. Actually, let's select a few more locations here. And we're going to select primarily based on where we know has the most pops. So we know there's a lot of pops here. And here. And here. And here. Also, mathematically, on the outer edges should be a little bit more useful. Just because crown power modifiers are worth more when you have less of them. Hey, Poi, how's it going? Another day rises, another day we're playing EU5, basically. I have that game code EU5 Standard Edition for you to give away. What's the best way to send it to you? Discord. I still have to think about how to run a giveaway for that. Maybe I could ask Playa to try and figure that out for me. G for Generalist, basically. Love your 1337 hour review. What hour about are you planning to review your review? So, I hit 1337 hours with over 3 different versions of the build. And I was thinking maybe when my release version of the build is at 1,000 hours, which is like 825 hours from now. So, have you played Armenia yet? No, I've not. Very basic question, but where's the button to upgrade to location rank? Sure. Let's find one we can upgrade. Oh, we spent enough money that we can't upgrade anything yet anymore. But if you come over here and you left click, you upgrade from town to city here. There are some requirements. You have to have 30,000 pops, and you have to have quite a bit of money. So we do not fill the requirements. Also, this is a bit of a thing. A lot of the times that there are requirements, it doesn't show you the requirements as often as it should. Does land surpass naval for pushing control late game with railroads? Yes, railroads are just like better than naval. Do you prefer I view via Twitch or YouTube, or it's the same? I prefer whichever is just a better experience for you. I personally find the playback of YouTube better. Because you can rewind, and I think that there are fewer ads. So, I think that we'll also maybe upgrade or build. We want to, in areas that we know we want to upgrade to city, we're going to want to maybe have access to university. It's really the places where we have the most burgers, though. We don't have that keybound, so it is alongside this room. So there's our spend. We got some counting houses coming in, some upgrades to city, and this type of thing. Now Austria, or sorry, Hungary, time to fight them. We're going to follow through on threat. This claim has been generated by Transylvania, our subject, who we've taken the time to release, and they have a bunch of cores. Integration map mode here. And so we can fight them here. And I think we're going to call it Naples. follow through on threat, get a little bit of a discount for conquer and subjugate, and also not have to use as many diplomats. Oh, we have levies raised? Whoops. Then we're going to dismiss some of the levies we know are going to be relatively small in size. I think we don't have a lot of control there. So we'll do that. Although we're kind of preserving the pops of areas we care about less, so maybe that's a little bit loose. And we're going to merge everyone up. And for the most part, we're going to just try and clip the wings of enemy armies. Here. At the opener of this war. I hung out in the SOI Victoria 3 years later. I'm back for the long haul in EU5. Welcome, welcome. Is EU5 compatible with Intel GPUs? As far as I know, but you might have to install Vulkan or use Vulkan. I think on the official Discord that is a pinned comment or something. Rather than using DirectX or something like this, or vice versa. Playing on Poland currently, should I focus on integrating your vassals or something else? Integrating your vassals is fine, but you can't really get that much control to them, so it's not necessarily a high priority, but it's not bad either. I think it's a fine use for your diplomats. You probably want to make sure Bohemia is not upset with you, but you can do both. England starts with a reform slot. What should I put there? It depends a little bit how you want to play. But what I would recommend with that reform slot is actually waiting 5 years. Oh no, wait, Royal Decree. No, yeah. You wait 5 years for Royal Decree, and put in Loyal Decree, and also you want to get off of the distribution of power of English Parliament in the early game. It's better late game. And instead go for Favor the Ruler, and you have to be off of English Parliament in order to slot in Royal Decree, but that's good for pushing centralization early, and it also gives you crown power, which is a bit of a concern early. How do I fabricate claims / casus belli on a province? So you're going to need to wait for your parliament, and then fabricate casus belli this way, most of the time. If they're not of your religion, or there you have a reason to fabricate the casus belli, like for example Castile, starts off with a claim on this province, which starts with Aragon, so they can fabricate a claim on Aragon. What you're going to do is build a spy network to 20, and then click on this create casus belli button, but we don't have a situation that allows this. It's funny how you have more control in Hungary than Austria thanks to the Danube. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, the Danube goes hard. The Danube is very, very nice. For those of you who don't know, as it relates to control, pushing downriver, you get the equivalent of a modern road. See, minus 30. That's real good. That's real nice. And so you really care about this river, so down this river, we're going to get minus 30, basically. I'm literally sitting here deciding to buy or not. If you do buy, you can use our code. But I would say that that's not necessarily a bad thing. Watching someone play, in my review video, I recommended watching 2 people play and then trying to decide if that's for you based on watching the gameplay. I remember seeing there was a way to see your states are spending money on, but I can't find it. Probably in here. You can see aiming to build a toll castle in Ferrara, and you can see their monthly expenses and their income. And it looks like these guys are a little naughty. These guys are a little naughty. They're spending more money than they're taking in. Use your code. 2 questions. What is max goods discount? 33%. How do I lower stab cost to revoke privileges? In general, so in a general sense, the modifier for revoke privilege cost, the easiest place to find access to it is communalism, and there's an event, or there's a parliament for it, that also gives you minus 15%. And so, early game, you can get something to the tune of minus 65%. But also, if the estate is just weaker, you can revoke from them cheaper because the revoke cost scales with power. So you see this one's 100 for our nobility, which is powerful, and this one's 7 for our commoners, which are weak. And one of the ways you do that for the nobility specifically is you push plutocracy, which is going to decrease the nobles in towns and cities. This is like per 1,000. This is not a flat number. And then also the possible burghers, once you eventually get to plutocracy, will help to dilute out their power. Is that something I can put on Steam or just the Paradox Store? Paradox Store only for the code. I love random HRE miners. What HRE miner tag would you recommend? So, here's the thing. A lot of these miner tags, looking up here, they don't have country events, and they don't have country, like, text and this type of thing. I would recommend Mason as the smallest tag to play, or, like, Holland. Would be what I would recommend. Does downriver control also apply to other rivers, say provinces on the Rhine? Anything downriver of Austria. I forget which direction this river is. I don't think it's downriver. Yeah, so this is upriver on this river. And so for this, we don't... it is using whichever's better between our road and our river. And so it's using our road instead. Going upriver is just 10. Yeah, do check if Steam... If you're not using USD, check if Steam has a better price, because the prices can vary. Are you still recommended Korea as a first country? Yeah, Korea will be very comfortable, especially if you want to do gardening stuff first. You will get a war very, very early for Korea via an event to annex this, like, northern neighbor. But then after that... kind of a little bit of gardening and chilling. I think that they are a very, very comfortable start. They are extremely strong. They might be the strongest start in the game. And so it makes things a little bit easier. Alright, so we have our stack. We're going to consolidate the regiments. And then we are going to kind of distribute these guys with the infantry going in the center mostly, and then the cavalry going on the flanks. Overstacking the boxes is useful. It's not supposed to be, but it is. Darik, thank you, or what was the... Dyrith, thank you for the follow, Big Dice. Much appreciated. And then we're gonna move guys out to the outskirts. If they are cavalry. Especially the cavalry levies we really want to get. I'm pretty sure the levy cavalry is still stronger than the infantry at this point. And then look to pad the numbers a little bit with some infantry on each of these. So that should be good for us. Let's actually move some of the smaller infantry stacks out to the side. Okay. So now we are ready to rumble. We do not yet have... We just entered the Age of Discovery, so we don't have any tech, including the new mill techs, but we know they don't have new mill techs either. And so we're just gonna kind of wait here a little bit to see where their big stack is. If anyone comes too close, we'll clip their stack. But... there is a Poland big stack. We'll switch to the tactical map mode, and we see, hey, we really don't want to engage them on that. Chancery max level +1. We'll make use of that immediately. Who's the Chancery? Well, we could just do it through this. Yeah, they employ burghers, which is a little bit harder to comb through. The Chancery will give a little bit of local literacy and max tax, or local literacy for burghers and nobles, but more importantly, a little bump in efficiency of cabinet. Nothing too crazy. So we don't want to go up and engage him on a +2 or +3. Looks like our allies are maybe not of that persuasion. We'll get closer into the mix. But I have a feeling that they're gonna find the port. Okay, we can help out there. We do want to kind of stay close to the Hungary border. I guess if they're not going to engage us here, we're just gonna siege this down, because this is kind of a little bit more centralized. And we are very fast at sieging, so we force them to either come to us or figure something out. Looks like that's the Hungary stack. That is a sad, sad stack. Their ability to raise an army scales with their control, and this is their control map mode. I watched this entire playthrough, just booted the game, realized that, okay, we already read through that. What employment system are we doing? Switch to most profitable ASAP? We have infrastructure first, then most profitable. I don't necessarily think it's the most essential swap early on, because I think generally you're not building over how many qualifications you have early. And the 10 stab, you want to avoid being a negative stab. I usually swap sometime after the Black Plague. You assign the river map mode to G and it doesn't work. Make sure you unassign whatever is also on G. Because I do think that there's a hotkey that starts on G, and if there's conflicting hotkeys, you do have to unassign. Generally. Is there gunpowder units yet? Yes. We just don't have them. Do you have 1444 hours? Not quite yet. You abandoned a 30 stack? Oh no. These are, I believe we smushed them, and they are actually prisoners. We'll ransom them. We smushed the prisoners. We'll just clip these guys real quick. Oh no, wait, we can't. Just kidding. They're retreating. Just kidding, they're not anymore. Just a quick little victory over the stack. Bombard phase. We get in on the fronts. Yeah, they only have conscripts by the look of it, and not a lot. Not filling the fronts very well. They're just getting shredded, and now the fronts fall. Getting flanking bonus. We'll send them some gold, that's fine. And they're out. I think that we will generally try and siege in the direction of their capital, though. I'm not sure if we have the war goal. Let's maybe take a look. The war goal is Barca. Boca. Looks like we do have the war goal. Courtesy of Transylvania. Do you enjoy the HRE mechanics? I have not gotten to be Emperor for very long yet, and they have... Since the last time I played the HRE, it has changed. So I don't really know. I was building microfield towards compared to Vic 3. It's much more like a city builder than a macro builder. Give you more money. Or manpower. The buildings will give you resources, and so you're trying to maximize the amount of resources you can get. The game does have POWs, yes. There's a lot of different systems in the game. This is something I was trying to emphasize a little bit in my tutorials, or not my tutorial, my review, is that there's just a lot going on. And so, that's why, like, questions like asking, is it buggy, is it polished? It's like, well, there's some bugs and some polish, but in the aggregate, there's not a lot. But by virtue of them having so many systems, there's a lot. You know what I mean? Or percentage-wise, it's not necessarily very high. 15 research. 15 research. I'm not sure what we want for Noble's Law. I think that we probably want... we could curtail the nobles. I don't think we want to. Noble max tax isn't that valuable. Usually we go rural nobles authority. And I'm thinking we do here as well. Having a really big free subject isn't necessarily good, because it does decrease your max tax. And we have a source of prosperity. So I think we're going to go rural nobles authority. It'll give us a little bit more of a serfdom trend. Also make the nobles a little bit happy with us. Yeah, Hungary's, their wings have been clipped. Poland actually has an army, but we might end up taking a big chunk out of Poland. They are co-belligerent. And so this guy has claims on all this. So this is probably the type of peace deal we're looking at. If we look at him, we want to make sure he's left with some amount of claims, but this will leave him with claims. And then we could do something like this. So at the very minimum, this is probably going to be our peace deal. And then ruining Krakow's access to stuff is also worthwhile. So we could even grab this right now, if we wanted. And it looks like Bytoms gets really upset about that, so we're going to start improving relations with Bytom. Alexandria, of course, almost always gets pikes and shot because it scales off of, what is it, pop. Or what are we warring for? Land that's going to be valuable to us. In general, proximity is a huge driver of what's valuable, and going down the Danube is going to be useful. Hey, thank you for the 5 Canadian. Launch Day, thank you for all the content leading up. You're very welcome. Any chance you're going to drop your adult spreadsheet or keyboard config? Yes, if you go on the Discord, it's pinned. You can just upload my file that I'm currently using. Or put it in your folder and then load it up. You can see cores on the integration map mode? Yes. So we can do this, and we can see our cores are in the green. And if we click a nation that has claims, we can see that, hey, they have claims. Like Transylvania has a ton of claims here. We're probably going to give them more dirt, because I think that'll be relatively efficient, especially the silver. So let's add that to the peace deal. I think control click, yeah, control click, it gives them the whole province. And also spreading out what we're taking is going to make the antagonism that we get hit with a little bit better. Like these guys up in the north are getting hit with more antagonism. Let's actually take some of these out. But these guys, so taking stuff close to all these miners in Bohemia, they're like, no, we're miners, we're not allowed to see this. So that'll be a little bit useful for us. We'll actually peel back a little bit. Where we're doing this to hurt their control here in Poland. So Poland's ability to get control over here is from their proximity going through, and so when we cut that off, that's going to be bad for them, so that's going to hurt Poland a lot. How do I core technically, but how do I convert large area of primary steppe to culture? So strategically expanding in areas where you can accept them is going to be generally nice. Like, we can accept Germans easier, and so if you come into the culture thing, culture map mode, we can... Let's find someone we don't accept. We can, for example, add Slovene to accepted culture, but it's going to cost us 0.9 of this accepted or of our cultural capacity. So that's a little bit expensive. But if we hover this and we look at what we're spending, we can see that a lot of our accepteds of Germans is only 0.15 after all the modifiers are taken into account. And so this means that, generally speaking, expanding into your own culture is a little bit cheaper. And so you can do this, and then accept them. And then ones that are not of your culture, that you don't want to accept, you can use the cabinet action of assimilate to core things. But there is a cabinet action later that is called assimilate area that's going to be quite powerful. And in fact, we're going to actually do our peace deal around that. So we're going to switch the areas map mode, and we're going to make sure that in this war we take the rest of Trans-Danubia in terms of the peace deal. And so, because eventually we are going to be able to convert area for that, so we're going to make sure that this is part of the peace deal here. We see that this guy's upset, so we'll improve relations with him. So, at a baseline, this is kind of the peace deal we're looking at. But I think that we also want to expand and take a big chunk of Slovakia, which is a big area as well. So, We'll do something like this and this. And we're feeding it to our subjects, so it's not going to matter too much. And Slovakia actually also has a ton of resources. So... Oop, not that. And also, this will allow us to link up with Transylvania. So that does feel pretty nice here. And we can see all the people who get really upset about this. And what we are going to want to do is improve relations with them. But we see that, you know, more and more, a lot of these guys are going to be those Bohemian people. And so I think what we're going to do is come in and do something like a little bit more like this, where we're going to take less locations from Poland, because that's really what they're upset about. And then that way we don't have to improve relations with as many of them. And we will still hit a lot of them with improved relations, but we won't need as much. Hey, Fusion, thank you for the $20. Appreciate the coverage of Vic3 and now EU5 over the years. Thank you so very much. How's your performance? Pretty good. Much appreciated, my guy. As a Vicky 3 stand, I'm trying to break it down right now. I have screenshots of Generalist construction. I'm trying to see exactly what he does. Yeah, we've done a lot of stuff behind the scenes, or like, but a thing that if you don't have prices collapse, you're gonna have to utilize this building a lot, the lumber mill, which incidentally uses tools, so this will stimulate input for tools, and also the mason. So these are gonna be kind of your friends. And we have those subsidized, actually. So even if they're not profitable, they will be employed. Looks like they are all profitable, though. Because we're not paying any building subsidies. Yeah, so this should decay down. A little bit of messing about, or a little bit less messing about up there. I think we do want to make sure that we get another full province, though. So maybe something like this, where we are fully gaining this province. Yeah, I do like that. And we could take more stuff down here. I'm so glad you put hours into Imperator at a win earlier this year. Feels like it helps when I'm thinking about RGOs and how to handle secondary cultures. It is similar, yeah. Johan worked on that as well. I like your commitment to streaming every day prior to on release. Good stream. Thank you so very much. I'm trying to have a lot of coverage around release. Is there a way to use your code on Steam? No. No, they want to drive more people to use their online thing. Actually, I don't think there's just a way to use codes just in general on Steam. I don't think Steam does that as much, so it's only through the website. Itgens, thank you for the follow, big nice. Someone in the stream was saying they were having technical difficulties, though. I don't know if they've been resolved. But I've only had one person tell me that they've had technical difficulties regarding usage of the code. So there might be more on their end. I don't really know. So, we grab that. And we're still kind of hovering around looking for armies. We do get the dock building. We don't have a lot of locations to build it in, but we do have one. I'm just checking to see what our control is there. Our max control is 30, which we've already decayed down to, but that's going to be like 5 sailors for us. We might be able to start exploring with that. So that's big. I guess we want to keep this guy off the war goal, to be fair. And these battles should be... We get the barrage. but they should be pretty quick. We get onto the front faster than them, and we just have so many guys dealing damage to one guy, and they don't really stack up onto the front that quickly. I mean, initiative matters not as much as it used to. You used to be able to just buzzsaw through entire units before the next one would get on the front, but this is going to be too much. One of these flanks is going to collapse, and then the cavalry is going to ride through. The decreased width kind of benefits them, so we get a casualty profile that's a little bit worse than what we're used to, but 4-1 is still good enough for us. I'm gonna check and see if we can annex. We are annexing one subject. I'm gonna see about raking back some of our improved opinions. We have plenty on Bologna. We have plenty on Buda. Plenty on Zala. Just getting an idea for where the provinces are, because for each province there is going to be a location with a flag. That's kind of what we're looking for. And if we take the capital of the province, we will have a thing. What's your Steam review prediction? Positive, I would say. Or I forget the breakpoints for the different ones, but like I'd say at least 60% positive. I'd be shocked if there was less. Do you know how long your code is active? I do not. I do not know. I think that they are just planning to keep it ongoing. You in Playmaker for anti-blowing? What? Anti-blowing? Hey chat, I'm old and stupid, same. Can't use Discord for my life. The right EU5 channel and the key bindings are pinned where then? Oh, this is chat. I should have known when he said hey chat that it was directed at chat. Declared no CBs? Yeah, the AI does no CB a bit. It is one of their weaknesses. Let's look at the fortification map mode. Yeah, soft underbelly here for Hungary. And so if we just kind of stay in this zone and clip armies, eventually we will just kind of be able to go after everything. So we'll take a look. We see this is where the flag is for that. And we'll siege that down. They don't have a lot of control here, so it's not as valuable as taking stuff over here. Oops. In terms of decreasing their conscript, but that's okay. We'll work our way down there from here, rather than working our way north. Do roll up our parliament. I think we're going to go increase naval infrastructure and then intentionally fail it to get the trend towards land. We only have to get 2 more pips towards land, and we will have it maxed out. Conductus Census is also a little bit attractive for the pop growth. Is there a map mode to find the provincial capitals? Not as far as I know, but you can look at provinces and then there's flags. I agree though, I kind of think that it's a little bit tough. You have to be a certain zoom level to see the flag. I think we'll probably adapt to Humanist. And then just request additional taxes and call it a day. Ransoms are nice. Decrease antagonism. So there should be another province, I think, up here. And there's the flag. Just hoping you wouldn't shout out your incompetence. I apologize. My bad. Hey, just joined. Did he share the hotkey profile somewhere? It is in the Discord. Someone has pinned it in the Discord. I think Play has pinned it. In one of the EU5 sections. Why is this going not our way? Is there a fort? There's not a fort. Why would this be flipping away from us? What? There's not a fort anywhere here. That is a provincial capital, so we'll go for it. What is this about? Why is this flipping? This is the provincial capital. Oh, it's not? The flag is just not in the right location. Just kidding. Alright, fair. The flag's in the wrong location, chat. There are things that, like, move the provincial capital, and I guess it's just the starting provincial capital or something like that. We kind of don't want to lose 10 stab, so... We have a ton of burgers approval, we'll go for that. Max tax is really valuable for us here, because we have quite a bit of excess satisfaction on burgers and peasants. Yeah. Poland is showing up with a decent sized stack. Maybe we should just kind of stay in the north, because our subjects can actually handle Hungary, but they can't handle Poland. And there comes Poland. We are pretty close to embracing the institution, maybe. We could hold off and see if we can get the institution. I think what we're going to do is we're going to select like 2 techs. Here. Protected Harbor is a tech we want anyways. I hate that you can click the... if you click the wrong thing. Diplo range we would maybe want... Yeah, Protected Harbor is just always a tech we're gonna want. I think we'll want Mediterranean Galley too, so let's research that. Where's the Polish army? Yeah, the Polish army is taking out our subjects. So we do want to be a little bit careful what grounds we engage them on, but we're fine engaging them on a +1. We just don't want to engage them on a +2 or +3. I think that we would win either way, but it's a matter of like trying to preserve as many troops as possible and still get the job done. Maybe I'm just bussing for something. I can't find EU5 section. I'll have 5k hours to find it. Oh, you know what? You have to like opt in on the things, and probably Vic 3 is the only opt-in one automatically. Do you have a flag? No, but is it really your flag? Yeah, basically. I got a claim throne CB on Portugal as Castile. I declared war and full siege them with a 100% war score, but there's not an enforced union treaty. Do you know why? Is it a bug? There should be one. You should check in here, country treaties and other treaties. I don't know where exactly it is. But. I think we have a truce with these guys. Where's truce in map mode? $46. Yeah, so we have a long truce with them, so they can't join a coalition against us anyway. But we probably long-term do want to improve relations with them. But we're not concerned about that. And so let's actually look at areas. South Alfold will be useful to us, but that will completely cut off them. So, unless they own... No, so we can't take that area without really upsetting them. So I guess this maybe would be what we work on next. Towards heaves. And we see sidewards, and some other people get really upset about this. So we're gonna improve relations. I think we're improving relations with this guy already. No, we're not? Alright. Alright. How close are we to 100% war score so far? They won't like that, yeah. They won't like that one bit. Let's see what we could maybe release as subjects from them. Can we maybe subjugate them? No. So we can maybe make Barlad a subject here. And then we might want to make a march. We haven't made any marches yet, but they're kind of far out. And so we could take something like this, which is not going to really upset people that are... The group of people who are upset are not going to be upset by the Barlad play, really. And we'll make sure that we don't take all the locations, that way they can maybe give us a CB. But something like this... And we could actually also even make a market out here before we did that. I think that it's a decent location for a market out here, right here. And that would go kind of hard. We would need to take enough to... We would need to take this location. Actually, no, we could make a market here. Because I think that that's just like a market dead zone, really. And that would really help out Barlad. We could then keep that market for ourselves, to be honest, because that's not part of Barlad, is it? No, it is. It is. It's part of Barlad. We could make a market here ourselves. We would need to take this and this. Is that a location for a market that we are interested in? Probably. It's been 2 hours, I haven't paused yet, looking what to do with first Kiev run. Yeah, basically. Do you know if we could convert save to victory? I don't think there's a mod for that yet. Is there a flavor to get PU on Hungary? Most of the like PU stuff is not, that's flavor oriented, is not like slam dunk, you get it for free, like in EU4. You can get a PU through like the normal game mechanics and use it to annex Hungary. But we tried to play like that with Austria before, and I think it's just more straightforward to conquer them. Like you try and ally them early, play a little bit of trying to get it, but if you don't get it, then you just go after them after a certain point. Once it's comfortable to fight them, which we're fighting them pretty comfortably. Where's the reverse map mode? You cannot access it unless you keybind it. You have to do it. You can't search at the bottom bar. It's not in either of those? I don't know. I haven't done that war in a while, in a hot minute. We could just give Barlad all its cores. These cores are literally just the Hungarian land. And then I guess we could feed sections of... Oh, can we subjugate Croatia? No, we can't subjugate with this one. We could actually just nab all of Croatia and just release them, though. Or we could even separate piece them here. I think I like that. It's quite a bit of antagonism. Who are we getting a lot on? Just Croatia themselves, really. Who will be gone? Or will they? Yeah, I mean, I think we just full annex them. And then we could maybe even release Biz with this. Very cute. Alright, you're too small. This is not allowed. Oh, you're retreating, so it is allowed. We'll free that up. We'll unsiege our locations here. Keep an eye on how the Croatia stuff's going. Okay. Okay. Full annex. Let's go. This is only 58 war score. Is this becoming untenable in terms of how upset people are getting? Maybe. We need more Vespian gas. We actually need to take more stuff in different areas. Are you even... What are you doing, Poland? Excuse me, Poland? Let's see what Poland has in terms of releasables. So we could take a little bit up here for releasing as a march, which would help us to tie up Poland, just in the general sense. And won't push the antagonism profile on too many guys. I think the people who are really high relations will stop. I guess it's not too many of them. Yeah, we just actually want to improve relations with all these guys right now. We're kind of running into it. This is already a huge peace deal for us, though. Taking, like, close to half of remaining Hungary. I think we want to make it so that we can take the rest of them in another war. Is the first war with Teutonic for a noob also winnable? I don't know. Like, just you haven't played at all. If it's how good is it? What are you doing, Step Poland? Basically. We could take less stuff here, actually. We could be a little bit less of a pig. That's causing a lot of our issues. Or I could be less of a greedy pig. Because that's upsetting the Bohemian miners. Yeah. And then it becomes much more manageable. Maybe that's how we approach this. And they get super mad if we take this province. Oh, they don't give a shit. That's right. Because the peace deal's on Hungary, they don't care about cutting off access of Poland to the sea to, like, deny them stuff. They don't care if you really jank up the borders for Poland. They're like, not my problem. Not my tempo. So we'll probably do that then. Looks like people get upset if we do that, actually. You still jack up the borders. Bank of Bardi. They'll be the next person we improve relations with. The banks are so annoying because you can't actually destroy them. Does anyone see difference in Vulcan using and DirectX? They internally worked using Vulcan, and so the general kind of consensus is that Vulcan is going to be easier, better. Watched the Beginner Nations video, thought it was informative. You're welcome, thank you. Or thank you, you're welcome. Do they need to put in more in missions to railroad the AI more to fix the issues? Situations are going to be like the container that they use for railroading the AI. But yeah, they could use more of them. More would be nice. I think we want to give them some stuff kind of close to them. We could give them out to the gold. This is actually probably good. Don't necessarily need the mercury. Trying to expand like off to the side where it's not going to upset as many people. Curious to see where that guy's going. Yeah, but our subject stacks can really handle him. So maybe we actually kind of head back up this way to... We're expecting to see the Poland stacks return sometime soon. So we sent them away, but maybe this is... I think this is what we want. This looks like we could take the rest of it in one more war. Because this is only a 60 piece deal. We will still look to get a massive peace deal, but we won't take that much more stuff, I don't think. I guess we do want the gold? Is there any more silver that we're not taking? Looks like we're actually just taking all the valuable stuff. So currently, Coalition will have a few new members, except Venice can't join. I think maybe we siege the cap. No, we're heading back up. Well, I mean, Hungary will care if we siege the capital, actually. That's what they care about. Don't mind sending Trieste money, anyways. Like, just free ducats for Trieste is fine. Was the height map transition effects really necessary? I think you could take them out with the settings. Is there a place where you can see your characters in court? Yes. Go to here, go to people, go to characters. Put a random country for your first playstyle. I got Baden, enjoy the struggle. Baden's a little bit rough. When I got my masters with you, now I feel like I got some real work and I'm worried to break it. I feel like I got my masters with you. I'm not sure exactly what you mean. I assume you mean like master's degree in Vic 3, like this type of thing. But the break it part, I don't... We could try and get... Oh, we still... We really have to hover it this way. Okay, I forget which one we want. There's one of these that gives antagonism reduction. That's kind of what we want to push. I think it might be the one that's actually in vote. That's this one. And we could wait until this finishes. I forget how many days it takes. June 41. Alright, so we'll probably wait until that gets through before doing this peace deal, and it'll give us much less antagonism with everyone. Do you use the spy network to fabricate a claim in this game? For the most part, you can fabricate some claims that way, but using the CB from the Parliament is going to be the way most people are going to do it. In most instances. We could start another war. We'd have to lower our levies. And then re-raise. How's our institution spread going? Pretty good? Pretty good. We do have banking. UI, unfortunately, is a little bit rough for showing just the one thing. I know there's like one thing you can hover to show just the thing, but it's... I don't know exactly how to hover it. I just know that it exists. I don't know what it's called, I just know that the sound it makes when it takes a man's life. Wow. Lucky roll. Easy clap. Oh, we do wanna... The AI's pretty good about assaulting. Actually, let's greet it out. The AI's pretty good about assaulting stuff that you leave behind with no dudes in it. So see, there's only 10 dudes, so they'll assault it if they get an army on there, but we'll just keep them from getting an army on there. The problem with refilling the garrison is it it sends our pops to them, so we'll just be greedy and just say, let's not do that. It looks like we're already in good shape. I think that we do want to still wait on the 20% reduction that we can get here. Yeah. Antagonism received minus 20%. Woohoo! It's so much lower. Alright. Let's actually maybe take more stuff. We could give this all to Barlad. One second. Okay, a number question. Quite a bit of my lands are at 20 max control. At what potential control is it better to have it versus directly owning it? Well, you'll be able to establish a lot more control there. Who are you playing as? Generally speaking, you're not that strong early on. Just resubbed for some EU5 content. Thank you so very much. Purchase with the promo code Generalist. Thank you so very much. Much appreciated, my guy. It does help out a lot. Thank you, thank you. I think that we're going to take a look at this again. So we got 2 people we gotta get out. I think we can feed this to Croatia. And that they want that anyways. They like having complete provinces. They're still gonna have a claim up there. Even if we feed them this. Oh, we can't take that much. We can't take that much. That's over 100% peace deal. This is a 100% peace deal. Okay, okay. We gotta improve relations with 2 of these guys. Are we max slider? We're not even max slider. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? That should give us a lot more of a monthly tick. So we should be able to do this in 4 months or something like this. Not that, like, it's 100% essential that we avoid a coalition. Just as long as we avoid the coalition, we can keep our allies. Otherwise, we're gonna break our allies, so... This is a hell of a lot of coalition or antagonism with Hungary too. When that comes around, that might break our allies. If we stack wipe some regulars, we might be able to get some prisoners and decrease the antagonism. That's probably a little bit hopeful though. A little bit wishful. Wishful thinking, I think. Prestige legitimacy for 2k gold. That's a lot of gold. Prudnik. I think we have to wait 1 more month. And then everyone is out. Except for people who we are going to have pieces with anyways. With all your interactions with Paradox, did you get any insight of planned strategy between CK, EU5, Vic 3 as it pertains to converters mega campaigns. I think in general they don't want to manage that themselves. Upkeeping those things is an absolute nightmare, from what I understand. And so they're kind of content to let modders do it. Alright. This is it, boys. God, this peace deal's so fat. It's so fat. Look at this. Look at all this. It's so big. This is an event. It's been liberated from the clutches of Hungary. Our service to the HRE has been recognized. Get a chunk of prestige. Fat. Now, a lot of this is not integrated, like, all of it. So, wait, Colesland, why do we have a core there? Or why do we have that integrated? Oh, we have to be careful about creating subjects. I think that releasing a subject that has all those is kind of okay. The problem is they might Imperial ban it and give it back, and the subject doesn't know to do to just keep it. We're gonna wait and sit on that. I think we kind of want to aggressively go after Cardinal seats. We just didn't have any opportunity to put them in locations we cared about. But Vienna, that seems good. Does give a little bit of max literacy. I'm gonna say if we cancel another improved relation, we can get a little bit more diplomats. We're waiting on one diplomat to manage stuff. Alright. Now that we have one diplomat, we can give our subjects territory. Hopefully they don't just give that all away. That'll be our defender of the north. Give this guy... Oh, it just gives him all that? I didn't realize he was getting all that. It didn't look like it from the tooltip. Hey, thank you for the 4x Prime X Benji. Just bought EU5 Premium with promo code Generalist. Thank you so very much. The real Joblin. Thank you for the follow, Big Dice. Much appreciated. Thank you guys. All the girls talk about your peace deal. I know, right? Bro, it's so fat. Oh my god, Becky. It's so big. I think in that case, since we're going to be giving this away, we kind of just want to think about where exactly we want the market cap. We want it coming in from this river. I guess this is actually just the closest location, so we'll probably put a market there. And we're giving away all these territories, so we're actually not going to control the market. We would like to control the market, but if we use the historical subject, we could just use a custom subject, actually. A custom march. That way we could keep what we want. The market capital, namely. We have to urbanize this first. Yeah, I think we just... this guy's also not going to give us claims. It's literally exactly the territory. Unless I'm missing Oh, we could do this. Who would have claims? And our thing still works. Okay, well, there's 2 of them. Got it. I think we want this, because this will give us claims on Wallachia, and we'll make this guy a march. I don't think we're integrating this anytime soon, and so maybe we give ourselves a headache regarding marches, but maybe it's fine. And then we're gonna feed this guy some territory. Just not, yeah, we got the march thing, we might as well use it. I have Halage in the PU and they moved to establish seniority, but I'm much more powerful than them, so why would they do that? I don't know, sometimes they just want to be closer to daddy. The code doesn't seem to have a discount, so what's it for? There's no discount on it. They're not allowed to sell the game for less than what it is on Steam. What it does is it sends 12% of the sale my way. And so it's a good way to support the channel. It doesn't make the game any cheaper, it's a little inconvenient, but it does, it is a very sizable portion sent my way. Diplomat game with the promo, thank you so very much. Hope you've gotten a decent bump in viewership and hoping to keep you around. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, the promo code has been very, very valuable to me in terms of, like, generating revenue relative to, like, YouTube ad revenue. We're doing historic subject, and then we're gonna release Croatia as a fiefdom. We have less fiefdoms right now, so. And then I think that that's not chord, so we'll feed that to Croatia. So we're giving away slowly all of this uncored territory is the idea here, right? Or conquered territory, as it were. And we do care about areas, so we're going to want to make sure that with just 2 integrations we can get Trans-Danubia, and it looks like we can't. No, looks like we got to integrate all 3 of these guys. Shoot. A little bit unfortunate. Could have thought further ahead on that. I think we want to create a new fiefdom somewhere over here. I don't think there's any historic. Yeah, there's no historic subjects here. What does their pops look like? I guess we want them kind of down here more. Yeah, let's actually put them on the wheat if we can. And then we'll actually feed Transylvania their cores. And then we'll feed this guy the rest. Up to there. And then I guess we'll feed him this, Transylvania this as well. And then this guy, I suppose, will get the rest. Hey, Trash Waifu, thank you for the $5. Now I know why you said not to play the Papal States. Building are already profitable. Many missing RGOs. Most pops are clergy nobles, few laborers. Well, the main idea is you don't actually, like, learn to play the game with, like, this stuff, because you just have this absurd, like, Diplo income. And so you don't actually, like, engage with, like, one of the axes of the game. So, like, your experience with them won't necessarily translate that well. let's just keep the provinces all together and not make it too complicated. I was thinking of splitting that province, but let's just not do that. Nograd is just way bigger, but it's fine. It's not the biggest deal. Let's put down those levies. That is huge for us. Now, people might get disloyal, they might get upset. We're not planning on integrating either of the personal union guys anyways, but do want the ability to. So I think we start annexation on this guy, because he has all of his everything he has is court, so this can be fine. We're annexing someone else right now. I think it's, yeah, it's Upper Bavaria. But this should be pretty quick. And then once these guys have cored all the stuff that we gave them, they will follow. We'll do this. And then this guy, we will swap to integrating the one place we're keeping, which is where we're putting a market capital. Like, just like we're keeping this, or we kept this as the market capital. Because usually with that, you can kind of gain control of the market with just it. Price literally just combine and conquer. There's that too. But I guess I found more ways on how it isn't good to learn the game. Yep. Also happy to say, yeah, also, like, the way you propagate, the entire control propagation doesn't work because you're in Avignon. It's not that it's a strong start, it's just, like, yeah. Giving Denmark a go, we'll browse all the buttons. You start out in enormous debt as Denmark, and it is going to be a little bit rough, but you could probably play. We don't need that. Let's take the prestige. Wow, we have so much prestige. No, Croatia, why are you doing that? No, Croatia, please stop. Don't do that. Really didn't want Croatia to create a market. I guess it's not the worst market, but we're not happy with it. Okay. It's kind of okay. We don't need oh, we do need legitimacy. Alright. That'll make us some more money immediately. Okay, so now, wow. So let's switch our migration guy to over here. Because I think that most of the stuff is going to pass through there. Maybe not all of it. Wetlands, farmlands. Wetlands, farmlands can be okay for long term for cities. So we'll take a look here. We did get over 30k. We will upgrade it to a city. We're upgrading it to cities along in the line because we want to use pound lock canals to improve infrastructure. There's like kind of like a super highway sort of thing you have going where you have flatland, grassland or farmland for the most part in a straight line, and it goes all the way down right into this territory. And it's flatland. You do have to go over one wetland province here, but you get what I'm picking up and putting down. And it's all a river. So this is like the super highway of Austria. And so we're trying to keep that going, or get that going. Let's take a look at our institutions. Do we have banking over here? Or printing press is kind of what we want over here. It is spreading from the capital. But we have a lot of money to spend, and not necessarily the best stuff to spend it on. It's not like we've integrated anything new. Let's get some of these embassies in areas that we're not necessarily going to annex anytime soon. And that'll help us out. That'll give us more diplo capacity. Currently have 9. Let's also check our subjects. What's our penalty for them relative to us size-wise? Yeah, it's starting to get up there. Are you playing on very high? No, we're just playing on normal. Generally speaking, we play on vanilla normal. Because reference experience to other players is like more... Most people play on normal. Is there any Western European nation that was not historically colonial power, but is set up by EU5 to become one? Western European? Maybe not. Mali can be. Mali can be. I think that also, we're actually going to feed money to our marches. Hopefully Bohemia doesn't Imperial ban this dude. Alright. No potential for settlements. I think that we have a lot of pops out here. Yeah, so we can do this. It's not quite 30k or whatever. Grass is a city, so we'll do this. The universities. We always want to have one potential university unfilled, or 1 or 2. That way we can roll the university event, but I think that this is fine. We're not overexpanding them. I think we'll just shift-click this up. Yeah, it just uses up all the books in our market. And then maybe that there. Got 5k still. Yeah, we built this to be able to push that. And then we built a couple of urban areas here to be able to use the iron and the wool. We are using the iron and the wool. That will also use the wool. So I guess we go paper makers in both of those. That'll be decent, reasonable. Naval supplies can come in here. I think we do want gunsmiths as well down here. We get more bang for our buck building them there, because they will have a production efficiency bonus from the iron. It's not showing that we have burgers there, but we have the potential to make burgers there. And then let's get some more iron with bog iron smelters. And then from here, let's just RGO and mass expand at the Vienna market, I think. We're just gonna make sure furs are cheap. Yeah, they're easy to price to expand. We'll push things the rest of the way. In terms of our expenditure. So eco's kind of coming up too. We're just spinning it up a little bit. Yeah, we're so much stronger now. I think we are looking at Aquileia for our next war. Just generally. Like we've been doing. Bank of Peruzzi. Awesome opportunity for us to not be able to stop him because banks are immortal. Hey Magua, how's it going? Can you add provinces to the HR? You can. We don't want to right now because we aren't emperor. But we can. we want to generate imperial authority ourselves if we're emperor. Mali, a potential colonizer, a matter of exposure to the institutions, proximity to New World. There's a pretty big advantage of being in the same market as the place you're colonizing, because you send the pops out and then they just churn back in. And so Mali has that advantage. Mali was a lot better before they took away the malaria malice. So there used to be a really fat malaria malice, and it was really hard to colonize malaria locations. And they took it away because the Europeans would just get gummed up in Africa, and they would start colonizing Africa, and then they'd be stuck there forever. So they took away the malice, so now Africa gets colonized way too fast, which is a different sort of problem. When the malice was in, Mali was really good because Mali could ignore the malaria. Now everyone just ignores the malaria. Just got it with the code. Keep up your spreadsheets. Thank you so very much. Only the Qin Dynasty? Qin Empire when? Oh, did we... What title are we streaming under? Oh no, did we stream... We started the stream in the wrong thing. No, we didn't. Okay. Okay. Yeah, only a Qin Duchy, though. I don't even think we're... Yeah, we're not even in very good shape to get... They just have way more dynastic power than us. We are getting absolutely jacked out of our minds, though. Actually, let's take a look at our value system. Can we push innovative over 50? I think we can. Yeah, we can. That's going to be good for us. We're going to do that. Do we want to go inward? I guess we're not colonizing. But we'd prefer not to get antagonism. Diplo cap is kind of a reason too. Wonder if we can get a little bit more trend towards capital economy. Would really love to get over 50 so we can start rolling the capital economy events. Which we cannot currently. We could get rid of the RGO output one. I think the satisfaction's kind of fine, though. Are you gonna bother colonizing, or is it not worth it? We probably will. Can't really explore much yet, but we're not prioritizing getting enough coastal presence to really be able to colonize, I would say. So, it's not a priority. Partially because I don't actually want to micro the explorers because of, like, a bug right now. In part. I would say. We'll let those guys continue. Alright, we are researching we are reaching capacity. So we're gonna have to pick something to research. We're kind of just trying to hold out. We'll go for the power projection. Bark's okay too. I think we want Bark either way. Getting a couple cities in here. The superhighway. The fire burns. How do you see passive assimilation conversion? You go to location map mode, or you click on a location and you look at demography. And so here's our promotions that are occurring and the modifiers. Here's our cultural conversion, or our assimilation, which incidentally, base value is 1, it's really slow base. And then here is our conversion. Base value 2, again, really slow. Ottomans aren't as strong as in EU4, that is correct. They're still really good. They have probably the best bonuses overall in game. Ottomans is taking a little bit of time to blob out. Yeah, we're just gonna get the rest of Hungary in another war. That's crazy, dude. It's like we've had to tiptoe so much around the HRE because the ballast, and we're trying to stay low antagonism. Not that I think it's necessarily necessary. We have the Emperor faction, which would be our faction if we were Emperor. We could isolate them and beat them. If we ever get to ask them for money, this will actually be crippling for them, so maybe we should keep an eye on it. Because it scales off the size of your economy. And I'm not sure if whether we want to do that or isolate them from allies with the favors that we have. But we're kind of reaching a point where if we want to become emperor, the easiest way to do it is actually just going to be to clap Hungary. Actually, what we could do there is we could, like, attack Nuremberg and pull them in. We want to move this market anyways. So I guess next Parliament we're going to get a CB on Nuremberg. And use it to clap Bohemia. And avoid the Milan alliance. Rather than something else. Oof, thank you for the follow, big nice. I don't know if I'm stupid, what's the fastest way to build roads? Go to your capital, go to infrastructure, click roads, and just build out from there. So, I think we have pretty good price collapse. Sounds a little expensive, but we'll just build out the roads. Because we do want the production, or we do want these places getting the bonus. So we could do something like this. Congrats on 1337 hours. Thank you, thank you. I have 119 minutes. Your density of time relative to the amount of time you played is far higher than mine. Are stockades deletable? Yeah. You just come here, you go to buildings, you sort by list display, and then you type in stockade, and they should pop up. We don't have any stockades, but we could show if we have castle here. And then on the ones where it shows all the all of them, you just right click and it'll destroy them. What's your least favorite nation? I don't know, relative to the amount of flavor they have, I kind of don't like playing Muscovy. Because I think that they're like, super lame, like in terms of the start, just being very, very weak and having a miserable start. And then they're just like super overtuned when you get like, stack all the proximity cost reduction, you get like 100% proximity cost reduction, and you have like 100% proximity in like China or something. So I think that they're like weak and then absurd, probably. Not a huge fan of that. These guys should be integrating. Yeah, they are. They're getting on that. look at the antagonism map mode. We do have to improve relations with Hungary. Oh, yikes. Oh, yikes. So I think we're gonna have to kiss our allies goodbye. I don't think we're gonna mend this relationship, boys. I don't think there's gonna be a reconciliation. The question is, like, I want to know how we're moving exactly. Actually, we can kind of figure it out. Wetlands, farmlands is a lot of proximity to move through. It might move around instead of through that. Farmlands is 5%. Wetlands is, I think, like 25% proximity impact. And here, it has woodlands, which is 12% proximity impact, and flatland, which doesn't impact proximity. So maybe it's faster to go through there. But we get reduction from the rivers effectively give us a reduction of 10%, actually, so maybe it's faster just to go straight across. We're gonna float our research with the hope that we kind of are embracing printing press soon. Oh, here we get the hover. What do we have to do to hover to get the exact hover we want here? We see that we're currently hovering, like, the ring around? The black ring around the icon? Is that what we have to hover? Just the exact, like... Or is it just finicky? Do we need to have the institution map mode open up specifically and then hover one of these? That might be it. That might be it. I hate that you can't just lock it in, though, and, like, hover over stuff, like, and see exactly how much it is. You just get the heat map. So here's our proximity map mode. Whoa, I don't remember taking that. Oh, it is. Alright. How far are we from a GP? Is Castile a GP? They are. There's a few people in between us. Bohemia is #1. When you make the decision to make a new market, will it start as Castile, and if I move the capital and make a new market, will I have 3 markets? Is that too much? I would not make 3 markets as Castile. I would avoid that. Yeah. So it's kind of a little bit of a mixed bag, but generally speaking, in areas where you have really low market access, it can be worth it. And if you take a look here at the market access, it's like 45%, and so maybe that's an okay heuristic, but this is kind of a dead zone. You don't want to have these markets that really eat into other markets and get too close. So the Praha and the Vienna market are kind of too close to each other. And so if you have multiple markets, they'll like kind of cannibalize each other, and so sometimes it can be difficult to source resources inside your market. Like, if you move the Bourgeois market to Valladolid, which I think is fine, one problem you'll have is Valladolid will actually end up taking all these lumber. Like, the lumber line will mostly go to them, and so it could be harder to get lumber in Sevilla market. And so this is like kind of a little bit of a challenge. Astronautilus, thank you for the follow, Big Dice. And so you might have to end up paying more for expanding out your RGOs just generally in Sevilla, just as like a concession to that. Yeah, like this is, I think, too many markets for the region. That's why we were kind of annoyed when Croatia made a market. We would have preferred them just to kind of have some stuff on the outskirts, but to be fair, the Croatia market's kind of okay, but like they're not going to be able to source materials all that easily. I mean, they have a lumber in there, so maybe it's okay. But it's a matter of like when you have more members in the market, everything will be a little bit better from the perspective of inputs and outputs, because things that have input good requirements, like, okay, here, let's find a good example. So, iron. We are producing iron, right? And when we are producing iron, the iron's going to be made more profitable by people buying the iron. So you see blacksmiths, primary source of iron. So when we have iron in a market and we have blacksmiths, what's going to end up happening is that the iron will contribute more to the tax base when blacksmiths are also in the market. Similarly, the blacksmiths benefit from a lower iron price. So when there is more iron in the market, there will be cheaper iron than if there wasn't, which means that they will have a better profit margin because it's outputs minus inputs equals your profit. So both benefit because the iron that's being sold benefits from the higher price because it gets to sell at a higher price because the price is pushed up by the tools. And similarly, the tools benefit because the presence of iron pushes down the iron price. And so there's a symbiotic relationship. When you have a bigger market, you get to have more of this synergy. And this is the benefit. The negative is poor market access decreases output for buildings, and it decreases contribution, or it decreases contribution to the tax base for RGOs. So it's playing with those two tensions together. Playing as England, damn, France got hands. France does have hands. Since my England starting steps video, which is coming out, I think in 2 days, cavalry got majorly buffed, and initiative was made worse. And so the balance of power as it relates to the levies swung really, really hard in France's favor. Is improved control worth it? If you already start with max control, you're starting provinces, maybe wait till proximity. The improved control is temporary, so it's kind of niche, but if you have really good resources, it can be good. I will say, I talk about it in some of my videos that are coming out. It was nerfed since I recorded those videos, a lot of those, and it was nerfed by like minus 60%. So it used to be the best cabinet action in the game. And now it's kind of just okay, but this max control used to be 25%, was very significant. Never going to be a GP until you become a kingdom. Womp womp. I don't think we're going to become a kingdom. Was watching yesterday on YouTube and just got the game. Overwhelmed as fuck. Need to watch you more. Welcome, welcome. Is there a way to stop small powers from making markets? Yeah, if they have poor market access, that's generally the driver of them making a market. So these guys made a market because they had poor market access. They had poor market access because they should have been in the Dubrovnik market in terms of proximity, but since they are a subject, they were pulled into our market, and from our market they had poor market access. So really, this hurts our market probably overall less than it actually just hurts the Dubrovnik market, but the Dubrovnik market's just sucks butt anyways. Honestly, like, this Canadian market long-term can move down here, and the Dubrovnik market can move into Greece, probably, just in terms of, like, overall... Because look at Greece's market access. Greece has terrible market access. It's in 30%, so... I guess then does Castile remove both markets? No. Don't do that. Don't do that. Because then you will only be able to build around the market, and it won't be... I still think you should have a Sevilla market, and you should have, like, a production center here, because your buildings are much more valuable next to markets. And then you should have a Valladolid market, and have a production base up there, and you should just manage two markets. I think you make the concession, and then the Lisbon market you probably keep around, and then the Barcelona, or when we played Castile, the way we handled it is, we eventually have all of Iberia, right? We move the Barcelona market over to Lleida, we move the Bourgeois market over to Valladolid, which is more centrally located, and it's also along a river. And you, generally speaking, want markets along rivers, because the only thing that helps market access is roads and rivers. And then we kept the Lisbon market. And so 4 markets, And overall, decent market access and also decent size. How many hours do you actually have? Like around 400. Or 1400, sorry. A little bit less, probably like 1390 at this point or something like this. Saw a vid from another EU creator. Apparently if you park units at a tile, you get increased max control temporarily. I don't know if that's actually useful though. I thought it just decreased... This is useful. Yeah, a little bit. No. So that means we do want to park our armies on top of silver, probably. Other than there's a winter there. There's a winter everywhere, though. We are suffering attrition. We actually maybe want to park our army down in Italy to avoid the winter. Generally speaking. The winter attrition. Which I think is silly if you're in your own core territory. I think you shouldn't suffer attrition in your core territory. But yeah. I know I've seen the control from armies before, but it completely slipped my mind. In terms of playing around it. Oh yeah, we're super in on cavalry power, let's go. We love it. Do want to kind of think about this next war. We still have a truce with them. We have a truce with them. Oh, when is our parliament? We were thinking about, yeah, our parliament's coming up in about a year. We're thinking about rumbling with them. But not by attacking them, by attacking Nuremberg. And it has them as a co-CBs, so we can take a big chunk out of them. Big. That's gonna upset all their subjects, though. Actually. Where's our opinion map mode? We'll do that ahead of time. And then the Nuremberg market, I don't know where we want it. I haven't figured this out. Generally you want them in clearings, but there's not like a really good clearing. And I think that we want it kind of away from the Vienna market a little bit. And you generally want it along a river. Maybe it goes to like Ulm. There's kind of a clearing here. I think they're subject of Bamberg, though. One problem. But do we have location along this river that we're kind of looking at? We do. See, this is too close to the Vienna market, I feel like. Maybe it's okay? It's not really that close, much closer than Nuremberg. I guess we'll, in preparation, we'll upgrade it to a town. So we can move it there. Here we are making a new market as well. So we'll get to see the effects. Just got EU5 with the code. Thank you, Vic. Thank you, Scrooge. Much appreciated. If you want to move the capital, you almost always want to move the market center to be your capital. Your explanation helps. Generally, yeah. If you are really pushing a lot of control, it can make sense to actually have your capital in between two market centers. But like, in principle, you have more value when you build stuff on your capital, you have more value when you build it on a market capital, so having both of them in conjunction is good. And here's the new market. Rennie. So pretty good market access here. The real thing is like the market has trouble pushing through this really rough terrain, so this is just kind of a dead zone usually in between these markets, and so just generally going to have much better market access. I think we pushed innovative up to 53 by now. Yeah, we have. So we'll use these guys to integrate province. What are we at? 13%. I think we're gonna need to find another tech. We don't hate art school. It's like kind of bad, but we're kind of caring about the... And stone output's upside. It's just free upside, so let's do that. To be fair, we don't hate theaters. They give us a little bit more counter-espionage defense type stuff. Since we're planning on fighting Boho, we really do want good relations with these guys. The Palatinate, we had been allied with them in the past. Let's improve relations with them. And other electors, probably. We don't mind giving them some money. We would be able to better spend it, but we don't want to get the malice to our Diplo rep. Bumbling buffoon that we are. Does this tell us what we need to get to great power? No, it doesn't. So we're gonna have to actually just straight up annex Nuremberg. Oh, this is gonna be juicy, juicy. We could invite Milan and Naples. Oh, I can't wait. Also, this is gonna send back all these guys because we're gonna be at war with them. Shipbuilding facilities, kind of annoying. You're less likely to roll it if you have a dock yourself. So we would prefer to be able to roll other stuff, so that's why we built the dock. I think we just do increased ties to neighbors. Support of a clerical cabinet's kind of nice. Oh no, wait. Not that one. I mean, the stability decay is not nothing. We just, like, really lock in an easier parliament with this, depending on what... Like, it's hard to roll bad enough that we can't do what we want to do here. KBTRC, thank you for the follow. Look nice. Before the Ghibellines and Gulefs, there were the Gracie brothers. What? Hello, everyone. Planning on first campaign as, Silesia. Any advice? Aren't they in the mountains? They're like these guys? No, that's Chur. How did you finish with the Venice run? Still haven't finished it yet. I have to record more. But the editing software I'm using is like bricked. Oh, it's just frustrating. It doesn't... It's free software, it doesn't let me export in HD anymore. I don't think we want to move to traditional economy. So we'll just do that, and... we do not want to move to horticulture. So we'll ask fabricate a CB. Do it on Nuremberg. We might even have stuff on Trier if we don't want to fight them. We don't have favors. Thought we might. Okay. This still works for us. Just try to have a little bit of a think if there's anything we want to do here before we deck. We could let the month tick happen to let all these guys improve relation one more tick. I think since we're at the beginning of the month, we don't care enough. At the beginning of every month, if we wait just one more month tick, you know what I mean? Let's invite the Italians to the yard. We'll keep these guys out of it over here. Also, we don't want this mobilizing. Or I forgot. Wait, who has this? I think we're gonna release that as biz. I forgot that we have that. Ooh, did we remember to build a fortification line? We did. Look at us. Thinking with our dipsticks, Jimmy. Okay, so... is that a subject of ours? What is this? It's the subject of Milan. Ah, okay. I don't think we're gonna separate piece them. But let's look at... yeah, let's look for this. And who this pisses off is this guy. War. Okay, we'll get that in. And the idea here is we're going to release Moravia as a subject. So if we take a look here, Moravia is going to have claims on Boho. We're also going to annex Nuremberg, but... oh, they're fat. They got two big fat stacks. Yeah, whatever we do, we might have to actually break this. Oh, it's so expensive on the war score to grab this stuff. I think we do want... if we occupy it, it'll like it'll decrease the war score cost because it'll decrease the tax from the negative stuff on it. Let's consolidate formation, and then we're going to put the cavalry on the edges. Put the infantry in the middle, and then I guess maybe fill the gaps with the cannons. I think let's move some of the cavalry over to the edge from the middle. By some, I mean all. And then let's move some infantry from the edges in. And then, actually, let's give them a little bit more units. Something like this. Ish. Of course you can have food access, my brother. Oh, we're not even... we weren't even fully... alright, fair. Hopefully that didn't dig up our formation. It did. It did. The UI for this part does leave a little bit to be desired. Something like that seems fine. Better read than dead. Thank you for the follow-up, Big Nice. Much appreciated. Can you show graph settings? Like, you want us to show this? I got a question about requirements. I'm trying to make a sergeantry, but I need weapons, and I got 0 despite the building making them, so you need an excess of weapons in the market, and so it's probably the case that your nobles are demanding them, and so you need to produce an amount that outstrips the nobles and burger exports, so you might have to produce more than you would expect. Okay, how can Flanders expand from their starting position? I don't know if you have the ability to declare wars separately except against your overlord, so you might just have to eco up. Brandenburg might be a bit easier. Played like 15 years as Naples during lunch, and lots of fun even though I'm super lost. Naples is a good start. Can't create a normal CB as Milan. Anything I'm missing? You're going to acquire most of your CBs through the parliament. And this is going to be the easiest way to do it. Can you manually move individual locations to other markets? No, you cannot. But if you don't want to be in other people's markets, if I'm not mistaken, you have some agency in this regard. Oop, not that one. You could deny them market access to make it so that they have less attraction to your market. And then I think you can do the reverse of that. I think embargoes might do this. Yeah, maybe you can't do it in the other direction. You can't make it so that they're denied access to your markets, though. Is there a lot of mechanics? Yes. There is a loot of mechanics. We have a lot of cannons, though, here, so we should be able to siege them faster than they could siege us, generally speaking. We could also think about transferring a subject here instead. Like, transferring this guy's not insane. Transferring... well, any subject's not insane. It's a little bit cheaper on the war score, generally. Why is it... I wonder why the war score... I mean, I guess it's because we don't have a Reconquest CB, and this is going to give us our Reconquest CB that we're looking for. We don't necessarily need to take this much land, though. Maybe we should go for a smaller piece. I just kind of want to get that big chunk ready. But maybe we're looking at this the wrong way. And we want to approach from like this end. Because what we really want is the Reconquest CB. And the issue is, this stuff has high control. This stuff, well, that stuff doesn't have the highest of control. So we could go for this instead, though. Also, we could really jack him up as an alternative. So because Nuremberg is the war leader here, yeah? Actually, we don't even need Nuremberg itself. This is 31% of the demand. We just want the market. That's much less. And then we could really just jack up Bohemia. There's the Praha capital, right? So we could take a peace deal that's like this. And then we want at least one subject to release. That doesn't give us a subject to release. So we take something up there. We take a little bit of Glasgow and a little bit of Zagan. Is there an urban place up there? So we'll take that and that. No, we can't take all of it. Okay, we take the Zagan piece. This if we can? No, that we can't. We're nowhere near that. We have to, in order to see what's releasable, we have to look at this guy instead. This is a fine enough place for a capital for them. And then they will be able to generate CBs. Like this. Maybe there's a better peace deal for us. Here's their proximity. If we deny the back end too, that's good. But you know what? If we take Praha, we could get a much deeper surround here. Or cup. And just only allow them access up directly north. What's directly north? Yeah, nothing good. Alright, so we need to take their capital to get a much better cup here. If you completely surround the capital, they won't, it won't brick them. But if you leave them a way out, they don't move it as much. I want to play as a bank nation, but don't understand how to make money as a bank nation. Can you explain banks? That you have a special building you can build that overseas that gives you a portion of their tax base, which is valuable, and you can build overseas in locations that give them give you trade capacity and use that trade capacity to make money. And you can also take on their debt, and you have better interest rates than they do, so you can take on debt, take loans to do it, and then make money off the interest. But generally speaking, I would not recommend a bank nation as your first nation. It says, it won't let me call a PU parliament. It says that there's different integration levels, but both me and Halek have one each. Bug or something else. I think you have to wait a certain amount of time to call a PU parliament. I'm not sure exactly what would be breaking you here. That's fine, we're fine. I think we're gonna go and chase down those boho stacks after this, though. Well, we don't need the stacks. We actually also don't need this siege. Specifically. Of course we will improve. Cultural opinion. Of Bosnia, son. Where are the stacks? He's really just booking it to down here? It seems like a poor strategy, even. I think we just ignore him. Yeah, we just need to take Boho. Yeah, because we'll take Boho and then we'll take, like, Cup around Praha. And then we could probably release 2 people who could form CBs on them. Which, it's better if you have more. We'll also refill the garrison. And then go for this guy. Oh, is he about to catch? No. Let's take a look at the forts. Not sure how we want to enter. I guess from here? It's just most direct. Oh, we should have waited for our morale to come up. This is a little bit of a mistake. Yeah, we're gonna end up eating a lot of damage here. I think occasionally the who's taking how much damage it gets bugged out and it's difficult to tell. 747. Yeah, we're losing this exchange currently. The width kind of favors them because they can bring a higher percentage of their units to bear here. We've lost 400 more guys. We definitely should have waited for our morale to recover. And our flanks are starting to get overwhelmed. We have some big provinces here, but I think this sends 2 through. Let's just improve that for now. I think we're supposed to retreat here, actually, even. Killed similar amounts of troops, but the thing is, we're not going to break through their reserves before they break through ours. And if we get, we also didn't have a dice advantage there. Yeah. We maybe need to take a little bit of smarter battles here. To be fair, we can just try and get a quick peace with Nuremberg. Like, eventually hitting war exhaustion issues from being occupied. Tried multiplayer where you were Venice, Fred was Genoa, the capital was being sieged by Verona, and he got attacked by Aragon. We actually lost the AI. Womp womp. It won't let, you recommend automating trade in the beginning? Yes. Yes. I recommend automating trade just entirely. Just when you want to do something specifically. I recommend canceling some trades, and then the way that this UI works is sometimes it actually just breaks your trade for like some time. So I think the way I like handling it is going to current trades, canceling the least profitable ones or a bunch of these, and then putting in routes yourself if you strategically want to do it. Any advice on playing Hungary with Naples PU? My crown cabinets keep ponging over court because we're close in power ranking. Make my crown power characters leave their positions. I'd recommend just ecoing up until you have much comfortable advantage there, much more comfortable advantage there. Do you think we will ever get a save converter for the game of Vicky 3? Yes, just not from the people. Is there a way to import the keybinds from your recent video in the game? Yeah, if you go onto our Discord, the link should be down below. It's in one of the pinned comments, the file that we have. You just need to drop it in your folder. Hey, Anmol Singh. Thank you for the 50 US due. Thank you so very much. Wowza. Hey dude, played this game for the first time this morning. Really enjoyed it. Looking forward to all the tutorial content that will be coming from your channel in the coming weeks. Thank you, my guy. Much appreciated. You're very welcome. I think overall they will have like better army bonuses here. Or the thing is they just have more people. We'll allow attachments actually. We'll stay in our own territory to try and get some picks. That's nice for us. That's some antagonism reduction. I mean, we could siege it if it doesn't have too big a die issue. I guess this has no die issue on the siege. Okay, here we can take this. There's no dice bonus or penalty, but they have way less guys. This, I think, is good for us. We could also merc up. Maybe we're supposed to merc up a little bit here. What's the balance of power? We have 84k. We just have so many more guys. They're just all split up. Maybe we just need to... If we stick a bunch of our subjects on support, it actually will get a little bit better. In terms of them sticking to us. And we could just make a death ball. I kind of like them spreading out and doing their own thing, but it might be better to have them death ball. So we could just clap their armies. We really need to get wider engagements, though. When you have a bunch of regulars and they have a bunch of levies, the wider engagements are going to be much better for you because you can bring much more stats to bear upon the enemy. See, if our combat width was like 4, they have units that are 1k in size, and we have units that are 100 in size, so we don't actually get numerically that many guys onto the front relative to them. This guy is marching to his doom. Just kidding. We'll unsiege this. When did that get unsieged? We'll do supportive for now, and then we'll switch once we get to clip some of their armies. And they should look to attach generally. We do have to pick some more research. We'll go for life expectancy and disease resistance. I mean, these guys are doing okay sieging-ish. Okay-ish. Let's actually help these guys out here. And realize that they were getting clapped so hard. Trieste. And we're kind of looking for guys to link up with us here. A bit unfortunate we got them sieging up here. That's a small Hungarian Patriot War, given what we've done to Hungary. Oh, this is for the Hungarian Patriot War. I was like, are they not already in this big war? They are. Kind of okay with that. Holy $50 Aritos. I know. It's very, very generous. Is this the game music? It is the game music. Is there map mode for seeing location modifiers like the Sulfur Mines of Sicily? There is not, as far as I know. Hey Renee, how's it going? Why is war so in the EU5 compared to so hard compared to 4? I don't know. Because I'm not that good at EU... I don't know EU4 very well at all. I couldn't say. How's this game different from Wiki 3? There's a lot of differences. If you've played EU4, this is much more similar to EU4. I don't know if that's helpful. Oh, I think we're going to... try this. I don't think it looks too good for us. We are gonna get decent front saturation. Oh, we're kind of crushing them. Okay, we just don't have a dice penalty. Now it's a little bit even. But I think we're gonna wear them down on this left flank, I think. Maybe? The cavalry are quite a bit stronger. Yeah, we're wearing them down on the left. And then we'll crash through. Perfect. Big battle. And it's gonna go to completion. Yeah, their center just fulls up. Their line, like a carpet, just rolled up, baby. Like a carpet. You ever heard of Aladdin? Something about a magic carpet ride? That's what that was. Yeah, what's the best way to articulate the differences between EU4 and this? I mean, for starters, military, you actually move the units around on a map. Economically speaking, it's a bit more city buildery. The map's absolutely huge. It's a little bit more focused on gaining specific resources rather than like spinning up the economy just in kind of general abstract type of way. How do I change succession law? You're not stupid. This is this button right here. This is a button. It's not just a UI frame. That's a button. Best starter nation to learn the game? I recommend the Ottomans. You experience the time moving really slow? It was a little bit slow. What automations do you have on? Production methods and trade. Which I think are on by default. Yeah, all of our guys are unsupported. Would really like some of them linking up with us. Maybe we come over here, and it's just a proximity thing, and then we look to unsiege some of our subjects here. We do have can attach, so they can attach. I mean, there's not a faster way to this capital here. In terms of the locations we have to run through. We could try and run this army down. I think we might actually use a little bit of mercs here. It's not that it's... I don't think it's necessarily necessary for us to use mercs. But the thing is if we use mercs, it's much more comfortable for us. And I think we lose a lot less men. We generally want to go high initiative on the mercs. Someone with Genoese cross or unique units would be nice. This guy can get huge. All right. We don't want archers. I think we want crossbowmen and cannons. Actually, we have cannons. What if we just do 20 crossbowmen? How expensive is this? 2K? It's probably a gratuitous amount of crossbowmen. Scaling linearly. Let's just recruit 1K worth of guys. I think it's gonna be 2,000 soldiers, right? Yeah, it is. And then I think they all got put in this flank. And there's 10 of them, so why don't we put 6 in the middle. And then 2 on each flank. Or some of them got distributed in the middle, I guess. Let's put some more levies on the flank here. And, yeah, a little bit more evened out. And they should get into battle much faster, which means they'll die first, ideally. And now I think we could just go for the siege. And so, if we could go for the siege, we could shorten the war because of what we need to take in the war. I think we're going to stop them from doing this. Going for combats kind of suits us. As well. Now that we have mercs especially. Oh, I think we retreat here. Do we have a dice bonus? We do have a dice bonus. But we have a significant morale issue. If we just take this, we'll get better fog of war. Yeah, so they have a dice bonus here. If we come here, we'll have a dice bonus. Or they'll have to give up the province. I think they'll run out of food just standing there. Because we were not supporting that easy. If they come here, we can maybe go for them. It looks like we have sieges going on. We have to grab another tech. Early Carrick's probably okay. Playing as England, it's so easy against France. You just come and pick them off. Yeah, I think the 100 Years' War as either side is pretty easy. I can't get to the Rivers map mode open. Any tips? You have to assign a hotkey to it. You have to keybind it. The only way to access it is with a hotkey. It's not in the thing at the bottom. Happy Tuesday. Happy to let you know that I ordered your game music. Thank you so very much. Much appreciated. What's the best way to defeat a large country with with a large levy and small country in the early game? First 50 to 100 years. So the thing is, mercs and professional armies are really, really bad in the Second Age. Like, really turbo weak. Trying to figure out if there's a way to beat Delhi. Oh, you just let Delhi fall apart. Delhi will do that on their own. If you're playing Vijayanagara, just don't fight Delhi and just let them do their thing and they'll fall apart. What you want to fight is Bahmani. Itinerary court seems bugged. It says I should give 10%, but the proximity tooltip it says 1%. It takes 2 years for a law to fully come into place, and it starts out at just 10%. So you just have to wait for 2 years. Hulk has some nice quality of life. We'll take the literacy of nobles, though. Oh, we love it. So we're gonna get the plus dice. We're on the front, and we outnumber them on the front, and they can't fully occupy the width, and we can here. Yeah, their front's gonna fold up, I think. Rolled up like a carpet. Do laborers move around in locations? If you have I think you need to have a law that allows peasants and laborers to move around, but if you have it, they move around, yeah. Is Prussia OP like EU4? Not really. They have okay military bonuses. They're like pretty solid, but they're not insane. Alright, so I think subject stack should be able to handle that 7k maybe. So, especially, yeah, 14k from Naples there. Really nice. So we'll grab this, just to give us better line of sight, and then we'll grab the siege here. And we could, if reorganizing our army was easier, we would micro a lot more, like detaching sieges and stuff like this, but it's not, and so we don't want to break the way we've organized things. I think we will siege faster, we just base race this guy over here. Our guys are set to supportive, so they should, yeah, go Naples. We do need to take the capital to get the peace deal we want. So here we're going to detach a siege and clip this guy and then come back. So, and then we're going to leave this guy not together with our unit. We're actually going to use this to this. Which he might get waxed doing this, but that's kind of okay. We have an abundance of guys, or we're seeing who gets pissed if we take a bunch of stuff. The Hanseatic League gets pissed. We're gonna improve relations with them. Who else gets pissed if we take a bunch of stuff off of Boho? Republic of Gera. We'll improve relations with them as well. We're just trying to keep our diplomats moving. That's kind of obnoxious. We were hoping that the Renmi market would prevent the creation of a new market there. Hey, Darth Aiden, thank you for the raid. How you doing? How's it going? You playing EU5? Do you normally build up 8k bank rolls? Yeah, we can spend down like 8k pretty comfortably. We could micro some of this down, like, and spend right now, and would theoretically be a little bit better, but it's also somewhat marginal. It's not marginal early on when you have really, really profitable opportunities, but we've exhausted our most profitable opportunities, so we don't have that many opportunities that will, like, in, like, 24 months really pay out super, super well. And so us kind of prolonging something another 24 months is not, like, the biggest leak in the world. Like, for example, like, if we have... We don't have a good balance right now, but in theory, we could actually super, super micro our tax levels, because the tax gain is, like, flat here. And so what you can do is you can, as long as the gain is positive, you want to tax them as much as possible. This is a little bit difficult to unpack if we're in the current situation we're in, because we can't really illustrate the idea, but it's much easier to just hit automate on this, even though it's, like, technically a leak. And I'm not... Ooh, just ran into it there. I mean, we're getting damage down on them. We did that because we didn't refill the garrison, we want to refill the garrison here. And we're gonna try and walk back here. I mean, it's flat here. I think we were on a hill, so we had a worse dice situation before, but... I mean, we can see how this is looking. even-ish, but we need to do better than even. And they're starting to bring more guys to bear. Alright, we are gonna reconscript here. So we're gonna dismiss our conscripts. And then some of these guys will recruit back up. We'll raise levies. We're gonna use everyone but there, because we are running into like some issues here. They want to attach, that's going to work super fine for us. We can fight the fat stack if they attach. No, they don't. I think we could just do this, actually. Yeah. We right-clicked there to move, select all. So merge these guys and then detach the levies. And then select the levies. Consolidate, balance. Merge, balance. Formation. Move the cavalry to the flanks. Also, a lot of our cavalry is probably dead when we had that fight start. So I think we'll actually just keep the cannons in reserves here. That's kind of fine. I think those are the merc units that they're spent. But we want to kind of get another month off here if we can. Yeah, it looks like they clipped the wings. So let's get another month of regenning, guys, and head on over to Reagan there. Looks like we can embrace an institution. Pike and shot. I think we want this first, considering we're fighting the hardest war we're going to fight in some time. It's not like the power spike's going to be that meaningful. Martin Zio, thank you for the follow, big nice. Any suggestions as Hungary? Make sure you start with a law. You start with a law. Where you ban the export, get rid of that, and then build trade and gold and silver. Marketplaces is the name of the building. How do I get a location to change the market? So open the market, or I have a lot of hotkeys bound, so I'm just clicking the market hotkey, and then we select, click on a market, and then if you hover over it and you right click, you're going to open a context menu, and in that context menu there is relocate. Does refill garrison transfer pops? It does transfer pops, so if we could get away with like not using it, we will, but we didn't want him to be able to assault that fort and re-siege it like instantly, so that's why it was an important point to us to do that. We see a lot of our regulars are back at full strength, having had some time to replenish. So we're gonna try and siege Praha here. Tactically, it's a 0-0 location, or sorry, 0 dice location. So this should be fine, and we just have to grab Praha. We have enough war score that we're fine, so we just have to grab this. In theory, we could save an assault fort and this type of stuff, but we're not going to do that. We're going to play this out. Yeah, and so if this guy, if we didn't refill garrison, this guy would just one-tap it, because there'd only be 10 guys here. So some goods, like lumber, can be RGO, can be produced in buildings. Yes, there's a suite of buildings. So if we do cards display, it'll have them categorized. And raw material production generally is producing entirely RGOs that are available elsewhere. Actually, I think entirely. The charcoal kiln is producing like one of the more rare ones, but... Once 700 some days. Alright, fair. Yeah, I think we were going to embrace that first. It's going to give us a lot more research speed, so... Also, I think there is a breach. We could assault. I think if we had a lot more mercs right now, we would assault. We do have some mercs. Still. But a lot of our mercs are dead. We're just gonna kind of chill with it. Keeping an eye on this. Well, we don't want to break any of our research. We could just embrace the institution now. If there's any text that we want from this age, though, we should get them now. And I think Hulk is, like, sufficiently good. Let's actually do the army morale recovery speed. We don't hate it. We might even get first strike at some point, so... Hey, we're gonna use our one time. One time has been called, so that means we will succeed at the siege. Oh. Just kidding. They have a fat stack. One time has been called. That means he's not allowed to attack the stack. That's how that works. So that means we basically just win the war. Hey Hochi, how's it going? Refill garrison deletes people, it feeds them eternally the Eldritch Void. True. EU5 reviews have 69% mixed. The game's been out for 4 hours. Bless. What does it have to be positive? I think it's going to be positive, but if people are reviewing after playing less than 4 hours, I think I would not be surprised if that was not positive. I think there might be some confusion. Alright. We can do our peace deal now. Let's get rid of this. We want that for releasing a guy. I think we want this for releasing Moravia. And then we want to semicircle around Praha. And do this. Ah, we can't do all of that. Alright, we can do there. And then Nuremberg, we can give them we just want to steal your market, dog. Where's Steel Market? Where's the move the market capital, dog? Utopia Port, thank you for the follow, big nice. I know encircling the capital is optimal, But I still never do it because it feels so stupid. We're trying to become emperor. Sacrifices must be made. Bro, where's the peace deal for moving the market? They didn't get their market moved on them somehow, did they? No, still in Nuremberg. They have food access with a bunch of people. I can't remember which category it's supposed to be in. I thought it was supposed to be in here. Am I just blind? I mean, we could annex Nuremberg, but the problem is it takes so much war score to annex them. We don't, like, want to do that. I love how Paradox showed Ulm owning all of Europa in the race video. My boy Ulm. We got the memers. Seems to be a bug with RGO auto expansion that just spend your money and drags you into debt. Do be spending a lot of money. I think it's good eventually. I don't think it's good early. Tarkus, am I missing something? Tarkus, you know what I'm trying to do, right? But I can't see it. I swear to God I had seen it before. We're gonna try clearing everything. And redoing the piece? Oh, is this occupied down here? We actually maybe just want to transfer. No, it is I mean, it's a thing. I don't know why it's not in there. Do you have any locations at the Prague market? Because you need... Oh, you need at least one to demand control. That's right. Okay. I thought we did. You're right, you're right, you're right. That is the issue. God damn it. I could try building roads to Prague. Willing to sell us those locations, or any of those in Prague. They are. $12,000 gold, dog. You know we could take locations from you, stupid little whelp. Okay. I'm looking for a subject that we have that we can take a location off of that will be in the Prague market. You need to share a border in order to do this interaction. Sorry, I'm just trying to focus up, boys. Just trying to focus up. That is in the market, yeah? Perfect. All that for a drop of blood. We're taking at least 2 locations for each of these guys, I think, if we can. And then we're building a bowl around Prague. Or Praha. How do you not accept this, dog? Why do you not accept this? Wait, what? Oh, we're clicking on the wrong person's peace deal. Okay. Oh, you're actually feeling frisky with the 75%. Alright, this is perfect. Perfect. You guys may not like it, but this is what the you guys might not like it, but this is what peak physical peace deal looks like. Would you recommend playing Japan on your first run? I mean, no. There's an event in the mid-1400s that just kind of kicks you in the nuts and you're supposed to lose. The Sengoku Jidai, the Shogun is supposed to, like, lose and not have agency, and you kind of feel like you're losing and not have agency. What does encircling the capital do game-wise? Well, control projects out from your capital. Currently, he has a lot of control in a lot of locations. If we completely encircle it, it's going to all have to wrap around through here, and he's going to lose a bunch of control and get really weak. Really, really, really weak. The 0.8 gold is funny. You know, I'm a man of principle, Tarkus. You gotta stand for something. If you're not gonna stand for borders that make, that are not haunting, you gotta stand for something. Pure villainy here. We want them fiefdom because they integrate faster as a fiefdom. Thank you, Tarkus, for hitting me with the reasons as well. So now, he has high control, yes, but if we look at the if we look at the proximity map mode and watch the update on the month, you will see just how crippling this is to him. I said if we watch the update on the month. Did they change it? Bueller? Pretty sure you can't do it through enemy territory. Roads are so good? Yeah. Remember what I said? Hey, Karasak, thank you for the raiders. Thank you for the raid, 106. How was your play? How's it going? Hello, hello. Yeah, my mantra is however good you think roads are, they're better. To respond to, Nick. How's your stream? Who are you playing as? Oh, we have to be careful that we don't weirdly black flag ourselves and brick ourselves in our exclave that we released. We're so careful. A careful rat back to the capital here for us. I don't think we have anyone... Oh, and then we wanted to release Biz. Do we actually release... Could we actually release we could release Central Macedonia. Is Byzantines in here? No, they're not. It was awesome. I love the wars between England and France. You played England. England's a good starting country, yeah. You've had access, though, right? You had access. Yeah, you had access. So just build roads everywhere? Pretty much. England's a good one to start with. We are going to embrace the printing press here. And speaking of roads, we're just going to rush the next level of road. We're not going to stop. No brakes. We break for no one. We'll take the cabinet seat after that. And then maybe we go for improved relations next. Yeah, just started 2 weeks ago? Yep. I remember we talked a little bit on the Discord. How many years did you get through? I feel like I play so slow. Just like years-wise. We're in good shape here, though. Alright, can we see the proximity get... Did they change it so that you can just do proximity through people who are your enemies? Surely not. We're gonna expand the levies. Does the AI get to ignore it? Is it on a provincial basis instead of a... Maybe it's on a provincial basis instead of a location basis now. I love how the final level of road is basic road. 1388, I also like playing slower. Yeah. Yeah, it's super late for you, right? Or it's 10... It's early for you. Yeah. Is it worth buying at launch? I think so. Also, regarding the tech, big one is going to be the max literacy 10% is actually very solid. Other than that, it's not insane. The crown power is kind of okay. The expected cost of court's okay. Cabinet seat's also going to be solid, but can't HRE nations get control through each other? Is that what it is? It's an HRE thing? So we just did this awful, hideous border gore for nothing? That would make a lot of sense. Alright. Monsters. You monster. This will give us the final push towards land, so we'll have 100 land. And urban building cost, 20%. Oh baby. We like to see it. This is why it's good to usually wait until you get a parliament before your big spends. Because here we're going to get 20% off urban buildings. Maybe you need to embargo them? We'll see if that works. 2 hours before I go to work, spend an hour and a half on pause, just try to familiarize. Yeah. Makes sense. I'm used to doing this to France. The border guard is core principle of the HRE? Yeah. To be fair, it kind of makes... Tactically speaking, this is actually pretty nice, because we can slingshot into the territory and out and, like, ignore forts, kind of. And have the capital surrounded. And we can feed this guy money, if we were so inclined. And feeding him money would, I think we could improve relations a little bit with him now. It's not gonna really do much. I think that with that coming in, We really would like to grab this, and this Tyrol's not integrating him, so I think we gotta integrate Tyrol. Let's actually improve relations with these guys so we can annex them. Are they integrating? Are they done integrating? He's almost done integrating. He's not. Does he finish integrating before we integrate him? That's the real question. Sasmuin, thank you for the follow. Big nice. How to pop max? Large food storage in province. Will they buy food to reach the cap, or is the food produced in province stored up to max limit? So the food storage in province contributes to the overall storage, max food storage, which is an aggregate of all of the food storage. And if you take a look, you can see, I believe, the storage in the province. Where do we do that in the UI? I have forgotten where we showed in the UI. The provincial food. I mean, this is the provincial ticking of food, but that's not the storage of food. Do we just hover it and it shows it? Province stockpile is 1100 or 1150. So you can pull food out of this if you're an army, and it will fill up as best it can. And even if you have negative food, it'll still fill up. It'll just fill up by buying from other locations. And so the total, the aggregate of all of these will be the provincial stockpile. And so in order to have a bigger stockpile, what's that about? You will, in order to maximize the stockpile size, you will want to build buildings like granaries and farming villages, which give local food capacity. I built up a town with the intention of moving the thing there. It's so hard to differentiate between me and my subjects. I know I built it on a river, so we could... I think it was this river. Is this the town I built? So it's a little bit down and to the left. I think that's a better location for the market. I think it's kind of okay to spot right here, though. We can move it later. Is there any reason to call Parliament anywhere but the capital? Yes. Let's move the dev map mode. Parliament gives a lot of flat development gain. And after a certain point, if you do have enough centralization trend, pushing dev in the capital is not as valuable as pushing it elsewhere. But you have to have over 0.1 trend towards centralization to be able to put it elsewhere without backsliding towards decentralization. Is Skid Row safe to download from? Anyone knows? How do I feel about people pirating in the chat? I guess I'd rather people didn't talk about it. Same with, like, generally on the Discord. Like, I don't care if you guys DM each other about it. But I do have a general preference that you don't. Talk about sailing the seas. No, I'm not gonna ban him. He didn't know. He's just asking. We're gonna have these annexations come through soon. It's gonna be very nice for us. I think then we might become a GP. How are we looking? We need so much from income. I believe trade capacity is also one of the better ways to push it. We do have this 20% discount on urban buildings, so we are going to build a ton of them right now. I'm gonna delete that. All of this is also in this market. We have to keep that in mind. And then, if this is going to be the future market capital, let's look see if there's a stone province. There is. This is a stone province. Alright, alright, alright. We're going to add a little bit of this. And we're going to add it in the market capital because we get a discount right now in urban locations. So it's only 31 for a mason. And then I think in other locations, we're going to look to probably expand out this stuff. Or other urban locations. A little bit. And that'll be nice. Oh, Bagel, thank you for the follow, Big Dice. Sorry, I was joking. It was very non-obvious. Oh, yeah, I mean, like... It's okay, I just, like, I think that, generally speaking... allowing the chatter is seen as like an endorsement, and I think that Paradox would kind of... I generally let people talk about anything. I don't care if you like message people about it from the Discord or this type of thing. Or talk about talking about it, but... Alright, we are going to want to expand out quite a bit on the urban buildings though. So, this place next to the capital. Look, only 21 cost. Our cost normally is like 27. So, that's saving us, what, a quarter? In terms of how the math ends up shaking out. This will do whatever's kind of most profitable with a couple of asterisks. Yeah, paper is... not surprising. Let's actually... See, one thing I wish that they had was auto-expand, because here's what we're going to do, is we're going to go, and we're going to go where we're building, like, the things, or we know that we're kind of pushing the things, and then we're going to expand them out, and so, like, we're going to do this for a bunch of different industries, and it's just kind of tedious, rather than, like, having an auto-expand function, because a lot of these places have gained more pop, and so now they have more max level, or they've been upgraded. And we know that we want to build those things there. We've set it up to be building those particular industries, but we still have to expand like this. I think we... yeah, that is going to work for that. Oh, that's just weirdness why that's glass there. I think we actually need more cannons, so we don't necessarily want to push it super hard. We don't need that amount of naval supplies, but fiber crop does give a bonus on it. We could do that, maybe. So do some other things, but... like copper. We are going to want just generally more books. Beeswax, does this location have a lot of... not very good industry lead-ins here, so we'll just add some there. Do we? No, those aren't ours building up. We'll expand out the market. The AI auto builder doesn't like building these very much, but they're kind of okay. We'll build an entry pod over here as well. We have a liquor spot? We do have a liquor spot. Generally, a lot of these industries, like, you only need, like, one of, so they don't get, like, prolific. Too easy. And we could go counting house. Just looking to see if we have any cities. Don't have it, we don't. Anything that could upgrade to a city that doesn't have it? I don't think so. We do want to turn this into a city, though. So we have to first turn it into a town. That does mean... guy who's encouraging migration, we maybe want to swap to development. Something like this. Our development here we have improved, and so you can see how it's along in the chain, so these will generally be better urban locations, and technically speaking it does give a tiny bit of proximity cost reduction, which is kind of nice. It's only 1/5 of the thing. What are some ways to get a CB early game? Generally Parliament. Okay, food storage growth is applied on a per province basis, and the provinces will buy up to max storage. Yes, yes. How hard do you think it'll play to play multiplayer at speed 4? I'm not sure. I think multiplayer's got some... isn't necessarily... I think big multiplayers are maybe not so stable, just in general. You might have difficulty. But if you're small and you're like, don't have too much ping, it might be kind of easy. I don't know. But I got so much content, I can't keep up with it, and I've had the day off. Yeah, I mean, watching all the stuff I'm putting out right now would actually be a full-time job. Also appreciate the content as life is taking me away from the PC on a glorious launch day. You're welcome, you're welcome. Sorry if this is very amateur, but Holland I can't see how to get a CB and no longer build with Spy Network. So you're going to come to here, Parliament, and when you get your Parliament, you're going to use 50 support for Fabricate Casus Belli. This is kind of the only way to do it. Hey Gene, how's it going? Happy EU5 day. Hello, hello. Just got home from work, got EU5 downloaded. Big dice. Who are you going to play as first? If I get a location with 0 laborers, with a peasant promote to fill the building, yes, they will. But lack of control is a really, really strong negative modifier for pop promotions, so you have to keep that in mind. He can't no CB, Eggs Benedict. I imagine, because you can't no CB within the HRE. And he's playing Holland, and he probably wants to declare on an HRE guy. So he's probably not in a position to do that. I'm gonna put down some counting houses here. And then... I'm thinking that we do have now a territory that we can expand one of those. Most of these bridges aren't going to do anything for us, so we'll leave them. Poundlock canals. Oh baby, we do want these. The sweet, sweet Poundlock canal for the 5% proximity cost reduction. Not going to be too useful for us here, but... or at all useful. The temples are the truth. We do want them for +5 control. I prefer a little bit more migration alongside the river, but this isn't a location we don't own. So hopefully that kind of brings up a little bit. I'm gonna push some of these universities now, like a lot of them, I think. We want to make sure we get cultural hegemon when we become a GP. So let's do that. I don't think we're going to be able to build any libraries. No, we're not. Since we blasted the unis too hard. Salzburg's got a lot of people. Same with this location. This location might be kind of running out of pop capacity. No, it's not quite yet. Alright, fair. We do see that they are in need generally of masonry, but also of wood. He was gonna try and automate, but the things have changed. Do we have cheap tools? We do, so let's see about lumber within this market. Yeah. Temples seem really good, right? Yeah, temples are just kind of like one of the most insane building in the game. Like, in terms of cost to the usefulness, temples are probably just the best building in the game. Hedge knight greater than a hedge man. The hedge boy. We do want to make sure that we have as many of these as possible. We can actually start exploring, but I don't think... Yeah. We can explore. You generally want someone who's young, especially right now with like the bug being kind of annoying. So let's look for someone particularly young. Yeah, he's young. Okay, we spent down to 4K. Spun it down a little bit. What are we looking like fort-wise? I don't think we care that much because Bohemia the second time is just going to be kind of easy. Looks like we are already... They're already cucked. We could click the Parliament buttons for ourselves as well. We would like outward. The problem is that we're trending towards inward, so we'll just backslide. Clergy are going to get upset after we click that, so why don't we do this? And then click that. We could reasonably maybe push for 2 to 150. I think we would like additional taxes. And we do want support capital economy. Our nobles will get kind of upset, but we want to click that anyway. Maybe let's give them a privilege. We're probably just supposed to fight the Rev, but... Galley maintenance cost isn't insane for us. We can improve cultural opinion here. There's going to be a big one. East Franconian, Bosnian, and Emilian, Piemontese. Let's see how much we're paying for... We probably want to do this with Venetian, but let's see how much we're paying for accepting Emilian. So we currently have them on accepted. It's kind of a lot. The thing is, I think it's going to get a lot smaller. once we annex them. Yeah, let's just do it and approve. So now that'll be much cheaper. Yeah, now it's down to 0.15. Super cheap. So we have a ton of capacity now. We could accept Slovene, but I don't think we want to. These guys are a cheap accept for us, right? But we don't have enough of them. Hungarian, I think we're just going to culture convert. Milano is terrible to play. I think Milan's good. Is the USA formidable? I think there is USA. You lost 25% of the pops to smallpox? I'm worried about the big pox now. The big pox is pain. Is this a bug? I had a marriage with Queen of Portugal. She's dead. My ruler's now on both thrones, but Portugal's still AI. Not a bug. You don't get to just like annex them or have them as a subject just because you have a personal union. WAD. Would it be worthwhile to overproduce a good in one market and then undersupply it in another to allow very efficient trade routes, assuming you have a lot of trade advantage in both markets? I'm not sure. I haven't done the math on this, and the math on it is kind of complicated because of effective supply and effective demand, so I don't really know. Intuitively, I think it's unlikely, but I think it's definitely possible. What do you think Paradox will try and fix first? Macro-wise, I think the first one they have coming out is Byzantine Empire DLC. I'm not sure what they try and fix there. I definitely think they try and make colonization better for the Iberian one, though. Double tax is so nice in the early game. Yeah, it is. How do you see land to vassals? Here. You come in here. And then you're going to go subject interaction. You have to be at peace, by the way. Seed province. Or a seed location. What is bro doing? Let the DQM have some LRP? Not enough mana otherwise? What? Is naval rebalanced? You mean proximity? Yeah, I think the proximity land versus naval is kind of in a good place. Oh, Hungary is allied with them? Very cute. I don't think we could co-CB Hungary without it causing an issue. But this would allow us to avoid any Hungarian alliances with Poland, putting us in much better shape. And Aquileia doesn't have a bunch of allies in Italy anymore anyways, I guess, so that's kind of something we were into. Snagging from them. So I guess now we can just use them to... you get a CB on Hungary. But at that point, why wouldn't we declare war on Hungary instead? Oh, because we're dodging Poland. We dodge Poland. Dodging Poland's probably a good... Yeah, so Poland should have the difficulty... Yeah, look at Poland tracing their proximity. They have to go around this little, like, lip thing that we've created. That's what we were trying to do with Bohemia. I didn't realize that they get to just trace control through... I mean, to be fair, we still took their highest control locations, so, like, there's something... But... There's something that something is just absolutely atrocious, border gore. We could ask them for money, I think. No. Just kidding. They're still allied to France, so they're actually super spooky. We could ally France. If we ally France... Well, I don't think we have the diplo capacity to support that, actually. We have 1.9 dip cap. We maybe could support it. I was gonna say, if we ally France, we could generate favors for 1, but 2, then Boho can't call them in against us. It's kind of attractive. Who all can we ally? The thing is us getting cultural acceptance off of them is not that valuable. Whereas us getting cultural acceptance off of Milan is kind of nice. Brabant's kind of getting far from us. But Poland would actually be kind of nice as well, despite what we've done to them. I don't know if we could hold on to Poland liking us, though. Maybe we're okay with our current allies and or want to ally specifically electors to make it more likely that they keep voting for us. But it does look like we are just waiting for the current guy to die. I think we're annexing this guy. Let's actually take a look at... He has everything urbanized. I don't think we want everything urbanized. So when we delete urbanization, this is actually going to make it cost cheaper as well. I don't think we want the marble urbanized. Actually, to be fair, we do want probably a lot of this urbanized. That's kind of cute. Yeah, just not the marble. And you can make an argument not the cows too, but... Well, actually... The marble, it's along a river, so that's... Alright, it's along the river. We convinced it ourselves. It's gonna be done in June of 51. So they'll be done before we finish annexing them. Hey! Creation of electoral college has made the imperial election more complex, and we need to actively court the favor, etc., etc. Despite formalization of electoral college, free process reaps a golden bill. We are now emperor. Okay. Well, so much for... Well, okay, this works. Looks like people want to vote for us. And now... we can add locations to the empire. How much does this add to us? Let's check. We're 16.42. Oh, it doesn't add location. It doesn't add. I know you can cheese it. We're not going to do it. You could cheese it by releasing people, and it's like a new prince has risen. I forget exactly how to do it. There's a way to spin up a huge amount of the juice. We're not going to do it. We still have to try and spend as much money as possible because the things. All right. Theater. I wish we could sort by unrest for this, but... because it's, like, almost good if you have a lot of unrest, but... this is gonna help us for our great power score. I guess what we can do here is now... we're going to sort by market. We're going to go for the Vienna market, because this is, like, our most powerful market. And then we're going to go there, and we're going to sort by what's the most profitable here. So it looks like paper's the best, and scriptoriums are the best, and then charcoal, which is urban. So, we're going to push paper in areas where we know that we don't have very many other good options of stuff to push, like here. And do that. Like here we kind of have some good stuff because we have the lumber and the silver, so we're not going to push the paper there. But here, not very many good options. Paper. Here we have good options. Okay. And then scriptorium, we're going to do the exact same thing. So we're going to look, not very good options, push it. Not very good options, push it. Not very good options, push it. This place has wool, though, for example, so they'll be good at producing textiles, so we don't want to push it as much there. And the unfortunate thing is that, well, we can push the textiles in here. We can push tools where we know there's iron. I think we've already done that, though. But we could also upgrade to or urbanize areas that iron's going to be good. This is a grassland flatland, so it's going to be decent long-term for development, and it's going to be able to build iron and wool stuff in it. So I think despite the fact that we usually don't want to urbanize wool, this is maybe a reasonable shout. I think we could maybe do better, though. Urbanize this. Is this along the river? And will we ever trace proximity through it? Kind of two questions asking ourselves. I think that we'll generally go through this for proximity, but if we're trying to get to this location, I think we'll just go through here and then here, because the wetlands are going to be harder to get through. I think we'll almost never trace proximity through there, so it's not essential for us to urbanize. Just kind of looking for good urbanized locations. What do you focus on here? Let's answer some questions here. Should the peasants or burghers get plus 200 ducats? You want to have the burghers build roads privilege out, and then give it to the burghers, probably. Or whoever's happier. So as a new player, do you focus marketplaces instead of jewelers as Hungary? Yes. It's way faster in terms of efficiency. Even if you built the jewelers, though, you'd still want trade to be able to trade the jewelry. You kind of want to do both. Which country is the best bonus to naval gameplay? I think Majapahit, Denmark, and Norway. Atrocious Bordigor is accurate for the time period. Here we go. And my dog decided to roll around and shit, so I guess I'll be back later. Godspeed, my friend. Qualifications matter so much more than victory. I can't promote shit. I love that qualifications actually matter. I guess the best German country, aside from Austria, is Mason, Saxony. I don't know if they made Brandenburg easier. Brandenburg, like, just had super, like, negative flavor, like, event stuff. But if they fix Brandenburg's probably really good. Any tips on moving the capital, specifically in Holland in my case? Move it to Antwerp. Probably don't bother moving it somewhere else. It's gonna be way better in Antwerp, because you really care about harbor capacity. If you must move it somewhere else, Amsterdam. Dordrecht is kind of almost okay. But I think you want the market capital and capital in Antwerp long term. How can you tell who this is? It seems so confusing. Are you making 324 ducats per turn? Jesus Christ. It's called the art of clicking buttons. We've mastered it. Okay. Let's take a look down here. We will be able to project control better down here than we could before, and we're just trying to find good places to build in. Kind of like the fruit. The thing is, we know the sad truth, so we're going to be able to get a bunch of dev here. The sad truth is, like, all the pops are, oh, they're migrating out. Hell yeah, brother. We knew that they were a bunch of the sand location. They're like 30,000, but they're leaving. That's perfect. That works for us. There's a bunch of pops here, but currently we're supporting these two places with a bailiff as it relates to the proximity. But I think once we get the next level of roads, we'll want this upgraded. We built cannons here. Yeah, they haven't even promoted up. Yeah, we maybe don't need to do anything there. So, just trying to figure out where we're upgrading. The thing is, the pop, like, quantities. Generally, if we're under 15k, kind of not thrilled with upgrading to urban area anyways. So yeah, I guess it's a little bit of wait and see. I mean, this is actually maybe an argument for downgrading some of these locations. Like the wine and the medicaments. We will integrate faster if these aren't urban. I think I just like downgrading these, to be honest. There's like nothing in them, they're just urban with nothing in them. And that'll make that faster. Can we take a look at their urbanization? It's probably fine with the horsey there. We are improving relations there. Let's improve it here as well. And we still want to spend more down. We could spend Jewelers Guild. We're starting to get to the point where, see, a lot of these just don't make very much money. Fiber crop farms, though, we haven't built out too much. We can build them in urban locations. They have a pretty nice advantage in places with cattle, so let's take a look at places we have that have livestock and that are urban. So we can build them out here. So let's do some of that. We don't want to overbuild this, but we're just taking a look around. These do take a lot of employees. Looking for places that have, like, livestock, but not other good stuff. I guess this is kind of the location. Or the spot. We'll do it in another one of these places. And then... Actually, we'll just do it in 3. We'll be fine. We're gonna get fat discount. And we know the charcoal kilns are kind of okay, but these are rural only, so they won't really benefit from the location thing. I think tar pits are... they're not rural only. In theory, we kind of want to chase economies of scale with this a little bit. We don't want to overproduce it and create a bunch of demand for wood, though. This is really the all-in-one paradox game. Yeah, there's an enormous amount of breadth. You don't understand. Antwerp will cease to be the market capital, as that's now Amsterdam's job. You should have it in Antwerp. Just saying. I'm just saying. Kind of a little bit of a rough spend down. Let's actually look at the Venice market. Is there anything that's insanely profitable for us here? The gunsmith? They don't have very good gunsmith. I don't think we have a good iron location or a good location for gunsmiths. The spinners guilds, we actually have some opportunities here, so let's maybe... Weaponsmith, paper, baker's guild. We can do paper. Tools. Tools will be okay. Probably most of what we can do there. I think that's this market here, where we just, like, actually only have one location. We need this market. And then... what are... the best buildings for this market. So very lucrative on the spinners guilds. Cool. So we'll come in and see, hey, we have a bonus here for that. Do we have a bonus anywhere else? There's another wool here. I have a sneaking suspicion Lince, yeah, it doesn't make the cut into there. There's one of these. Could upgrade this. Clay and the legumes. Maybe we do this. So we can push this a little bit better. Add this as well. Paper, kind of pushing. Fiber crops are okay, makes okay for the paper, I think. Oh, there is wool there. There's just not the urban location. Wait, we have one urban location. Oh, it's over here. And it fades the wool. We could just sit on 1k, that's not too big a deal either. Kind of a low amount to be pushing one of these buildings. I think we'll maybe want some more armories. Be able to support a slightly larger army. And then I think we'll just sit on the rest of the money. There's not anything we could do too well to get a discount on. Oh wait, the armies, we don't want them over there. Just kidding. We want them over here. Yeah. Best in the capital. Or where you have high control, so that's going to be our armory kick up. That should be good. Oh, this is why we can get control through here, because the HRE control through other people. That makes sense. Is there something similar to historic rivals, or does everyone everyone hates the French? I don't think there's, like, good long-term personality, like, dislikes, other than you just have ongoing antagonism from people with whom you share cultural differences. Banking seems way better than the other two institutions. I like Renaissance a lot, but yeah, banking's really good. Do you ever automate buildings? Like if you play Yuan? No, but this is maybe we would be a lot more sane if we did it. Keep the market capital in Antwerp? And being an infamous Brabantian rather than into the air. There's no silt simulated in the game, so Twerp's alright. You check how fast as possible to collapse Yuan and play as Han Chinese warlord. It's like 15 years. This is one of the gameplay patterns that kind of sucks. It's like it feels like you're just waiting around for the collapse when you want to do that. It's kind of a bit of a bummer. We are a diplomatic hegemon, hell yeah. And cultural hegemon, we've become a GP. Hallelujah. So, I will take your finest gentleman. Actually, do we have any crown characters we can promote? We do. And then assimilate area, brother. We'll start out with Styria, because we own all of that, and that will work to get the Danube in here. And then we're working to get all of this province here. Or sorry, let's show what we're being. So you assimilate entire areas. We control all of Styria, right? And we also have areas in Styria that are just integrated because we don't have a cultural majority. So we're assimilating their cultures within this area with that assimilate area province or interaction, which we have gained from becoming a cultural hegemon. We can now use that. It's very, very strong. And then also, we become the diplo hegemon. So We probably also want to come in here and do Diplo Corps as well. Diplo capacity and monthly diplomats. Way more monthly diplomats, which means we can be way more naughty. I think we don't have good relations with this guy who's a subject. And we'll improve relations with this guy as well. We just put him in. We can't get him out of the coalition. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna attack Verona, which he's allied with, and co-CB him. Oh, that pulls in Poland. That's right. Who do we want to be war leader here? Probably would have a slight preference for Hungary. Actually, but Naples and Milan might come in for this one, but not the other one. Yeah. Oh no, not for this. Yeah, I think we'd prefer him. Oh yeah, we want to gobble this guy up. We're just not going to co-CBM because that would give us a stab hit. I think we do this. Man, our pop's not really been... That's kind of increasing, not as much as we'd like. Stupid ruler always gets kicked out of the Navy, put him back in command, only after a while. I smell a bug or I'm stupid. Sounds like a bug. Would you go land or naval as Korea? Definitely naval. Wait, are you not emperor? We are. We are. What's the referral code for purchasing your game? You have to use the official Paradox web store, but it's Generalist in all caps. If you use it, you do not get a discount. It sends 12% of sales your way. Is Serbia a good nation for a tutorial run? Kind of. So you have good, like, really good resources, but, like, really rough terrain. So you'll kind of be hemmed in a little bit. It'll be really hard for you to get high proximity to your areas, especially before, like, higher tier roads, but... You could definitely do some stuff and make some moves. I would probably recommend Hungary over Serbia, but you could probably play Serbia. Serbia's decent enough, I think. You probably want to make your own market early on, or speed up Antique the Ragusan market, and something like this. Actually, with Nin making a market, we maybe even want to move this market over, just like because of that, like to Lipa or something. God, so many markets in this bizzle. Unfortunate. I mean, we're doing this because we want to take him off the map. We'll feed this. I think we have a subject out here. Yeah, we'll feed it to this guy. We'll not use those levies. These levies, these levies, or these levies. Use kind of all the others. I think we could right-click to select all, and we'll have them come here. What's... Oh, Jesus. They're in, like, such bad shape. I think we're gonna loop around here. Which is, like, Borgor Central, but cutting off this river is actually what's gonna do them in. From a control standpoint. It's just 3 locations to do that. Like, just no proximity anywhere for them. Hungary moved their capital. Okay, okay. I think that's probably good for them. We'll see what's going on here. We're not gonna hire, like, levies or whatever, like we had before. We have to pass this, so just gotta keep an eye on it. So I have to purchase the game through Paradox and I get a Steam key to redeem? Yes, exactly. Any tips for the Mamluks at a competitive NP event? Other than just playing, like, solidly, like, specific to the Mamluks, what... Thinking? Well, the Mamluks... Depends how long you go, but your ability to actually make good use of this land is kind of interesting. You have a lot of, like, long-term staying power. I don't know, it depends on the texture of your play, but trying to get a good, like, diplomacy matrix for yourself, because you can help a lot of people out early, so you can get allies early, I think. And I think most people ought to be scared of you, so you can maybe get some favorable, like, concessions from people. Not necessarily looking for concessions, but, like, securing positions. Like the Ottomans, you could, like, negotiate with the Ottomans, like, hey, look, I'll help you out. I just get all of the Crescent. In Persia, you can get the Caucasus, that's fine. But this is mine. Long-ish term, forming Persia, moving your capital to form Persia and then moving it back is probably pretty good too. Do you know why Tunis would deck on Verona? Tunis be expanding. Tunis be clapping cheeks. Tunis does what Tunis pleases. Tunis is reasonably strong and it's like soft expands, so it makes some sense. I think they get damaged relations with these people because they're raiding them, and then from there, like, the war becomes more inevitable as a result of the raiding mechanics. I think is, like, why the AI is motivated in that way, would be my guess, but I'm not 100% sure. That's just my hypothesis. We now have 100 land. So when we look at some of this proximity costs, yeah? Let's look at this one. Let's see Paul Allen's actually, let's look at this segment here. We're only paying 10s because we have like a 50% reduction. Farmlands is hurting us, but we have now 10% from land, 10% from itinerant court, 10% from centralization. Just the full-on 30%, 35% when you include our personal bonus. And then it's vanilla stuff from there, where we're getting another 19%, it looks like, from combination of development and the Pound Lock Canal / bridge. Can I rename my fiefdom subjects? I'm not sure if there's a way to rename them. We clicked right click. Not as far as I know. This isn't something I've looked for though. From everything I've seen from the market / resource mechanics, Vic3 markets with a Imperator Road town village system, or am I way off? I think town village always meant you wanted an exact certain number of urban versus rural locations, or like an Imperator, and that's not the case here. What are the general perceptions from people? I think it was getting a 69% positive. on Steam, but like, I think anyone who's rating it in the first 4 hours for like a Paradox game is kind of just like psycho. Or like doesn't play Paradox games. Not psycho, but like doesn't play Paradox games. I don't know. I guess you could decide you really hate it in that period of time, but like I think that I think it's a more time kind of game. I don't know. I think we'll do this, not fiddle too much. I think we're just actually way stronger here than Hungary. Let's check what the war goal is. We have co-belligerated. Not playing Paradox games makes you like a psycho? Exactly. My first run, Lundberg, Mercenaries kind of saved me. Do Mercs scale at all? Mercs scale up in like age 4 and 5 when the regular unit type becomes a lot stronger relative to levies, and then they scale back down in age 6. I'm 5 hours and I barely know what I'm doing. I have no idea how you'd properly rate it in this amount of time. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying if you're rating it at that amount of time, you don't. I think you don't have an understanding of what you signed up for. Respectfully. Is Florence our vassal? I think they are. No, they're not. We had thought about taking Florence at some point. Okay, fair. I don't think we're going to take too much off of Treviso, which makes our like consideration a little bit easier. I think what we're going to go for is like this coastal stuff. And since we were going to separate piece them out of the coastal stuff, we are going to have to take it like this. Because otherwise we'll get the penalty. We won't get a penalty. And just feed this to Istria. It's going to be the plan here. But all lordship is freaking awful. They will not ever get that ever. We could call Milan? I guess? Don't hate it. We'll make Aquileia a little bit faster. Our explorers started exploring the Azores. Could also maybe start with Northwest Africa too. We want someone who's young and has high military. Don't have too much in the young department. I guess maybe we'll send the 43-year-old to his death. You'll be missed. You'll be missed. Admin just seems really strong in general. For the age pick, yeah, I think admin's generally better. Steam should prohibit any views by before 2026. I don't know about that. Currently, 45 in your game and your economy's just starting to roll. I can't wait to see the line continue to go up. Oh no. Not Sleuth of Bears. No, no. Not 46. Not like this. I really like that you have your rulers and chivalric orders. Yeah, I always forget to do it. Oh, I didn't as this guy. Hell yeah, brother. It boosts their stats a ton. It's like always, in theory you should always be doing it, but I often forget. Oh my god, I have to spend this diplo. I gotta spend this diplo. Alright. If we're full annexing Hungary, what does that look like? In terms of how pissed people get. Do we even have enough war score? Oh, we might be. No, we're gonna have enough. So, who gets upset and how upset do they get? Serbia, or Wallachia, Serbia. Wallachia Namslav. Namslav is, okay, one of the bigger ones. Also Wallachia. Serbia, Beitzen, Venice. Serbia, Beitzen, Venice. Alright. Not so much we can do about Venice. We can only improve relations with them so much more now. Maybe we don't do this all in one war. Kind of want to, because then Hungary can't join coalitions against us. Bank of Peruzzi, we haven't improved relations in a while, so we'll just do that. Actually, you know what? If we're going after Aquileia for some stuff, I think we don't do it all in one go. I think this is fine. So we could go for like 100 war score worth and take like a big chunk out of Poland. Like, cripple Poland by doing this. Poland's already in bad shape, but that'll just be... that'll be it. Yeah. Because this is also going to really piss off Venice. Bank of Bardi's also kind of pissed. You get that up with Bank of Bardi. Looks like we're about to have some urban areas finish. We're going to try and keep an eye on which ones. $600 gold for what? The artists are like never worth it. We're gonna employ him though. Themey, I guess. We do get this guy up. No tall, thank you for the follow, big nice. Much appreciated, my friend. This is a new one. What province are you in? You're just in a wine province. Oh, you're not the new one. You're here. No, you're not there. Alright, this is where he is. Jewelers Guild. So we have the production efficiency bonus there, and here... this guy would be better at glass. Actually really good for tannery too. Because you have both sand and livestock, which both feed into it. Let's do that. And then this place is upgrading currently. Not going to be really very good at anything, but I think we wanted to city it eventually. We can wait for the lumber price to come down though, for the Poundlock Canal purposes. We give this on over to this guy, yeah. Oh, they don't like this peace deal? Why not, my guy? This is great for you. Crazy. So greedy. No, we need to full occupy to piece them out this early. I don't think they have an army, otherwise we would maybe leave guys in Udin. Which maybe we want to take. Feeding it to Istria. We will be able to develop a little bit of a coast with that. Can accept this for the research speed. I don't know if it's worth the 22 stab hit. We're negative stab right now. Let's take the stab. A fat stack. Maybe they would actually do well against us. They need to be fully occupied for us to piece them out in the first year. Hungary is getting waxed though here. Wait, why did our stream elements Did I just like miss a bunch of chat? Okay, one sec. Just starting the game, look at the map, lowered the lot of detail. New from the Tinto maps, but seeing it for real is amazing what they made. Yeah, you're like zoomed in on here, you're like doing the things, and then like, bruh. Just use your code. Thank you so very much. Great shot. Much recommendations. Any recommendations for Tunis? Tunis has got some pretty good stuff going on for you. Your provinces are well set up here for a lot of really good urban stuff because you got the dyes and the cotton together, and you have dyes up here, and so you're going to be pretty good at producing the good stuff. You really want to go maritime and push maritime control, and then as Tunis specifically, I would recommend changing the rule set to in the game settings, game rules, changing this to flavor, allow ahistorical, because this allows you to form Carthage. We'll do it just because I actually don't know if there's any ahistorical. I assume not, except for maybe Rome. You have to like move your capital to the region though to see what formables are possible. So we'd have to move our capital near Rome to see it. Okay, now we can piece them out. I think we will just kick this over to Verona immediately. And kick this over to... because we're going to still be fighting the war. Kick that over to them immediately. We're just looking to peel off kind of a big chunk of coast. Humiliate. We could just straight up subjugate them though, actually. We get CBs on them. So currently they're allowing us to generate CBs, but they're no longer allied with people we care about. This is 87 antagonism though. Then Venice is big pissed. Venice be big pissed if we do this. Venice the Venice. I mean, maybe we're at a point where we just decide we just don't need allies anymore. And so we don't care if one person gets a ton of antagonism. That could change the calculus. We could subjugate them and full annex Hungary. I mean, no one's going to be able to stop us then. I think I like playing small ball, though. And doing a bunch of chip shots and, like, playing it slow. I like it from a, this is more fun to me sense, and an interesting minigame than, like, I think it's correct. The year is 1349, my state is doubled in size, yet the plague was made population lower than what I started. To be like that. Hey, I've got a job in Venice, but turns out I'm cleaning newly docked ships, can't wait to get home. Oh, that's cool. Home to your family? Don't you mean home to play EU5? But congratulations on the new job. I feel like how weird and easy to spiral into infinite debt as low income nation. You cannot take debt whatsoever. It lowers your crown power. And then your crown power, low crown power makes you make less money. Yeah. You death spiral really easy. You just like can't take debt. Categorically. Pale has noble rebels, but I'm not in the war. Any suggestions? If you wait 12 months, you could use interaction to join with them. It'll be like in the subject commands, join ally rebellion, this type of thing. By the way, Twitch restarted 10 minutes ago. It might affect your recording or something. I'm not sure. It seems that the YouTube is just using the same one. And the YouTube's the one, the VOD that I care about. But yeah, I don't know why it did that. Kind of amazing, only been playing for 5 hours, only past 31 years. Who knows when extended timelines will be released for EU5? I don't know. Is Bavaria going to be integrated by the end of stream? If Bavaria is going to be integrated soon, yeah. We just have to think through what peace deal we want. And we're trying to answer questions in chat. Milk45, thank you for the follow, big nice, because people are trying to figure stuff out. Mason starts in the Praha market, which has no books. Meaning I can't switch capital, no books, and and have to stay on a rural location. I think you need to upgrade and... Yeah, I think you need to... make some books. Which means you might need to urbanize the location. I believe you asked to play on someone small. I would not recommend it, but... I was wondering why you aren't going to debt. In Vic 3, you always sail close to the bankruptcy edge. Yeah, it decreases your crown power per loan. So, the crown power loss is just, like, too bad. There's a glitch where the AI will recover their levies quickly because it destroyed France's levy. Yes. Yes. It's supposed to take 25 years for them to fully recover, but as it stands, they just basically recover instantly. So, the way you conduct wars is kind of... You can't, like full occupying everyone, like, completely is a little bit rough. So getting the war goal and winning a couple battles early on, especially against those big powers, can be really useful. And also decking on someone that isn't them, that they are protecting, is, like, a good thing. So, let's say we wanted to go after Hungary, and Hungary is big and strong, because they're not right now. We could have declared on Aquileia, and had them be the war leader, and then use the war score on them to take stuff off of Hungary. So... you kind of try and play around it, and also make the wars not super long, because if they're super long, they will continuously wood chipper their pops into you, so that means the land you take is going to be less valuable, because they're going to kill a bunch of their own pops, and also, you're going to lose a bunch of pops in the process, so... we do have a couple donuts. So this is something to keep in mind. Would you say the premium version is worth it? It gives you a discount, so if you know you're in, it's better. You could actually give yourself the percentage chance you think you're gonna buy the DLC. Yeah? And then multiply that, like, times the money saved. And then subtract the chance you don't buy the DLC multiplied by the marginal cost. And if that number's positive, then buy it, and if it's not, don't buy it. It's called calculating the expected value. Would be the way I would approach that. Is that AI as docile as people say, or is it their memory to be had? The AI is sometimes a bit aggressive. We can take a look at what's going on in our map. Like, Castile be doing things. Castile be touching people. Same with Morocco. Someone was having Tunis. Yeah, Tunis is going after people. France is blobbing. Poland did this, in between getting waxed by us. The HRE is consolidating just in general. You know? We have to go up there, actually. If someone's not going to... Oh, we have all our allies on supportive. We want them to not be on supportive anymore. We want them to just do their own thing. That might help one of them to just go over there. We kind of want one of them to just occupy that, and us not need to worry about that, but that not be the case. This is how everyone thinks? It is how everyone thinks. You mean you don't calculate expected value of your decisions, and you instead make a emotional decision based on what you think, either in terms of FOMO of missing out on the money, or FOMO in terms of missing out on the savings in terms of the DLC? You don't do that? How do I remove the map mode with the house and cursor and change it to the original one? With the house on your cursor. Is that a house? I'm not sure your question. More than hundreds and still not colonized America? Shake my head. Can you slow around the world to show us what the other areas are doing? Yeah. Hey, Timurid's actually doing stuff. Not a lot, but Timmy sometimes doesn't do stuff. Looks like Delhi is gone. Vijayanagar is gonna be a problem. Everyone's like, I love it. I love the question. Like, people are like, "Oh, do you think the Europeans are gonna go in and like mess up India or whatever?" I was like, I think India might go in and mess up Europe. But okay. Yuan's kind of keeping it together. This is really good for them for this time period. Because most of the value's down here, by the way. They're kind of making it work. So, like, the lighter color ones are their subjects. Or the off yuan color ones, these are their subjects that they've gotten to be loyal again. The problem is they have to... Oh, is this kind of functioning properly now? Yeah, so this is why I would not recommend playing the Shogunate. It's because you get the Sengoku Jidai. And, you have to, like, play as a daimyo. Where the daimyo are duking it out. Mali hasn't collapsed yet. They will. A little bit of consolidation here. Not a lot. It's kind of what's going on. Japan just ate a bunch of Skittles and puked. Yeah, I mean, that's the Sengoku Jidai. That's Juan. That's supposed to look like that. That's all the warlords vying for all these locations and this type of thing. Every house seems to be the building types as well. Looks weird. But might be fun. Not gotten into how that works. Bonjour, Sino. How's it going? Buy a Snicker bar? What's the EV on the purchase? Well... The EV is the opportunity cost, the value of the Snickers bar to you versus the opportunity cost of what else you could have used the money on, or minus the opportunity cost of the next thing you could have used the money on, or the thing that's most valuable other than the Snickers bar. Because you only get EV based on the margin, or the marginal difference, I think, is probably the way to look at it. Because if something's... Yeah, you should always consider opportunity cost. What's the best administrative system law? There are some people with really good administrative systems. However, I do think for most, if you're with the vanilla ones, Central Council is going to be good early on. But when you hit age 3, we had forgotten to do this. You want to swap onto Confederal Union. For that sweet, sweet proximity cost reduction. We're gonna have to find a source of centralization, though. I think I know what that source is gonna be. It's gonna be us swapping off of Privy Council, I think. Which is unfortunate, but... we could gain some progress toward outward, which would let us push it. Kind of would like the minus language influence. It's also really difficult to get progress towards outward. Minus expected spending would be nice too. Currently this is 10% of our expected spending is 10%. So minus 1% means we would save 12 ducats a month. If we're max spending. Oh, you know what? We need way more centralization, trend. Because what we're swapping off of gives us it. I don't think we can make the swap. I don't think we have a big decentralization thing in here that we want to give up. What's pushing us towards decentralization currently? Market fairs, which we want. Fortification licenses, which we could get rid of. That's expensive. Hmm. 96 stab. We could push towards communalism to make it cheaper. It's the same one you're actually using. I don't know how to change it back to the original one that's with the actual cities and stuff on the drawn map. Oh. You want the, like, original map you load in on? I'm not a fan of that map. But... I think that's just... Is that just the 3D map? No, it's not. Is it? It's the terrain map, I think. Terrain is the default one. So we're on political, but this is the terrain map mode. Look, all the little cities. Kind of look cool. I have this unbound, so like I just can't swap to this unless I do it manually. With the default key bindings, this does have a keybind. You can see how we've built along the river all of our urbanization, basically. Which, like, in terms of emergent effects, this is pretty cool, because we're caring about the Pound Lock Canal nonsense. Also, you can see that the wetlands look different. I will get addicted to this game. Any tips how to not get addicted? Don't install it. EU5 or 30 Snickers bar. So here's an interesting one. The first Snickers bar has a different value than the 30th. Snickers bars have diminishing marginal utility, so make sure you take that into account. Yeah. I just got home from work. How's the launch reception so far? Everyone who's dropped in really enjoying the game, it seems. I had like one comment on a video where someone refunded it. I think it's 69% on Steam right now. I also think if you're rating the game, 4 hours into it being around, that's crazy. Did you try the Horde mechanics? I've not. Can I buy the premium edition with your code? Yes. You do Generalist all caps on the official web store. It sends 12% of the sale by way. How do you save the key bindings? I saved your key binding layout, but then it reset when I restarted the game. So, It is a little bit finicky. So the way you do is you save profile, yeah? Then you save your game, then you exit your game, and if you don't click, like, end the game, like, when you exit game, like, there's a, like, button in the Steam that, like, it's, like, close, exit is, don't click that. Because it, like, needs to do that to save everything. And it's a little bit fiddly. I believe that will do it for you. Saving profile, saving the game, exiting to the menu, exiting the game will allow you to do it. Spiritualist versus humanist, what's call it? Humanist generally better. The train map is nicer. Look at the one you're usually using. Way more clear where the river is, cities, etc. Yeah, but I could just use the river map mode. I want to see the rivers. If you touch the screen, are wetlands wet? If not, unplayable. Oof. Trying to find now, restart the game. Remember all caps when you spell the man's name? Yes. You reinstalled it and nothing happened? What was your issue before? How do I fix that, or is that some bug? Well, you have to specifically be using the terrain map mode. When you reload a game, it's going to reload with whatever map mode you were using. You need the terrain map mode, not the political map mode. Oh, is it like that? It's just Generalist in all caps, not Generalist Gaming. Sorry. There are many technical problems with people crashing. As far as I know, it's mainly people forget they actually have to update their GPU. Yes. Or just a Vulkan thing, not really Paradox's fault. Yeah, I think that you want to use Vulkan. You change any keybinds from the vid? I don't think I've changed any from the video, no. How Claim Throne works, I want to PU Portugal as Castile, and I don't have an option to the peace deal. Someone was telling me that earlier. I don't know why that wouldn't be present. Maybe a little bit of an issue. Some say you will use 50% of your pops to plague. Can you sort of figure out the plague, pre-plague lives to be worth less than post-plague? Well, your pop growth is based on how many pops you already have, so it kind of always matters. I don't know. You just change the terrain map mode and it's just stuck? It's stuck on the terrain map mode? Like, you can't click other map modes? That's interesting. What dynasty? Do we have any dynasty interesting things going on? Oh, our dynasty probably got super caked up because we released a bunch of fiefdoms. I haven't think that through. It's not giving us something to hover? Kovac. Is that the generic dynasty? Maybe their dynasty changed. That's also why we had thing. Saw Reddit about Claim Throne not working an hour ago. Maybe it's a bug. Yeah, it might be a bug. Flat map, not the terrain map mode. That was the same for a KY. Can you not click this? Open government map modes and click terrain. Does pop loss of the plague even matter? Yes. Because it's all same relative to your rivals. Well, you can lose less than your rivals if you're, like, if you outplay them. So, if you're looking at it in relativistic terms rather than absolute terms, yeah, everyone kind of gets clipped by it. So I guess it doesn't matter if that's your perspective. Or that's, like, the way you want to think through it. I think that we're just going to take a little bit of a smaller peace deal from them. I think we'll just do this. Like, we could get away with more, but I think we want to take a big fat one up. Well, we maybe do this because we want to integrate. Trieste. Actually, I think we just do this. We could do another war. This is much cheaper. We get to humiliate and do war reps as well. Get those sweet, sweet, prestige points from the humiliation. Oh, we forgot to give Este to that guy. Fair. Oh well. That's fine. I guess we'll give Croatia their core and this over this guy instead. I mean, it sucks that we have enough war score to go for a full annex on them, but like it's just too much antagonism, and I really want to turn and burn here, but I think it's not correct. Yeah, so many people. We just get this big fat coalition that we could just avoid otherwise. Yeah. We don't want to fully cut them off, because if they get fully cut off, they just move the capital. So we'll do this. And then what are your cores, my guy? All of it? Alright, cool. Moved that. And we want to spread it out in multiple zones, because it generates antagonism differently. So looking at this, who are we going to have to deal with? Aquileia, but Aquileia we can start dealing with now. And we will refill the garrison. I like fiefdoms, they're cool RP. I feel like vassals for further away places, significantly different cultural ones, and fiefdoms for border areas. That is nice for RP. Tom answered his own question. Is there any way to stack birth rate modifiers like Vic 3 to have insane population? Not really. They are very, very... They do not give out birth rate modifiers very easily, because they're so good. The best way to get birth rate modifiers is like with colonial nations. Is it normal that your integrated vassals start with 100 control and only slowly tick down their control maximum? Seems like an oversight. It's normal. I think I've mentioned it. I don't think it's the biggest deal, but yeah. It doesn't say creator referral activated. I've entered Generalist. Should be fine, right? I'm not sure, because I didn't order anything with my own code. I don't know if it's supposed to say creator code activated. Oh, maybe it's dead because it's on release? I didn't think it was going to die on release. They didn't tell us that the code was going to die, that it was like pre-order only. They made it sound like that was not the case, so I don't think that that's the case. If anyone else has ordered with the code themselves and could tell me what it said to them, that would be helpful to me. New to Paradox games. Should I start with this game? Think it's too complex for a newcomer to the genre? I think Crusader Kings is probably the better newcomer game, but I think that this is not. If you're... There's a lot of things going on, and if you're okay with that, then I think that this is fine. It's not, like, insanely complicated. It's just, like, there's a lot. Is it really possible you face any difficulty in your current state, considering it's still around mid-game? Well, we don't want to face France in some sort of massive dog pile. How do you create a subject? There's going to be... Come here, create subjects. In the Diplomacy tab. It's only on their site you could use the code? Yes. I wrote a pre-release and don't remember creator code activated, but it shows it showed a code active. It says creator code referral activated in your 1337 hour video. So we type in Generalist, we click add promo code. When it doesn't say creator code activated. Was it really only for pre-orders? Damn. Will not go away in the foreseeable future. I mean, it still looks like... If I put Frodo Baggins, does it activate a code? It'll say incorrect voucher if it's not a valid code. It just doesn't say creator code activated. That's weird. Yeah, if you use like something random, it doesn't like put the Generalist thing in. You're high key not buying without your code. If you're not gonna buy anyways, then don't buy it just because the code. When can we expect a Molly run? I think in like 3 days we have the Molly run start. How hard is Denmark? You don't know the content creator for Frodo Baggins, fair. But yeah, here we could even maybe show that on screen. But Paradox store, PDX store gets me something else. Oh, it's already the... But if we do this, take a look at our cart. If we do Frodo for the Shire and add promo code, it's going to say, yo dog, that's not a thing. The bottom right corner, but if we had Generalist, it adds the voucher. So it does seem to be working correctly. It's just working differently. That's kind of weird. Maybe because it's now... How hard is Denmark? I don't know how hard Denmark actually is, but you start with a ton of debt, which is maybe a little bit of a vibe. I think declaring bankruptcy is maybe not as bad as it should be. 1 extra chromosome. I'm sorry for your condition. Thank you for the follow. Played a bit of EU4. Is the game easier or harder? I don't know. I bad at comparing it to EU4 because I don't know EU4 that well, to be honest. Oh, we want to make sure we grab this guy. Oh, So, why is our thing not showing properly? Okay. Our mouse wasn't showing, we were concerned. Yeah, we'll go and occupy this guy, because we do really want to not forget to feed this guy to our subjects. Looks like they're taking care of it. Just kidding. Oh my god, please don't just unsiege your thing and then leave. Okay, thank you. Okay. Nice, we get the annexation off. Buddha. No production bonuses here, though, for us. We would get some on this, and we have this, so we would love to build some jewelers here. Looks like this annexation's stalled out. We gotta improve relations. I think, actually, we could just offer preference. Yeah, and that fixes it. They're not ready to get annexed. These guys are more important to get annexed, though. So we'll offer them market access preference and then start annexing them. Hopefully. DJ Duddles, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. Much appreciated. And then I guess we'll come in here and start working that. Almost full occupation. Jesus. Problem for them. We want to get this guy annexed because then we'll control the entire area. So, which means I think we don't want to feed them any locations. We're going to make new subjects instead of feeding our current subjects a bunch of locations. Here, wait, where's our thing? When you form a country, can you still research text from old tech? You can, so that's kind of how you can stack modifiers a little bit. Is Granada doable? I don't know. Castile is apparently really aggro this patch. You might have some difficulties. It's not like you can ally France. It's really hard to, like, cross-religion ally. How to create an annex-based casus belli on a neighbor? You want to go for Parliament CB. So when you use your Parliament, you want to go fabricate casus belli, generally speaking. Watching the stream and playing like a comfortable pace, it's fine. Like, it feels better than Vic 3. Unfortunately, I'm a Vic 3 fanboy. It do be like that sometimes. 100% of people on your stream are bald. Big if true. Or sorry, true if big. I fucked it up. True if big. So we're getting 3 annexations going at the same time now. We could maybe even get 4 going if we had enough cultural power. Mustang 97 Coach? Coochie? Thank you for the follow, Big Nice. Much appreciated. Coach? Do Ottomans usually fail to penetrate the Balkans? Yeah. Very often. They're kind of okay at acquiring the land here, and Khersid's, to be fair, is a subject. Oh, can we... Is it active? You don't want the satisfaction equilibrium. The UI to see what these do is like actually just kind of really bad. But I think that this is the minus antagonism one. It is. And this might let us full annex without causing an issue. Or needing a tissue. Freudian slip. It do be like that sometime. Can I disable the massive tooltip whenever I hover anything? You could slow it down. I guess you could... I think you want tooltips, but... this tooltip settings... you could make the delay, like, absolutely massive. You could also eliminate map tooltips entirely. If you'd like. Why make subjects? Because it takes a lot of cabinet actions to integrate ourselves. And so by feeding stuff to our subjects, they integrate stuff for us. So we effectively get more cabinet actions. So cabinet actions are a resource. They're pressured. Expanding via subjects effectively gives us more. And also, we can't necessarily make good use of our territory early on because we can only kind of project out from here. He isolated over Prague to F over Bohemia's market access. I tried, but I forgot / didn't realize that they, or not market access, but their control. In the HRE, you're allowed to project through other HRE members. This is big sad. Tell me I have 500 years to compound my population growth? Yeah, dog. I took a loan because I was under by 0.02 ducats. Yeah, you need to have just minted more that month. Seeing a lot of UI complaints on the forums and on Reddit, and still yet to play, but kind of concerned. Well, I mean, generally people are going to leave UI feedback very quickly, right? Because that is something you can comment on a very quick basis. Because you don't understand other parts of the game yet. In general, I would not say UI is the strongest point of the game. I think I would agree with that evaluation. I think the UI is serviceable for playability, though. Like, I don't think the game's, like, unplayable. I think there's some things that would make it so you don't have to click anywhere near it as much, and it would be nice if we had access to those, but, and there are some bugs in the UI, but for the most part, you can do what you want to do. Or, I think you can. Maybe do some of this. Oh, that might not even be... No, this is still in the right market. It's still in the right market. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, Kurt. Kind of wanted to keep the sand rural a little bit, but... You have an RGO or spreadsheet or list? Yes, on my latest video, there's a link to the spreadsheet. In it is going to be a RGO or a section that has, like, it's just called, like... I forget what it's called. It's one of the early ones. It's just a bunch of different tables. One of them is RGO stuff, and you can sort it. Problem with UI is lack of tooltips on a lot of terms. Like, X does what does Y. No tooltips and hints about it. I think there is a lot, but, like... Also, in terms of a tooltip issue, that, to be fair, that is something that, like... I understand how to do all the things, so that is something that I would not notice as much at this point. Just watch the Castillo market video. Was that supposed to be a Let's Play, a country guide, or tutorial? Mostly a Let's Play, but most of my Let's Players are kind of country guide / tutorial-y. I found it hard to find some of the new buttons and concepts I knew existed. You need to try EU4, man. UI clears this game's UI so hard. Like, yes, there are more things, but not enough to justify how many clicks some things takes and how bizarrely they're arranged. Maybe. How do you put a whole construction planner on that, where you're building multiple lumber mills in multiple provinces? So, like this. So we're going to the building tab. So, F3, or the production panel. And then for that, the buildings tab. And then from that, there's either a list view or a charts view. And if you do the charts view, the lumber mill is going to be right here. And then you select the lumber mill. And then you can build around here. And it'll also have filters. So see, these are filters that are the normal filters. You can get rid of these filters and it'll show you other stuff too. Like, there's not peasants there, so those kind of won't be good, but they'll kind of be okay, because there kind of will be peasants in the future. Just gotta wait on our papal bull. Papal bull. Palpable. Just gotta wait on our palpable. Papal bull. No, Milan, get out of here. I think that makes it so that if we annex that, it goes over to Milan. No. Get out of here, Milan. Why do you want that one province? Suck a dick. I guess we shouldn't have called Milan into the war. That's... okay, they transferred it over. Cool, cool, cool. Get out of here, Milan. Gosh. You request a cardinal seat. But yeah, we're trying to get the price of lumber down so that this is... currently, we have the... for upgrading the city, we have the price collapse on glass and masonry, but not on lumber, so we have to get lumber cheaper to be able to get that. France's economic hegemon. Really? They're making... oh, no, we're not even making that much money. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Partially because we're paying out the ass on Diplo spending to, like, make some of this work. But you know what? We could actually... we can sink down the Diplo spending quite a bit. Oh, we can't because of loyalty issues. Oh, if we're getting loyalty issues that quickly, we're soon gonna get squeezed. Yeah, we're approaching the squeeze, fellas. The country's strength relative to Overlord is getting out of hand. It is approaching issue levels. To be fair, we can improve relations with these cats, and it'll be a little bit better, but... it is approaching an issue. We have too many subjects. Us and our subjects are the green. Will you be staying Catholic? We will. I agree that the tech tree interface is bad. You need to zoom in to see a lot of what texts are, but then you have zero overview of options. You can come into here, but, like, I don't like this UI. You can do it through here, though. I don't like it, but... it is there. Yeah, we might have to slow down a little bit. A prince restored. Faenza. Has been... oh, we should... I forgot. We can get CVs on guys like Livonia in the Teutonic Order. I don't know if we necessarily want to spend our Diplo like that right now, but we can in the future. Of course you can have food access. It's not like you're occupying the territory we're actively trying to take or something. How close are we to roads? Oh, we're kind of far. The best tech of the age. Extremely strong for us because we're not, we are not, what's the word? Naval at all. So everything is roads for us. I'd say bad design choice with the UI advances tree. Simply 90% is empty space. Vic 3 does it right. I like Vic 3's... Vic 3's UI is fantastic. I love how the game has inflation, but Vic 3 doesn't. Yeah, the bad part of the UI is the user, not the interface. Womp womp. Tarkus says skill issue. Which is better, offensive or defensive? I think single player offensive. Multiplayer, it depends, probably. Is it possible to cripple your enemies with embargoes, like denying them access to weapons or essential materials? Not that easily, especially because they can import from other markets that are importing from you. Like, if you produce a bunch of things and they're using those things and you embargo them, they can't use them from you anymore, but if your orders just go somewhere else, you feeling me? You picking up what I'm putting down here? Papal States is getting waxed, actually. Let's improve relations with them a little bit. Oh, we were the waxer, actually. How long until we flip Carthage? The fire's riding soon, my brother. All roads lead to Vienna. RGOs or marketplaces first? Depends what RGOs you have access to, but usually both in concert. Alright, so we have the cheaper price on the antagonism. Let's see if we could actually just full annex them. So it's like 70 less. That doesn't look too bad. I think we don't, but like it's... Actually, no, wait. This we don't take. If we're full annexing them. We have to improve relations with some people, but... It might be full annex Hungary. And then, let's look at the area map mode. Oh. What did we set to this? Not like this. We accidentally set one of the hotkeys. Alright, well, we know how to open the other stuff. The fires rise, brother. How's the performance so far? Pretty good. Day one, we had like one crash, and we haven't had any crash day two, and we're 5 hours, 6 hours into day three, something like this. It skipped a beat. So, but that was on the side of our... Actually, let's check, make sure it didn't create a new YouTube VOD. I think it didn't, but... Yeah, it's just the one. Perfect. Not that I think too many people will watch the VOD, but... Is a world conquest possible? I'm not sure. I know that they, like, don't want it to be from a design perspective. I think if you micro your brains out, it's probably possible. The thing is the question is, like, do you have enough diplomats? Maybe is actually the thing that ends up throttling you to declare all the wars you need to declare. I don't know the answer to that question. So Venice is in there. Bytum. Wallachia we're already improving relations with, I think. Yeah, but we could, like, throw money at them or something. Or just accept the fact that they're not wanting to fuck with us. Or, like, that they'll make a coalition. I mean, I think getting Austria off the board has a lot of value, too. Bulgaria, let's get Bulgaria out from under this. It's kind of a lot of antagonism here in the Balkans for us. Not have them full occupied. Let's actually come back here. Work on this. Oh, we have to remember there's actually one more location. Antagonism's decreased because war score cost decreases as they like stay occupied for a while. Not by a lot, so like there's not too much you can do. Serbian nobles we don't care about. Who's in here that we actually care about? Kind of Wallachia and Venice. Well, Venice we can't improve relation anymore. So Venice we just have to like tolerate being in there. So we probably brick our alliances. Bulgaria we're getting out, Serbia we're getting out. And everyone else we can decay out or improve relations with, so I think we're gonna go for it. I think that's worth it for the efficiency of cabinet. EU5 I'm mostly positive now? Hell yeah. I thought it would be. Fleury's doing Milan, Navarra, Spain, World Conquest. Is trying. I mean, that would be the way you would do it for the war score cost reduction. Huge annex. Basically. It's gonna feel good. It's gonna feel real good. I'm trying to think if we should actually hold on to some of this by hand. But I think we just vassal feed it all. But we just have to make sure that there's none of this nonsense. Milan. No, Milan, please. Stop, turn it over. It's like when the dog has his, like, drop it! Drop. Drop it, Milan. Oh, who's this? Milan, stop. Let go of the capital. We are not taking everything but the capital, Milan. Milan, please. Milan, put it down. No. No. Drop. Let go of it. Can you run me through the war score cost to take all of Hungary is so low? What's going on here? We do have a little bit of war score cost reduction. A big part of it is that we have this. I forget the tooltip to see the war score cost. It's like actually hard to find. Like, because we're looking at antagonism. So, part of it is that we're still a duchy. Part of it is that they have low control. And this is the part, us continuing to occupy them makes it lower. It gets decreased. Or, like, you see these flat rates, development. There's not a lot of development here. But yeah, same religion. Duchy versus kingdom, low control. The fact that we took pressuring diplomacy. I don't know if it's multiplicatively effective with following through on threat, but I think it's additively effective. So the same religion plus duchy versus kingdom, that's 20%, right? Power projection, 21%. Pressuring, 26, plus 37. So 56, 66. And then plus the CBE. So 86, 91% reduction. right? So... Oh shit, you're right. Where is... No, yeah, you're right. This is antagonism. I know the tooltip's like annoying to get to. I forget where it was. I did show you antagonism though. Antagonism is kind of the thing we care about right now. It is this. It makes it cost a lot less, and this stacks with other stuff. Pressuring diplomacy does affect war score though. How do we find the actual score? Is it just this? And it's just the 25%? I know that the 5% also affects this. And that, is this just mislabeled as antagonism? And this is war score? No, because this is not... Okay, let's look at provinces we're actually taking. God, Milan's so obnoxious. We might actually even have to wait for them to get out of the war. I think it's unironically a mislabeled tooltip. No, I think that is correct. Because I think that this is the antagonism. Right? Or sort by war score. Right, war score is this column. So this is the highest war score province, right? So yeah, it's just mislabeled. Antagonism. This is war score. Because also this is all the war score modifiers. Yeah, occupying the forts also decrease it. Or increase it. We live in a society, not gonna lie. Yeah, it's just a mislabeled tooltip. Do we have... Okay. We just got re-elected. Played a few Civ games, Total War Warhammer, on the fence. Initial opinions seem good. Initial opinions are good, but I would advise that this is... The Paradox Grand Strategy game is kind of like a different level of stuff. You know, it's quite a bit more complex. It's common to have a huge FPS drop when zooming in and out on the map. I'm not sure. But yeah, that is the correct... Yeah. It's mislabeled, Tarkus. That's why it's hard to get to, because you have to realize that it's not the thing it says it is. I really want this guy to give us the fucking thing, though. So we could even take more than this once some more of these things come in. And I think we might just start ignoring Bohemia's... Do we have any rivals left anyways? Or allies. Yeah, we do with Naples, and we kind of want to keep it until we get a little bit of extra. To be fair, we could just buy a little bit more of this. Yeah, sure. Honestly, I might switch tags onto Milan, chat, and just transfer that. Rather than waiting for Milan to peace out with whatever they're gonna take. Which I think is like war reps or whatever, which like you can't even take off of a dead man. I mean, maybe we do that now, because I actually just want to peace out now. No, just taking the fort out. Is that what's reducing the antagonism? I know if you occupy them, the antagonism goes down. I thought it was something related to prosperity, just going to Dookie, but maybe it's the fort. I mean, we could get Venice out of this coalition, at the very least, I guess. At this point. Maybe that's cheating. I mean, it is cheating, but like this is kind of annoying. Why is there no food in the Andes? Trying to play as Cusco, but it's ass. I think they have a unique building that gives a ton of food, so you have to get that. You'll get Naples sometime. I don't know, chat. What do we think? I'm inclined to just swap tags and transfer it, because I think that they should just, like... I guess maybe if they're fully occupied, they'll... Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. Can we not sort by enthusiasm? Wait, what? Okay. Is there a decent way to speed up institution trade in Southeast Asia? No, you're kind of gonna... It's gonna feel rough. You need to import from people who have the institution. So, like, kind of you... get the Maldives, and then from the Maldives you import from Mecca, and then you import from the Maldives to Southeast Asia, and that's like, that's your shtick. I'm thinking I'm gonna swap to Milan though for this. Could maybe wait on getting the fort, which is gonna decrease the antagonism, I guess. I didn't realize it decreased the antagonism too, or that was the driver for it. I knew if you full occupied it was, but I didn't know it was the forts. Which is kind of what it seems. That's just a regular flag. Would also be cool with Milan just taking that province or that location. Don't really care about that. The thing is, we want We want them to be all annexed. And we don't want to have to pay antagonism for that. Oh, we don't pay antagonism. Milan pays the antagonism? They just have a random... Actually, you know what? We do care a little bit. That's kind of just stupid looking. March is not doing too hot. We discovered the Azores. Yay. Let's explore this too. Looking for young men with a lot of military score. Can you show us what you have automated? Yeah, it's just PMs and some trade. Trade is automated, but it doesn't show as automated. Well, I guess it's partially automated. But it's just production methods. Because of how many people have died, give it to Milan. In Hungary have died because of this occupation, given Milano. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, like, do they want this province? I think it's just that they always like controlling the capital. Or something like this. But it's actually, like, really annoying. It's also actually annoying on the front that, they would be more willing to escape a peace deal. Or, sorry, escape, accept. If we controlled it. Like, it would be easier for us to get 100%. Actually, no, I don't think it matters. Just kidding. Poland's partially occupied. I think we just white peace Poland. We could also be greedy. And instead of white piecing them, look to take, like, humiliation or whatever off them. The grayed out part of the map of West Africa looks like a dick and balls just saying. A little bit. What's our spend look like? Decrease our diplo expenditure until we run into issues. Oh, we also wanted this guy to take this guy out. I mean, to be fair, this actually reduces the amount of antagonism we get in a roundabout, very cute way. You know what's funny is we could actually shunt a ton of this antagonism off to Milan. And actually not break the antagonism point. Just give them this weird exclave that's gonna be useless for them and probably rebel and just break free. We're gonna save in case things get really weird here. I mean, I just wanted to transfer one location. We transferred, like, all of them. I mean, this is a way to do that. They're gonna transfer them all back, I think. Yeah, but not this one. So if we just... that would allow us to take off as much as we wanted in terms of the antagonism and still get the annex on them. It's kind of dirty, man. We could just give all this to Milan. And then we'd actually be able to generate a CB on Milan with our subject. Dirty, dirty. I guess Milan, you reap what you sow? We wouldn't have thought of this if they just transferred us the province. That outline feels way too intentional. What's the best nation to learn the mechanics and with some knowledge from the video? It depends how much you want to rumble. If you want to rumble a little bit, I think both England and France are pretty good. Have we figured out the economy yet? We have. We have the technology. So yeah, we're gonna feed a bunch of this to Milan, so they eat the antagonism, and then Hungary will be off the map, and we won't actually generate a thing. And Milan might even culture flip at Milanese, which would be real funny. But they're just gonna have this funky-ass exclave, which I guess they'll figure that out, huh? Wait, could we subjugate? I love how this makes it more likely, more easier for them to accept. Wait, where's Rawa in all this? That's a subject of Poland, right? Not... Just double checking that this is not a subject of, yeah, Hungary. Because I think whoever takes the capital gets Rawa. Does lowering naval levies delete ships? No. Is Milan a vassal? No, they're not a vassal, but the point is we want to get Hungary off the map. For, like, a few reasons. And so... if we do this as the peace deal, they're still on the map, right? But if we feed this to Milan, and then force the peace deal through, because we can, then it's very cute. But we force them to take a bunch of antagonism, fair, and we force them to have provinces that we're going to have claims on later. Because our subject has claims on it. So it will allow us to get a good CB on Milan later, because this subject has claims on this stuff. So then we can just take all this. And they would transfer it over to us, except we just do this all without pausing. And so we get Milan, or we get Hungary off the map here with this piece without generating enough antagonism for it to be an issue. But they will, like, Milan will never be able to control this area. Like, the land's not that useful to them. And we can do this piece right now. Does that exclave suffer for being landlocked? Yeah, they might release a subject, though. But then we can transfer the subject for cheaper than taking the dirt. Why do you need Hungary off the map? Hungary, we're going to generate too much antagonism on Hungary, and it's going to make it impossible to ally people, but if they're off the map, they're not going to have a bunch of antagonism. So, in order to keep the antagonism low, Hungary must be removed. Because if there's no Hungary, there's no antagonism. Is Castile Theorycraft still a viable strategy with Sevilla as the capital? It is. Stuff has changed, though. Dev Province is not anywhere near as good anymore. And I think that you want to keep the capital in the north for maybe the first 100, 150 years. Can you check out Cusco? We looked at it, like, not too long ago, but we could take a quick look. So Cusco's down here, right? We take a quick look through some of this stuff. So there's some consolidation going on in the Americas. I mean, I think this is the peace deal here. God, this is so... It's just so silly, though. I don't know, I don't want to flip to Milan just to transfer over the location, so... They're not transferring it, so... In for a penny, in for a pound is Milan. We're gonna force them to take the stuff. I think we just want them to take the location that they have a core on, which is that. And then we want to feed the rest to this guy. We have a core here already, so we don't want to feed that. What province is this a part of? Alright, so we're gonna need to, down here, create. Actually, let's be smart about this. So Slavonia, we want integratable all at once. I think we create a vassal here. We, of course, will put a woman in charge. No, not the most competent, but okay. And then we'll give her all the Slavonian provinces. That we don't have cores on. Okay, it looks like that's kind of that one. And then this is the Bosnian area. So we'll transfer, I think, the rest of this to Bosnia. Because they're reasonably close. And we have to give up an entire thing, so let's make a fiefdom here. Fiefdom. And let's feed him not the thing we have a core on. Well, it looks like that is the entire province. Crowd dog, or that's not the right one. Hey! Saljat Wombat, thank you for contributing to the Ukrainian Defense Fund. Much appreciated, my guy. Thank you, thank you. So very much. Note the disgust Generalist had when he said he had to put a woman in charge. I'm annoyed because I can't use the women, like, in my own cabinet and stuff without getting, like, a massive legitimacy penalty. And so the only thing to do with the competent women is to put them in charge of somewhere else. The only thing that could be done. Alright, that's another one. I think that's gonna be... I think we just feed Transylvania all their cores. And then we make one more subject and that's it. So, with the last... Or actually, let's feed Transylvania the cores first. But yeah, it is annoying because you have daughters that are competent and shit, and you want to give them cabinet positions, and it takes like 20 legitimacy to do that. Okay, so which one of these? Yeah, there comes the pressure. There comes the pressure, huh? We can improve relations with him to make him loyal, though. But we have enough subjects that these guys are going to be really strong. So we want a vassal released here. Don't know where we want to put the capital. I don't think it cares. Or I don't think it matters too much. I don't think it matters enough. So here we could sort by combined stats. Actually, to be fair, there are competent men. I mean, we could give it to... one who's of our house. Actually, women of our house would probably be the most sensible. But here we go. Everything that we own is cored, but now we have like a lot of subjects, and so the pressure is squeezing on us in terms of this country strength of all X relative to Overlord is now a huge driver. No coalition. Why would there be a coalition? There's no Hungary to coalesce. And then this is useless for Milan. I think they release a subject in order for it to actually be useful. And it's not like it'd be way super useful for us. RGOs have no input goods? Yes. Sexism is kind of messed up when you think about it. Yeah, you don't even have to think about it that hard. Are the heir of Holland and Brabant hard-coded to only get daughters? I'm not sure. I saw Flory do some cheese on an HRE coalition. He decked them, but got all pieced immediately because their levies were not yet raised, so AI only calculated difference in regulars and their enthusiasm. That's cute. Very cute. We just don't have a coalition because we've been playing very nice this entire game, which is why this is our diplomacy map mode. You know what I mean? How fast are we annexing these guys, anyways? Actually, let's take a look at this guy if we want to. Take anything and downgrade it. Just in the abstract, do we want all these things upgraded? Fiber crops being city just kind of okay. Horses is kind of not exactly thrilled with. It doesn't have that many urban locations anyways. Very, very few. We are improving with Verona, the relations. Are we improving with Spoleto? No, we're not. And then we'll cancel improve relations with anyone who we're over 200 plus with, which incidentally is Venice, so. Wow, number 2 GP. Where are we getting all our points from here? Population under our control. We're getting 47 from subjects. Oh, 250 from being emperor. Yeah, okay, fair. Oh, so like once you're the emperor, it like self-locks in. So we would have been, if we had had a female heir like forever ago, we would have been in much better shape then. Actually, I think we want to go crown character here. Well, actually, if we're gonna have a really strong one, it probably we care about this the most. Concordiate of Vienne. Pure upside? Yes, please. I think this should be collapsed now. It's not. What's the advantage of building more levels of RGO for something like lumber versus building lumber mills? The lumber mills cost 50 base, and they are a building. So Tarkus also pointed out that they don't have inputs, but they're also a building, so when you lack market access, they actually just produce less of the thing. So this is actually only producing 61% of the amount that they would otherwise. But they benefit from output modifiers, so you can get to the point where it's going to be producing more stuff. At what ages do women start making babies in game? I don't know. I just know they make less once you pass a certain point. Can you show how to create a new market? Yes. So you come into the market tab, markets, create market, and then you select the location. It'll be cheaper the closer to the edge or the worse market access the area is. There must be a filter right to RGO only. Yes. You can filter RGOs. Open RGO builder, and then there's a bunch of filters you can apply. Is there no list for GP? There kind of is. You go to known countries, it's sorted by power rank to begin with. So there's a general rule of one, where do I want to be urbanizing? Where you have a lot of pop, the resource isn't that good, and also places that have good development growth per, like, the terrain features of them. So flatland and farmland, ideally, but flatland plus grassland also good. Thank you for the help with creating markets. You're welcome. You're welcome. Apologies if you were waiting a little while on that one. How long is this annexation taking? Hungarian cultural traditions not as weak as we would like it, but it should be dropping now. It's not. Oh, it's going... Wait, what? All the little Hungarians is better than the big Hungarian. Oh, no. Oh, no. I mean, we maybe could just outpace it. We're trying to get the price collapse before we spend. What the hell is that doing in the Vienna market, dog? Brother. I think we'll expand this out a little bit less, because I don't know how consistent that's going to stay in the market. I mean, we don't hate it, we kind of love it, because we just actually want more lumber. But that is crazy work there, yeah. We maybe even want to make a market for them, that's nuts. They're not on the isthmus. I think we want the market over here is kind of one of the issues. That's crazy. Wow, 94 prestige. We're gonna get so much antagonism decay here. Kind of popping off here. Oh, this might be where our alliance with them ends. Oh wait, we joined their league? I thought we were making our own league. The Holy Roman League is really... It's not us, it's... It's just massive... Alright, well... Okay. I'm not sure that's good for us, but... Well, my understanding is you don't roll that as much. I thought you didn't roll that if you don't have any available docks to build. That's kind of annoying. Or I've thought this was the case, but then seen it not happen like once, and then thought maybe that was just something weird, but I guess not. We could get a bunch of cheaper crown houses. This would be worth around 600. I don't know if 600 gold is really that worth it. I think I'm going to use the bathroom and be right back. I don't think that any parliament looks insane. I think that what we pick, though, is going to be... Well, actually, we want to push aristocracy. This is plus 10 towards aristocracy, so we're probably doing that, actually. Aristocracy is really easy to push, though. You just knight people, but that's probably good enough. Alright. I'm back. Why can't you get it with achievements with missions? Because the missions are super OP. Is there a reason to keep my unique distribution of power as law as Molly? No, I don't think it's very good. Didn't know markets could have exclaves too? Yeah, usually... So Bohemia has a ton of attraction to their own market because they own it. And our subject has a ton of attraction to our markets. I've heard that the chair's gone through 1,400 hours. You're not wrong. What happened to the bathroom? I fell in. I had to swim my way out. Very traumatic. Alright. I think we want to do this. I think we want to pass it. I think once we annex Trieste, also this opens up, like, the rest of the map for us. So I think that's going to be kind of a priority. This is relatively free. I think we'll just do that and pass that. Actually, you know what? We won't. I think we like the money more. So here's the thing, chat. We have a strong trend towards this, but... everyone knows that making a man a knight makes him a better fighter. Yeah? We need to find someone from the right. Where's a burger? There you are. So if we ennoble him, our nobility gets upset, but we push towards aristocracy. And this is really free way to push towards aristocracy, so we probably shouldn't have even picked this parliament. But it's fine. Set cabinet member cost, minus 50%, is okay. But we'll just ennoble him. And we'll say he's of milk. And it gains a bunch of control of the location. Actually, I didn't realize it gained control of the location. That's interesting. Surely it's not max control, that'd be insane. Yeah, no, it's not. Okay. And then we'll just request additional taxes, I think. Unless we want a law change here. Eventually favor the ruler, we will prefer favor the burghers. Are the burghers paying us enough that we want that yet? I don't think so. We're getting there, though. Alright, and then we want to spend down. We're waiting for the... two possible offenses or vote. I think we're going to be the majority to vote. Pissy had to fill his piss bottle so he'd have something to drink, hence the exhaustion. It's hard work. Dropping a dump, more fiber. We had to run around a little for something. I remember you saying bailiffs would tell how good going wide is. Did they release, change them too much for release? They're still kind of okay if you can core the areas. Like, we have bailiffs as our means of control down here. And so bailiffs are linking up our urban provinces. We have 37 control. That's enough that it's useful, but it's not very good. I used your affiliate link to buy the game earlier today. Thank you so very much. Much appreciated. Sorry, game is France. We'll get the Black Plague released soon. Yeah, the Black Plague is going to be rough. You've been warned. You've been warned. We want to annex this guy reasonably soon, so let's do that. We're doing 20 improved relations, boys. So much. Asiatically, I think we can take up a couple of notches. They're kind of really pissed at us. We're the economic hegemon. Oh yeah, because this is temporary. It's just because we have the extra tax. Once our legitimacy kind of closes up here, we'll be in good shape. Look at that legitimacy expense. One of our good eco bonuses is that we get a couple things that give us this 0.1 legitimacy. We only have one right now, but... Alright, let's take a look at how much it is for us to embrace pro-army. We kind of don't want to go negative stab. Could we maybe parliament up to something else? Do we want support for something? What would we want support for? We can use support to get a CB if we want to attack someone in the HRE. I don't necessarily think that that's that great. I think we ought to have a CB on Bohemia from our subjects. Yeah, follow through on threat. And if we're fighting a war, this might be our next war. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. But we have a truce here. So, kind of in fine shape. We could click buttons to avoid the stab hit. And actually pass this. To be fair, we don't hate going up to the aristocracy. And this guy would gain a bunch of stats. Yeah, maybe that's okay. Maybe that's okay. Preserve the stab. We didn't have a bunch of buildings queued up, eh? It does in fact brick the buildings. This is going to be cheaper right now before we finish this, because all of our core territories are up here, are the ones that have the institution, so we're going to embrace. Our people come to the rescue. We could ask Milan to improve their cultural opinion. I think we go for that. That's more like... that keeps them more likely to, like, stick with us, I believe. It generally improves the Diplo. I'm not sure if it affects them wanting to leave because we are a potential coalition target. But are we really a potential coalition target? We have not been a naughty boy at all. I refuse to acknowledge our naughtiness. Yeah. So stupid. I think next person we want to take off the map is Venice, though. I think we probably can. The thing is, we don't want to target them in a war because we have super good relations. It's gonna be kind of weird, actually. So, our laws for having... Our laws are supposed to get bricked from losing the location on the coast, but have they not? We're doing that to just kind of clear that out from an option. 6-hour stream, 18 years have passed. My bad. I could try and play faster. The stream is legal. My pops don't have enough fish, and my only location is bare. Should I be turning it into a rural settlement? No. No. Just import the fish from somewhere. How do you check which direction the river flows? Generally speaking, the way I look is by looking at the proximity map mode. Or the proximity map mode's easier, and then it's going downstream if it gives you a -30. They generally flow towards the sea, yes. Not always, though. We can Imperial ban Poland as well later. Hey! Sorry, Kidster, thank you for the 20-month subscription. How amazing and excellent. I enjoyed your 1337-hour review and have been thinking of buying the game. It's a lot of fun. I'm a fan. Sorry that I don't have the thing set up yet to see the resubs. One of the very longest. Darth Nihilus, what do you believe in? Welcome to stream. Thank you for the follow. So that should be done soon. This will be done relatively soon. And the year in which our thing runs out, they get the hegemon back, which is kind of what we were expecting. Oh, we can't go after it. Cute. We're gonna get rid of these conscripts, though. When is this finish? 4 years? Really would like the smaller modifier. We don't have the smaller modifier on anyone, much to my chagrin. Oh, we do on them. Excuse me. I don't know if I want to fight. I might want to fight these people. So we'll do no defense. What type of league is this? They asked. Minus unexpected cost of court is going to be kind of nice. But honestly, I think the legitimacy side is much better. You can decrease the cost of court cost by getting flat legitimacy score. Or by getting cost of court. So you see here, 50%, we're only paying 50% here. And that's because we have high accepted or primary culture on our nobles. We have a ruler with good stats, and we have this government reform, which is unique to Austria. So the best way for us to save money on this is to get that. We can also stack modifiers reducing this, but they always reduce it by 1%. The base value is 10, and so that is nice, but the problem is you get a ton from great power and from having hegemonies, such that it doesn't really... You don't really save that much because you have so many plus modifiers that you need like 20 minus 1% modifiers, and the minus 1% modifiers are just as common as the 0.1 modifiers on the legitimacy, and you only ever need 10 of those. How much antagonism is too much? At which point could coalitions be formed? 50. That's why we have avoided being a naughty boy. Not that we couldn't fight through a coalition at this point, but we could pretty comfortably. The only person we're kind of afraid of is France, but honestly, we're probably stronger than France, or we're getting there. France has way more pops is the biggest thing. They have like more than they have like 4 times as many pops, so they have a way huger levy. We actually don't have that big a levy. That's actually one of the reasons why Austria is a little bit weak, is the population density kind of sucks. I'm gonna sit this guy in a silver province to increase the control by a little bit. We want to build up more universities to make annexation faster, because we want to increase our was it Danube-Bavarian tradition versus Hungarian tradition, or influence versus Hungarian tradition, and we get influence from these universities. So it's kind of on our radar. We were waiting for this to get collapsed in price. Now it's collapsed, so now we can spend. It's time. How are we feeling about this getting... It's probably okay enough to upgrade this to a city, just because we have a lot of money. We're gonna hold off for now. We'll probably do it next round, though. Civilian infrastructure, time. I don't think we have settlements available, but maybe we do. Nope. Downlock canals, anyone? Got one. This will positively affect pop growth. I don't know if we're ready to start pushing it. Let's push it a little bit. If we shift click, it'll build like 3 in every location, and we don't want to push it quite that hard. Maybe that's Vienna? No, it's not. Where's Vienna? There it is. We don't want to build one in Vienna, just because our capital tends to be slightly more pressure for build slots. But this will help with population growth. To go alongside that, we would want some more masons. Building them in areas we have stone, or what have you. If we don't have these in places, we should. Just in general. I think to some extent, even our subjects, we can in some of our markets. It's a force multiplier plus 10% for a bunch of those things. Have you played Cusco yet? No. I have not. I have not played in the New World, because there's generally not a very high demand for it. Are Poundlock canals worth the investment over paved roads? I mean, you just get both. We don't have paved roads unlocked. It's not an either or. We're still researching. You just want both. Paved roads is better, I guess. See, we did the going through like that last time. I think we'll come through like this, where we'll look for locations with a bunch of extra guys. We have copper and lumber there, so we'll remember that for our inputs. I guess we could make guns out of copper. Copper's the same price as iron, so this is just worse with some tin. Cannon maker, I think, is better. Not very profitable though. It's paper and Skinner. Yeah, we just have to build the paper and the Papers Guild and the other ones just close to the capital. Like that's that's what we're doing now. Paper and spinners close to capital. Like the way it works is if we just add more stuff farther away from the capital, it can actually lose this money, and it's just super marginal. This is like the economic stall out that you experience, like before you get the first building upgrade. We played the Americas? No. Someone mentioned the New World ends up a self-fulfilling prophecy. They add nothing to the Americas, so people think it's boring, and then they don't add content because nobody plays there. That's kind of maybe true to some extent, but from a simulation perspective, like if they're like doomed to get crushed, like per the simulation being like accurate, then like it kind of probably is unfun to play. We actually have to take a close look at this. We don't have a production bonus towards that. Let's get rid of that ish. I mean, we can upgrade this to a city. I guess we're kind of starved for good investment opportunities. God, this is rough. This has got wool in it, so we can push this reasonably well. As well as paper, which uses wool as an input. This market might not be as, like, doomed. Yeah, this market's still got profitable opportunities. Although, if we are exporting to this market from the other market, we are decreasing our export abilities. So there could be like downstream effects where we're like decreasing profits in the other markets by a larger margin than we are increasing profits in this one, theoretically. And like, if we export firearms to the other one, we could solve the firearms price in the other one, in theory, and make money, and then be able to build more firearms in our main market. It's kind of weird effect, but yeah, we just don't have very much demand. To be fair, the getting the extra nobles will help. The noble promotions, because the nobles consume more goods, but also upgrade this, get more production efficiency. I mean, I think we just have to expand the RGOs, but the thing is our best RGOs are just already all expanded. He says as there's silver and gold. Liar. Okay. Well, we will mass expand. I don't even know if it'll spend out all of our... Yeah, it doesn't even spend out all of our 8k. Okay. We do have the price collapse here. Do we have it on wood as well? Do we have it on tools? We do not. So, let's resolve the tools issue over here. Tools Guild. We have one market that's not very good. Or one province. We're gonna add a bunch of tools in those. And then here we could add dyes. It's an interesting one that has wood as an input, and you kind of want more of it. And we spent down like 9k-ish. I think maybe we just hold off the rest for roads. The return on investment on the other buildings is not going to be that great. So, does France usually win the 100 Years' War? Yes. I'm surprised the game has overall positive reviews on Steam and it keeps getting better. I'm not. I said people were gonna have fun. I knew people would have fun. It's just like there's a lot of nonsense and stuff wrong, but like, how much investigation do you need? Integration do you need for a PU to survive ruler's death? 3 integrations and it's still bricked. It's not the level. It's that you need to have the same succession law. And then once you have, like, I think the second level, you can use influence to negotiate succession law to force them to have the same succession law. Or if you just have someone completely ineligible. Like, if you swap religions, you just become completely ineligible, and then it's just brick. Yeah. It's a little bit grim for us. I don't think we want to go... I think we want to go military also as our next tech rather than getting the eco thing. We could... Like, I think we want to go for Lancers. And heavy infantry. Especially because we have a unique heavy infantry. Just quite a bit. We're not using any regular infantry regulars. So... we could maybe just go for that first. We don't really need the training fields, so... I mean, if we don't even want to research training fields, we could actually just throw military mostly this age and just go this. And get to greed up a whole bunch of stuff. There's not much in the tree over here that we want, like, on a long-term basis. We would like the cannon upgrade, I guess, but... like, are there many... I don't think there are many long-term bonuses on that side of the tree. For execution chances over here. Supplies, whatever, army reinforcement speed. I guess there's battle leadership law, but the better versions aren't until the late game. Oh, there's dry dock and Carrick. Yeah, okay, fair. Oh, the merchant quarters over here, just kidding. Yeah, okay. Well, for now, we'll just go that direction. See how the institutions are looking. Jesus Christ, what the hell? Can we even import from Sevilla? Looks like we can. We could import, maybe we could import the right inputs to actually ease things up for us as well. We could get wool and a loom from them, to be fair. The wool's not looking so good. The loom's looking pretty good. And that'll also give us some spread of the institution as well. Oh my god, why is this map mode like buggy all of a sudden? Yeah, so now we're getting a little bit there. try and see if we can get wool as well from there. Hey Generalist, I regret to report you that I tried a teaching tutorial type playthrough as Portugal with the benefit of teaching my friends. Castile downed me by 1343. So, you know what the pinned comment on my top 3 or top 5 beginner nations is apparently this patch Castile's really aggressive towards Portugal. Yeah. If you like this game is going to be amazing in 4 years, I'm glad they made the Grand Strategy game. It does seem like there's, like, the biggest, like, structure or superstructure. I tried to focus that on my review, or, like, make that be the main thrust of my review, is, like, looking at it, like, how it is right now is maybe not even the right way to look at it. Kind of sucks that you do a colonial game, you have to sit around for 10 hours, not gonna lie, but I love the systems and stuff in game, and I want to do it from ground up as a colonial nation. You can kind of get started a little bit early as, like, Castile and Portugal, but yeah, you do have to wait for the next stage to be able to explore the New World. There's no way to explore the New... Well, you can, I think, as, like, Greenland, or something like this. Oh, we're probably supposed to add more counting houses. We won't now, because we want to make sure the road prices are... We actually want to make sure the road prices are alright, so that means sand. We need sand. It's coarse, it gets everywhere. We want sand. Do we want to urbanize or de-urbanize some of this? I think maybe the saltpeter we would want. Is there... Oh, nope. River flows through. So what we actually should do from a pure cheese perspective is we should downgrade all these locations to make it so that it's faster to integrate. But what we've been doing is if we want it downgraded anyways, we just downgrade it, and if we don't, then we just keep it. Because sometimes if we're going to downgrade it anyways, it feels really stupid. I think we'll take the 5 legitimacy hit, to be honest. It's kind of expensive. Look at how our budget just gets absolutely turbo-wrecked. To be fair, let's actually... I think the math is such that it's just the same cost no matter what, right? And so you should just have it maxed. If you're just looking to max legitimacy, we could... Yeah. Usually it's not a lot to maintain, is the thing. We could ally, actually. If we ally one of these guys, then we will have an easier time with things. I think we could get a CB on them very easily. We might have a CB on him. I was thinking this guy might. Kind of actually our worst subject. Yeah, thank you for the follow. Very nice. We haven't fully converted here. What's taking so long? Culture conversion. We are getting it done slowly. Probably low control. Yeah, you know what? Really yikes on the control, actually. Let's do this to help out the control. I just think that there's not much proximity there. Is there actually? There's enough proximity there. Jesus. What's our lack of control? And then we are also spiritualist. The thing is, we want to have the full area of Trans-Danubia and then culture convert that. We have the whole area of Styria. Kind of like Diplocore. Feels bad, man. Ton of negative modifiers there. We like need to push a value. Actually, you know what? We could just push value with this guy instead of assimilating. What's our current trend towards humanist? Barely overcomable. So next thing we have to change laws, but there's like very little progress because we just don't have enough control. So we maybe come off of it. Is there any value, other value we can push? We can push inward to like 30. Kind of don't want the increased antagonism. We don't want to push free subjects. We can push more towards quality. I like quantity better, but we have a trend towards quality, so it might not be a choice. You could also just use this guy for something else. He would actually just be better for Diplocore. Let's use this guy for dev. And have him dev here. And then have this guy get used for the Diplocore. Hey, Yahini, how's it going? How do you play OPMs? I can't raise enough levies to siege a province. I would play an OPM by not playing an OPM. Are you planning on forming the HRE? Probably not, but maybe. What's Milan doing in the Balkans, and what did you do to Hungary? Those two are very closely related, actually. My initial thought was who to attempt next. Instead of Portugal, Mamluks. Mamluks are very nice and easy. Mamluks, I almost put Mamluks in my recommended, top 5 recommended. They just don't have content that, like, or like a directionality to them. And so the lack of that is why I excluded them from my top 5 to learn on. But like in terms of just like pure, like, this is easy, this is straightforward, I'm actually condensed, I'm locked in on a very small location, I can just focus on this, and then also be really strong. It's really good. I was wondering how you approach trade. Do you let it mostly automate and then do important trades for yourself? Yes. I do mostly automation and then change stuff with myself. Or I do stuff for strategic regions. The biggest one being specifically, or there's like the two big ones are resolving pop needs. And then the second one is, and we could look at our active trades, pulling institutions. So we have so much furs demand, actually. Can we do something about that? Whoa ho ho! We losing? That is something we want to resolve. Oh, I think we were thinking of keeping this rural. I think we're keeping this rural? Yeah. Let's add a farming village. We've also maybe over-urbanized. Yeah, Hills Woods, this and it's the river, we can urbanize this. Or you can, sorry, make this like specialized for food. So these are going to give it percentage modifiers. 5% local food production here, and some extra pop capacity so it actually grows a little bit better. And this is going to give production efficiency, sorry, it's going to give flat cattle and food percentage. But what if those aren't working properly? So yeah, our sheep farm are not profitable. We're going to subsidize them, and our farming villages we're also going to subsidize so that they're locked in. Because sheep makes the wool, which is making food, and also it's an input for our buildings. So that'll help. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Yeah, so we're going to get a little bit of food coming up. I don't know how much of that was subsidizing the buildings, but then winter's gonna hurt us a little bit. How do you create a vassal from conquered locations? So here, we go to relations, current relations, create subject. I watched your whole review and then I bought it. Still waiting to finish guides though for prerequisites before I start a graduate class. I mean a new game. Do be like grad school sometimes. We'll get some good relations with Castile. Our next, like, potential enemy is going to be France. Who's a lot stronger than us. And we might expect to interfere with the HRE, but we can get also easy claims on them. Take the research progress. We almost have paved roads here. I think that's our next tech. Yeah. Big, big, big. Huge tech. Sure, why not? We can invite someone to the HRE or our subject. I think this gives us HRE points. We're not generating very much. By that I mean we're negative. Locations known by... Wow, we really are getting a ton of locations owned by non-HRE members. Maybe let's... go after the Teutonic Order, then. Started as pretty, Betcha for your first run was pretty good tutorial nation. Mesoamerica, the big red one. Interesting. Oh, we never answered the Milan question. We had a war with Hungary. We were 100%. We were doing 100% annex on Hungary, and our ally was Milan. And we fed Milan this big chunk of Hungary because we wanted Hungary off the map, but we did not want the extra antagonism, so we gave it to Milan instead. And partially because Milan refused to give us the capital here, and it was kind of annoying. So we saddled them with this, which is useless to them. And it's gonna rev. It is going to rev. I guess Aquileia is still going to be the old reliable. For us here. We're gonna get 2 people off the map here with this one. We can feed brigands to this guy. I think they're the same culture group. Yeah, they're both high almanac. I guess it's good for us right now. Well, Ferrat, does that add anyone? Adds Burgundy to the mix. Do we want Burgundy in the mix? Burgundy actually has HRE dirt. Who we got good relations with? Brigands. Oh, we're not getting rid of that, so instead of taking the stab hit, we'll just take the extra antagonism. Alright. So we'll raise some levies from over here in kind of some of our high pop areas, and then raise levies from our capital province. And up north a little bit. But be a little bit picky about it. I don't think we need a very big army to beat them. And now's kind of the moment of truth, because we're expecting... We kind of want to investigate if all of our subjects get disloyal here. Just a couple. Okay. Macedonia was a mistake. We might even just release them, straight up. That's no good. Yeah, but it's the country strength of all guys relative is the issue here. We can mobilize more to change this a little bit. But that's a modifier we're keeping an eye on. I think we're gonna move... some cavalry to the sides. But just keep a little bit in the middle too. This is fine. We don't have a really big mobilization, so we don't necessarily need a huge thing. We'll head on over for Burgundy. That was the wrong Burgundy, god damn it. Forgot there's 2 Burgundies. It's the wrong Burgundy. Chat, I've been failed. I'm wrong Burgundy? Damn it, someone put another Burgundy into the teleprompter. Am I misunderstanding how maritime presence works, or do you need a bunch of fleets around the coast? I have one fleet. One fleet is fine, but it takes a while. I recommend using the maritime map mode to figure out what's going on, or to, like, understand what's going on. What is it like to play a small HRE nation? I would not recommend playing a small HRE nation. I would recommend playing someone with some content. Is there any way to coordinate with the AI? My allies keep running anywhere without doing anything? Yeah, so you can come into the diplomacy, go to relations, go to manage subjects, and this stuff will change how they behave. And then also, you can allow them to attach to your armies or not. We'll give the Bosnia the gold. Alright, we'll feed this guy to him. We have to be a little bit careful if we have a bunch of disloyal subjects, which we are starting to have. So, we're probably going to need to set some of these guys to not mobilize. We're just making sure that the guys we're annexing we have good relations on, because those ones are the important ones. Yeah. Or sorry, that they're loyal. Do you have to keep those guys loyal? Who is this? What? Sarensburg? I guess we'd kind of want to flip them over to this other guy of ours. It's July, so we can go through the Alps. Maybe we just march back down and kind of handle Treviso. We could feed Montferrat to our subject here. Our subject also does have claims on Burgundy. Where's your... Let's siege your capital instead. Yeah, but a lot of these guys are going to be disloyal. I think we just release Macedonia. They're just too small to, like, for this to even be useful. Do you spam RGOs at your capital at the very start of the game to get the economy going? It depends what RGOs you have. Usually fine cloth or RGOs tends to be good. If the RGO is really expensive, it's good. If there's like, if you don't have any good RGOs, then it's not as good. Which map mod can do this? How's the game so far? Excellent. We're a big fan. It's very nice. Paved road. Hallelujah. It's paved road in time. So... we're going to take a look at our collapse. How good is it? We don't have the sand collapsed. I think we're kind of okay with the sand not being collapsed for this bit to Linz, which is kind of our most important bit. And then we have a lot of urban locations like down here. I think we'll do to this one. And the AI really likes expanding roads out as well, so it's kind of okay. Yeah, we'll just do the 2 long roads, basically. Or 1 long road. And this is going to dramatically increase our access, and then once we get the price collapse a little bit better, we'll come back. And also, this just encompasses a majority of our economic activity, just the building of these, like, roads, because our economic activity is, like, in a straight line. So use console commands to try and annex a society pops, to annex them and nothing happens. I don't think they own locations, yeah. As a Swede, I could say tortures himself to play Denmark. Wait, is Tarkus in here? You pinged Tarkus. Why do I not see his message? I didn't even realize Tarkus was in chat. Trade monopolies. Trade monopolies are actually maybe decent now. So burger trade capacity and burger trade capacity is actually potentially useful because it's just super opaque how much trade capacity they have. But now they actually get paid off of their trade. So we assume we would double that trade income, and then we would cut what is our... So a third of this times 10, a third of our trade income times 10, we would lose. So that would be base 330 trade income, but then times 0.25. Yeah, it seems like we don't want to eliminate the burger trades. Oh no, wait, no, these are not burger trades, these are other trades. It's opaque how much they're making from burger trades. That's frustrating. It's probably not terrible, but we'll just forego it for now. Here we will flip them to this guy and then make them a vassal. Take the money, humiliate. We could royal marriage too. Everyone's a little humiliated sometimes with royal marriage. And then these guys will annex them eventually. And that'll be good for us. Kind of a lot of antagonism. Let's take a look at that. It is an HRE thing. But this is taking another HRE guy off the map, so we won't have to... With as many guys, we will not have to improve relations. And I think that this is a worthwhile thing to like try and get done. We also didn't have them as primary war goal. But they're kind of big for doing that, but I think it's fine. Hey! Cesario, thank you for the raid. Big nice. Much appreciated. Were you playing EU4? Bet is calling? Alright, Godspeed. The bet and the food do be calling sometimes. I think we want to transfer that guy over to this guy for the same reason, because he'll annex him. And we'll get more tags off the map. Oh, poor Milan, what's going on? What do you do, Milan? We're in alliance with you. What happened? Bohemia Aragonese War. Aragon knows CB's Bohemia and calls in Milan. Oh, that's so unwinnable for them. Jesus. Oh, I guess they have a close balance of power. Normally Aragon kind of is really weak. Still don't know. Don't know about that. I don't know. We're gonna feed Montferrat to this guy. So we're gonna get like 3 or 4 vassal feeds on here. Because like, if you take a look, we really got a lot of this secured up, locked up. Alright, let's come over here and siege this. And then afterwards, what's our next war? We did start getting... Yeah. Don't have enough to make a CB, but we might Imperial ban him. It's also nice that now that we're Emperor, we don't have to worry about the Emperor demanding territory from our subjects and our subjects saying yes. Well, looks like we can't. So I think we'll just annex this guy. If we're not going to be able to transfer. We can't do it just yet. Scion would also be kind of interesting to take. But it's not we can't transfer with the thing. I think it's because we're a duchy and he's a duchy or something like this. If we want to go towards capital economy, we're going to do that. Unfortunately, we don't have very good means to push towards capital economy anymore, and once we get to 0.5, then we start getting capital economy events, so that's going to be a big deal for us. Also, more production efficiency is going to mean we actually have more opportunities for profitable buildings, so that's going to be nice as well. And you can see that our proximity is also greatly improved here, because the paved road, instead of, it's cutting the cost of all this by 25%, so now our control is even spreading over to here, and we're going to be able to eventually kind of get to the coast here once we get more of those roads down. We're kind of maybe being a little bit overcautious or something. Does the AI actually do something? AI's been doing stuff. Castile's about to form Spain. France is clapping England. Serbia's expanded quite a bit. Ottoman's on the weak side. I don't know why they don't integrate Karasids, but it's what it is. Bulgaria's done quite a bit of expanding. Halich and Kiev have eaten the other guy. Poland expanded into Denmark, but then we kind of started clapping Poland. Sweden's close to finished colonizing this huge swath. I don't know. If we look at their diplomacy tab, they still have PU over Norway, so they might annex Norway from Scandi. Also, the HRE, ton of consolidation here. It's not like there's a ton of tags anymore. I mean, a lot of it's us, but it's still consolidating. Yeah, poor Milan. Okay, we can separate sue for peace this guy. I don't think we necessarily want too much. I think we just want this one location. And a humiliation and gold. Oh, that's Montferrat. No, we want stuff from Montferrat. Burgundy we would want, don't want a lot. Or did I just misread? Maybe I misread. There's the war reparations. There's the humiliate. We could maybe try and get a little bit more gold. It's not a lot of gold, though, that we're getting. I guess we're taking some of their territory here. We can wait for those to kick in before. No. Let's also... Can we just vassal feed our PU? I think if we vassal feed our PU, it won't give us antagonism. If we vassal feed this guy, it does give us antagonism, which, you know, that makes sense. But our PU, we eventually would get, and it wouldn't vassal feed them. Or it wouldn't... Maybe that's the way we're supposed to expand here. Wait, hold up. It's so much more antagonism for... If he owns it. What? No, wait. Okay, it's still 12. 12.71. But we can't avoid it just by vassal feeding him. That's the main idea. Yeah, it is of the right... it's not the right culture. Who is... Do we have the subjects of the right culture? Yeah, this guy. No, this guy. Okay. Can't take it? Wait, why is it an invalid target? Oh, because this is with Scion. Warp. Warp. Okay. Telling Scion to give us that. Yeah. Tons of prestige from the humiliations. You know what? I think we maybe just don't want to pay as much for the... We're only paying 10 ducats for the prestige, though. That's kind of fine, I think. Montferrat will be fed to our other subject. We haven't enabled Imperial ban. Okay, I guess we're gonna have to use a Parliament CV on him. Fair enough. Should you enforce culture on your fiefdoms? I kinda don't think so. I'm not really I think you'd rather, if they have a culture that is not yours, that is there, maybe. Actually, you know what? You're probably right. You probably should. We probably should here, just to get them to convert Hungarian. It makes them big pissed. We just kind of want Trans-Danubia, but let's actually see about that. For some of them, you don't want to, because you want to be able to improve cultural opinion here. I think the religion doesn't really lock them, though. But if we're not annexing them in the near future, they can help you convert. I think we're annexing Box in the near future, though. You probably want to not let them into your wars, though, if you do that. I don't know what culture this guy is, even. Croatian, yeah. I find that you can, like, kind of get all your culture conversions off without this, though, and I don't want this to speed bump our annexation of these guys. We could maybe do it on, like, Bahar and this guy back here. Because what will happen is they will actually convert the Hungarian pops to non-Hungarian, but... Oh, that was a big mistake. We needed them to make their cores first. I didn't realize. They're never going to be able to core shit. Oh, that's bad. I thought they had their cores already. Bahar's in trouble. We won't, like, load over for that, but... That's trouble. The vassal of my vassal is my friend. Brescia has a problem with the way we're conducting ourselves. That's fair. They can't do anything because they're a subject, but we'll do that nonetheless. And then I think we want humiliate. We put it in. Do we already put in war reparations? We did not. And then we can do something here. I think we do want to give this to Treviso. This will landlock him. Brescia's upset. They're subject. I don't think they can't join the thing. And alternatively, we could just subjugate this guy. Because this guy isn't allies with anyone that's obnoxious for us. 71's kind of a lot. We care about Chur, Padua. Chur, I think, is also a subject, though. Oh, looks like maybe not. What's the other option? The other thing we're considering is this. Which is a third. We could come back and subjugate them, though, after this. I kind of like this. And it also gets, we want to annex Trieste for access to the ocean. This gives us more immediate access to ocean locations. This is almost done, this annexation. So we're gonna get a lot bigger here in just a second. One of our subjects is super pissed. It's, of course, or two of our subjects, the ones that we forced to convert culture. Looks like we're improving relations with them. I think this guy we just let go. He's got basically no locations. Our heir gets that? It's kind of funky. So we'll get a personal union. I mean, I guess. Yeah, these guys are starting to get strong enough. Once we get this annex, though, they're going to become significantly weaker. Especially... So we are annexing... We have to annex in the near-ish future one of these guys. A vassal, we would hope to. So Trieste is the vassal we can... Oh wait, we have to annex a blue guy. Is Bosnia the best one? Oh, Mantua's and Bologna are kind of okay to annex for us. So we will annex him after. Something like this. Use your code for the pre-order. Thanks for all the great content. Thank you so very much for using my code. Much appreciated, my guy. How do I improve cultural opinion? I have a fiefdom of other culture. Can't find the interaction in Diplo. The interaction for your subject is going to be in here. It's going to be asked to improve relation. It has a 50-year cooldown. The interaction for non-subjects is going to be here. And it doesn't have a cooldown, but requires 50 favors. So we can do that with Naples here. Can you do EU5 artist mechanic and how to leverage? Artists are just useless. So, wasn't the top 10 EU nations supposed to be out 12 hours ago? I moved it because I'm going to be doing it this evening after the stream because I had to re-upload the hotkeys video, but yes, it was. But that's the reason why I wanted to move it. It's because I didn't want to release stuff within like hours, like within like 2 hours of each other. And then also I didn't want to release stuff while I'm streaming. And that like criteria like forces me to push it back. Or like 3 hours of each other or something like this. So instead of the 11:30 like uploading, or sorry, instead of like the 11:30 upload bumped to the 3 a.m. upload, which bumped the thing to the 6 a.m. upload, or what have you. Oh, let's get rid of that and put this guy back on this silver province. And we are doing much better on the proximity here. Now that we have a road. Now, if the prices still collapse, we're going to build more roads. Where the price has gotten collapsed. Are we going to get sand really that much cheaper? I don't know if we're getting sand that much cheaper. Let's do this. These guys don't have roads. Let's just give them roads. This is going to improve market access, but from here, we also might want to improve market access because this is the trade capital. Why don't we just do it to the adjacent locations to try and give them a little bit more market access and to make sure that they're actually growing in development. Something like this, which is going to be in this other market, so maybe we should have made sure the prices are okay there, actually. Oh, that's the Milanese one. Womp womp. This is probably fine enough. We might... actually, no. We might have just super overspent on roads, I have to say. I don't want to spend that much on a road. I think we have some roads underneath the what is it? This thing? I think we'll not cancel those, because they're a little bit more of a pain in the ass to cancel. And then we'll make sure that we have more masonry and lumber in this market. So... I don't know if tools are collapsed in price. We have no lumber, or what's this? Okay, we'll also go for masonry in these two provinces. And we're doing it because there's clay there, which is going to give a production efficiency bonus there. So that'll be helpful for getting the prices kind of under control. And then I guess we do want maybe sand. And And sand gets a production efficiency from wood. So we're specifically looking for that. I'm gonna do some there, and we're gonna do some in here. What a weird shaped province. That should be okay. Shipbuilding facilities not going to be useful. Extra benefit from merchants. We don't really need trade advantage. I think this is one where we just go for conduct a census. Although we kind of do want Parliament CB. We want humanist, so this is good anyways. We don't want free subjects. We can increase opinion. New World, we don't need to get it on an immediate basis. And then let's actually check what the alliance matrix for these guys looks like. Denmark, Livonia, Munster. I guess we deck on them, because we'd rather take Livonia provinces. They're both... I mean, they're in the HRE. Not sure how we do this exactly. Oh, we might have a CB on him. We might be able to use a CB. Yeah, we have follow through on threat on this guy. We have a truce with him though, so we won't use it, but this guy has CBs. So we'll use that to pick up a big chunk of the HRE banned territories. I'm guessing France is #1 for Europe, yeah. Chat, where's the move capital button? So go to government, and then this button. France is doing the best, but what the... So the AI will do really, really well on Bohemia, but a player will be throttled on, like, Bohemia doesn't have as much top end, but if you like kind of utilize the low-hanging fruit, Bohemia will be really strong. So in the hands of the AI, like Bohemia would be like #2, but I don't think they're #2. I was joking about the sand economy content, but at this point it's 50% of the resource tax. I mean, we need the sand for the roads. Roads are so good. We need the roads. And we're gonna go for my brother. We're not gonna pay you 1K. We can be passing reforms and stuff so much faster, but honestly, like, I think rushing revoking the HRE is kind of maybe less interesting than what we're doing. Maybe it's not. Maybe we should do that. South? How much of this... Okay, this actually, guy's got stuff to do. Get an extra cabinet seat, which is good. Because... weren't we using assimilate area? Bueller? The thing is, we have low control down here, but maybe not for long. I think that, let's make sure that we have to the rest of the areas in here that are not our core. I guess it's just silly, but we're gonna make sure we have the best road to silly that we could possibly have. Because we do want to get that converted up. Bless you, thank you. Well, that didn't work out. Everyone just joined a coalition against me. Womp womp. Womp womp. When's the annex for this done? October? We're gonna double check that we don't dislike any of the urban areas, because if they do, we're just gonna delete them. Or downgrade them. We have this one on the fiber crops. I think, is that his only urban areas? We also have Munchen. And then Augsburg. To be fair, we kind of don't like this horse one. Oh, it's a farmland, that's fine. Yeah, we'll just wait. We could annex them faster, and in theory I think it's better, but I'm just gonna wait. Okay, so what were we gonna... I think we just request additional taxes here. Of course we'll improve cultural opinion. Milan will probably get their alliance cancelled with us in their peace deal here. Unfortunately. Sicily's still on the map. I mean, if we want to get really cute. Yeah, so we have truce up with him soon. We kind of can open up another front. Maybe we want to continue to expand in here. We have, like, marriages and stuff in here. Invite to the HRE. We can invite our subject here. Or the subject of our subject. Do food provinces count as bad RGOs for city location? Depends on the food province. Wool is pretty good. Wool is really good. We almost never urbanize wool. And then grain and cattle, it depends. Cattle's like the next best. Or rice is good too, but I don't know where you're playing. Rice is not very common in Europe. I assume you're playing in Europe. Yeah, this should get much better down here. I forget the number we had before for proximity. Oh, but it was so much less than this. It was at the edge of, yeah, it was at Silly. Oh no, it was here. At 39% is not. I think we had, wait, maybe we didn't have way more? Maybe we're going crazy. Yeah, this place, the max control is 5 higher than it was before. Yeah. Is that one of the... That's one of the places we have to convert. Honestly, we could build a bailiff there too. Well, the bailiff, now the bailiff's not going to do it much. But the bailiff's not going to do anything, because their proximity there is now over 20. And we still have, I think, 2 roads to complete, because one road's coming down here. And then the next one's connecting them there. A little bit of a mistake, we should have built the road from here to here. Could have been a little bit tighter, but... when both these roads finish, it's going to be like another 10 proximity or something. Or close to it. Could even be more if the terrain's rough enough. And the terrain's pretty bad, so... I don't think it's more than 10, though. I think it's under 10. Poor Bahar is so screwed. Has this guy started culture converting? No, he's not. Oh yes, Danube Bavarian. Where that's like his capital, which is natural converting. Who is it we wanted to give exception status to? Yeah, let's scootage this guy. And maybe scootage. The reason why we're scootaging them is because if they help in our war, if they mobilize, currently we're getting all our subjects disloyal basically as a result of the strength modifier, which is exacerbated when they mobilize. So I think we're also going to do it with Bosnia, where Bosnia can give us a decent amount of gold. I don't think they have a ton of troops. Because Bosnia has really good mineral resources. I don't think they have a ton of troops because they don't have like a ton of pops. And so we'll be trading the not getting troops in wars for the getting more ducats and also them not mobilizing in wars. Although to be fair, the less troops we get, that means the more, the less valuable it is for decreasing how much loyalty malice we get. What culture is this? What culture do we need to accept here? We have two cultures, the Palatinate and the East Franconian Palatinate. In order to core those other areas. Culture. Where's the Pope man? We haven't improved relations with him in a hot minute. Oh, it's at 200. Alright, fair. Slovene we're converting. So East Franconian we can accept. These guys aren't big enough for us to core, but I think we want to core both of them because they're German, so it's going to be very cheap for us to core. But for both these guys, not a big enough portion of our... Now we get a bunch more provinces. We kind of have an idea looking at the control where they are. And let's take a look at pops to get an idea of where we maybe want to urbanize. The truth is that they don't have too much high pop locations. And maybe they're just kind of better left rural. Sturdy grains with a ton of pop is definitely... That's definitely... we urbanize that. Alright, is the masonry here cheap? What price are we getting on this? And why? Masonry is not cheap, so... let's get it there. There's stone here. Where exactly where's the capital? Yeah, we wanted to move this down to here, I think, though. We're keeping it here for now, but... relocation's only 800 ducats, but it's, like, not a very far relocation. Boop. Tryon, thank you for the follow, big nice, much appreciated. Yeah, I mean, we don't want to build our stuff yet. Do we have cheap lumber there, though? Do we have cheap lumber? Do we have cheap tools, which will make the lumber cheap to expand? We don't. We don't. Wish we could sort by it takes lumber to expand or not, but I think we'll go for expanding the wool. And some of the RGOs we know are probably safe from us expanding more. Just sorting by not fully expanded. That should be kind of okay here. We're not going to have super good market access here. Or, sorry, the Holy Roman Emperor is dead. Long live the Emperor. Union formed. Central Macedonia, who we released. Cool. A new Duke. The Duke is dead. Long live the Duke. And I think we wanted to annex this guy next. Don't quite have the relations for it yet. And this guy's disloyal. Let's see if we could solve that. I guess it's improve relations to get him up. He's back. I mean, we could just get these two annexes faster. Give birth command. Description is forced pregnant to give birth. It do be like that sometimes. Having trouble bribing nobles? Is it the button disabled because I'm not rich enough? The cost of that is really, really expensive. You generally don't want to pay it. The cost scales with the amount of the tax base that's getting partitioned to them. It could often be very, very expensive. I think it's probably not working because you don't have enough money. Are the HRE authority mechanics just like EU4 allowing you to revoke? You can revoke at the very end, yeah. What are the best ways to increase cultural capacity as possible early? It's mainly texts, and there's not really that many early. Flipping Muslim is good. I think there's one source of it in Sunni. I'm not 100% sure. How practical is it to eat Bohemia's Brandenburg? I mean, you just kind of eco up, try and stay safe, and then eventually you can fight them. Like, Austria is weak at the start too, and we've already started fighting Bohemia. We could make that our next war, but I think we're thinking of, well, they're isolated, actually. This would be a fine enough war. How close are we to our tech, though? We're not really that close to our tech. We could fight him here. This would actually be a solid enough war for us. What's fortification map mode look like? Yeah, it's so annoying for him. Oh, we wanted to go after him next. Oh, we can annex him now? Yeah, cool. Stuff just needed to, like, update and change. That's gonna give us a lot of access to the coast here. So I'm thinking that maybe we get enough. Maybe we start getting some amount of control to the coast. I don't know, probably not. We can adapt to local culture here. We're gonna join this for the extra stats. Keep the current capital. We get the military ability. We'll learn to love them in time. It'll be very expensive for the legitimacy gain. Why is Bohemia's ass isolated like this? God, this didn't work. Do you prefer quantity or quality? Quantity because combat width is a hard modifier to come by. Does it matter which direction you build a road from? Nope. Just where it's through. Like which two locations it connects matters. So which location you start from is going to... if you start from one location, it might take a different route than if you started from the inverse location, and it matters. So... Diplomat, yuck. This guy's not doing too hot. 3K for artistic skill, probably not. It's more like 3K to avoid a backslide on initiative. Yeah, I think that's not worth. We'll take the backslide. Artists are just kind of useless. We have a trend towards quantity now. What's that from? Peasant levies. Oh. Oh. Well, maybe we want to get our video out kind of soonish. Someone was asking about it. We have streamed for a bit. Is this kind of a good stopping spot? We just annexed Bavaria? It probably is a good stopping spot. We also want to annex Tyrol in the near future. I think. Not that the problem is we just can't get any proximity down here. Like even with all the we just build a bunch of bailiffs down here. That's just what it would be. But it's not necessarily terrible. The roads are such a big deal coming through on this. So he's got 20. We'll probably have like 30 proximity. We're not going to get proximity to the coast though. We're at 1%. Actually, it'll get to 15%. No, it's just going to be just shy of the coast. Yeah. It might even like be faster to go like around here, like through here, or get to like this coast. Just because the terrain's so rough. And we get like modifiers coming through here. We get prox cost reduction in these places though, maybe. Like in the places that have rivers, which is like, you know, these ones. Oh, I guess then we do want to upgrade the sand location. We were trying to protect the sand location from upgrade. I guess we're upgrading it. It's probably fine. We'll get to city relatively quickly. And then this one didn't have the too good of things it could build, but the city is a city. We're starting to have a lot of gold. This is just capital adjacent, but it's like the capital province kind of sucks, but it's just adjacent. Has really high control. It's gonna make the areas that build the stuff pretty good. This place can also upgrade. It's a city. We're expecting a few of these coming in where we're going to upgrade several to city, like 3 in a row, once we annex. And get, hopefully, some pretty good proximity down into, like, the Hungary situation. Maybe take a look at the ledger and see what's going on. And then wrap up. In terms of income, this is our income before expenses. We're outstripping Castile. And we're actually economic hegemon, so I think we're just best. In terms of score, administrative, we have the biggest score, largely driven by income. Diplo, surprised we don't have the biggest score on Diplo. They have more merchants. Is that the main one? They do have more merchants, and Navy is going to be a driver. Yeah, fair. And then they have more military by a little bit. And then total accumulated, we're down a little bit. France doing hot. And if we come and look in here, we have 3 hegemons now. economic. Bari Doab is the next, and then Kumai. Kumais make decent rounds somewhat recently. Keeping in mind that if they don't become a GP, they can't make the list. So there probably are some... Like, Korea's probably making a ton of money, but they're not a GP, so they can't make this list. Naval Hegemon is with 8 ships. Neck and neck between France and him. We're pretty comfortably ahead on the cultural hegemon for our culture. Diplo hegemon. Oh, France has got so much. They have to get 27 Diplo rep, though. I don't know how easy that would be for them. We got a lot of Diplo rep. We basically have every possible source of Diplo rep, including Diplo endeavors. I don't know if France has so much. That's crazy. I wish I could hover here and see why. And then military hegemon, we would need to like quadruple the size of our army. But kind of was planning on doing that once we get this. Because our current level of manpower, we overexpanded it quite a bit just to like increase the size of the military, but we, I think, want that infantry. And then maybe we want heavy cav to go with it. But the infantry first, infantry in the middle. And to some extent on the edges. I actually think that we'll just auto-balance a little bit. Like a third of the infantry. And then just put the cavalry on the edges and in the reserves. Something like this. Well, I'll answer any last minute questions and then conclude. I'm capped out at 0.23 centralization even when using counselor. Worth it to keep it or just switch off now. So what you want to do is you want to come in, take a look, and find stuff that's giving you trend towards decentralization and see if there's anything you can do about it. A lot of countries start off with communal lands, and slotting out communal lands is generally really easy, and if you slot out communal lands, you'll get 0.2 more trend. You really don't want to have a negative backslide, and you probably don't if you're getting 0.23 with a counselor, but if your counselor is giving you 0.24, then you'll just backslide towards decentralization, so... Is it worth moving the capital somewhere along the Danube, close to the coast? Maybe. One of the problems is this actually is pretty centrally located in terms of our other stuff, but you mean like down here? A little bit? The problem is like this is... Yeah, let's... Like here's our tax base map. Could move it down here, I guess. Graz would maybe be okay. It would maybe be okay. Actually, let's save and take a look at what that looks like. Since we have itinerant court, I think we might just wait for our ruler to die, but we can see what it looks like. Because, yeah, we do want to start getting stuff to the coast, and now it's like a little bit rough. And Graz does have the benefit of being nestled between the silver, so the silver will have a ton of control. The thing is, it just feels like we're not close to a lot of our... Well, actually, here's the real thing is that it actually makes this kind of feel pretty bad that we did this, like, superhighway thing, but honestly, Graz can make use of that, too. Just, Graz would not... Graz would go to the right differently. But this entire left thing, Graz would still push control this way. It's not going to push it through these, like, fucking mountain forests. I'm getting tired. Normally I don't curse without it being a punctual thing. Took out 4 loans to bribe nobles because I have to reload from Civil War. State satisfaction dropped like a rock because I didn't call parley. Oh, you have to. You just have to call Parliament always, yeah. Worth moving your capital somewhere. Okay, we're checking that out right now. Have you checked out Southeast Asia? I'm currently playing Majapahit. Yeah, I'm playing Majapahit. I think Majapahit... I almost did a video as Majapahit. Majapahit is one of my favorite countries to play. It just seemed like there was less interest in the video for that type of thing, so that's why I didn't do it. But that I really enjoy Majapahit. Very, very cool country. Yeah. We're just seeing what the proximity looks like here with this. It's so overwhelming to play this, but I'm having a good time. I'm glad you're having a good time. I'm glad people are having a good time. I was slightly concerned regarding my review, because I was like, I think everyone will have a good time, but like, I don't know. I'm glad I'm hearing people are having a good time. Although there's probably some selection bias. I don't know if people were having a bad time, if they would come in just to like rip on the game. Yeah, look at this. This is the problem. This is the issue. We don't get anything up here. We would still use this highway thing, but... And even still, we really don't get a lot from the coast. So it would... I think it's either... I don't think the half measures are any good. I think we're either in Vienna or we're, like... on the coast. Like, I think we're in Vienna, or we're, like, over here in Ferrara or something. You know, we're either in Vienna, or we're suddenly playing an Italy game. Like, we move the capital to Rome or something. Truly the Roman Empire. But yeah, this... I mean, to be fair, this is closer to this stuff, right? But this stuff's not insane. There's some silver here. The terrain is also rough through here. No, I think Graz just... You don't want to be surrounded by rough terrain. You want to have clear lines. You don't have any clear lines here. Like, Vienna, like, actually has clear lines. It's just everywhere else is rough, but this is just a clear shot. This is like... If you're in South Germany, this is just the best location, I think. And maybe further down this way, but then you're kind of... We've played Hungary before, and, like, Hungary, like, I think with, like, our setup, we kind of prefer it over here. Especially because we've already built all this stuff over here. Do you know if when your creator code expires? I do not. I think that they're planning on not pulling them, but I don't know. They said it was going to be long-term. Have you found the Ottoman AI to get stronger be a challenge? Not especially. They, like, kind of expand, but not super well. I think that this is something that people are generally kind of a little bit unsatisfied with. Fortification license, market fairs, itinerant court, sources. So switch off of itinerant court temporarily just to push the law. So itinerant court, fantastic, but push it, switch it off of it to push centralization, IMO. Also, what administrative system do you have? Because this is one of the big ones. And then also, if a lot of countries start on traditional distribution, which also gives 0.1 trend towards decentralization. People are having a bad time. They would come to rip on the game. Some people, maybe, yeah, I don't know. I think that I generally don't have as negative an audience, but because I see people like out there and. Boy, they're bad. All the time. This is a record of 30 minutes just looking at the tabs and pages without unpausing, just reading, trying to understand what's what. This is systems game for sure, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's... I was trying to emphasize that there's, like, so many things going on, and it's, like, a framework. Like, it's fun right now, and then it's a framework that I think it'll improve a lot. EU5, a game of river empires, basically. Like, actually, this is just your lifeline. For South Germany, this river, and this, like, alley, where, like, there's just a vein, and this is just it. That's the truth. It's either that, or you're suddenly above these, like, you're in North Germany. I think, yeah, I think Vienna's just really good if you're in South Germany. I mean, you could move it over here, but, like... in this corridor, maybe, is okay. I don't know if a river goes through there. Doesn't look like it. Lumber, tools, lumber, mason, early game? Depends. So you kind of want to... if the burghers are exporting an absolute ton of lumber, you actually won't be able to decrease the price of lumber very well, and you should just ignore it. So if you come... if they're importing a ton of lumber, if they're importing a ton of lumber, you're not going to be able to collapse the price the way you'd like to. In some markets, it is going to be that. Like Venice market's usually like that. So we see burgers are importing 64. So you would have to produce like 65 lumber to make it come down in price. So you just tolerate the high lumber price, basically. You find the more eligible marriage partners are created later in game. The penalty from marrying a lowborn gets old. Yeah, if you do a lot of marriages and this type of thing, it starts to ramp up. And also, if you marry a noble, you should try and marry nobles together, because that doesn't have a penalty. I've seen some reviews on Steam. Man, some people are petty. Yeah. Yeah, we might take a little bit of a read. I'm going to read through, like, the socials and this type of stuff, because I've been live all day. And probably see how people are looking at the game. But yeah, moving it to Graz just doesn't work. But the tax base here would be insanely big off of these, because you're right next to the silvers. It's like, it is attractive just because you're next to the silver. You can make an argument that you're actually supposed to move the capital here very, very initially and then move it back to Vienna or something like this. This probably actually makes a lot of sense. I'm having a hard time getting sailors to Sweden. I only know the wharf exists. So you can use fishing villages, but your fish price is probably really low, so that's actually going to get expensive. But the fishing villages will produce a small amount of sailors. For the most part, you need to get docks. You need to get the tech that gives you dock, because dock is going to give you plus 16. You can also look around to see if people have docks. I think there are some starting docks in the north. Like, there's some docks on the map up here, and if you can take those from other people, that would give you a lot more sailors. The game is good for a Paradox release. Hoey was unplayable. Yeah, I mean, I think it's so much better than Vic 3 on release as well. Like, Vic 3 is, like, way more polished and whatever now, but, like, it's years later. But, yeah, you can see what we're doing here. You can see what we're cooking, kind of. Is the pound lock, the pound lock chain. The canals go all the way through. Turtles all the way down. But I'm also PDX mark, rip. How do you get the river map mode? I can't find it in your game. You cannot use this. It's not down here. You must use a hotkey. You have to set it on a hotkey. You must bind it. It's forbidden. It's the forbidden map mode. You need to put it on a hotkey. Are the rivers just like major rivers or just their rivers? Because I can't tell the difference. It's just, the bonus is either river, not river. There's not like nuance between how big the rivers are. It is mostly the biggest rivers that get put on here. There used to be like way more common, but then there's like too many rivers, so. Sorry for the question, just got out of work, started first game, but I don't see how to move the capital button. Yeah, so this button right here. You go to the government panel, you go to the country tab, and then move capital button. I'm about to start a run. I love smaller countries like Vic 3, like Vietnam. Any countries you'd recommend that is compatible to the level play needed to my comparison? You could play Quinine. I think Vietnam is a little rough because the terrain's rough, but if you like playing in that region, Quinine is maybe okay. Something like this. Anyways, we'll see who's live, and we'll send people their way. Something like this. Who's in the category? Who's in the mix? Could raid Poimu, or we could raid Poi. I'm not even sure how to pronounce his name entirely. We could look for someone smaller. Not just raid the top of the things. Oh, it's not even sorted by top. Wow, there's so many freaking people streaming this. Yeah, that explains a lot. I was thinking we were going to have like more viewers on release, but there's actually just so many people streaming it. We're going to send you to Poi, who I think is going to be one of the stronger players that's streaming it. Makes sense. Makes sense. Alright, we will also link that to the YouTubers if you guys are interested, although we're probably going to drop a video in the next 30 minutes as well. If you guys wanted to keep an eye out for that. Where's Poise link? We will link it to the YouTubers, then we will say bye to the YouTubers. Or we will see if there's one last question or something like this. Used to be the capital of the province, CK322 and EU4, it's kind of weird there. So another thing is if you switch to itinerant court, which is really good, every time your ruler dies, you'll get kind of a random chance to move the capital. So, food for thought on that. Anyways, bye-bye to the YouTubers, and then the Twitch viewers, we will send Poise way, and Godspeed.